ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels or microscopic. It's a Killer Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killer Priest podcast. Killer Priest podcast. What up, everybody? What up? Welcome to another episode of Killer Priest podcast. I'm your host, Killer Priest, the Iron Sheik. And you know my co-host right there, controlling the rocket. I mean the engineer, because my phone just went off. AD Dizzle, what up?
Yeah, what's good? Welcome back. It's gonna be a wild show.
Yo, I want to say shout out to the Rocketeers. Shout out to the craftsmen that's in the building, the best chat room on the internet, one of the greatest, smartest chat room. Coach Kandaka, what's good? Shout out to Coach Kandaka, running the moderator. You know what I mean? And SD, I don't see him yet, but I know he in the building. L Barcia, peace. He said bong bong. Yeah. Who else we got? Oh yeah, my bad. My cousin. Oh, my cousin called me right now. Off the hook. Supposed to have that on unprofessional. But we.
Hey, it's your show, Priest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, who's gonna get mad at you?
I know she was calling me right now.
Ain't nobody gonna get mad at you but yourself.
Shout out to LaShawn. You know what I mean? Bushwick, Brooklyn. Where turns at. Yo, Menkheperra in the house. What up, Menkheperra?
Peace to the gods, peace to the gods.
Yo, turn the mic. Yeah. So you don't have to leave the peace to the gods. And we got, wait a minute. Before I introduce this returning, because it's going to be crazy. We're going to, Marvelous. Marvelous.
What's up, Majestic
Marvelous
Marv?
Marv and Hagler.
Yeah, Majestic Marv in the building.
You know, talking about Marvelous Hagler, a lot of people don't know this, but it's funny, a little funny story. My mom used to like make a joke that, you know, the only thing me and your dad agreed with was your name. And then Marvelous Hagler was actually having a big fight that day.
Wow.
And that's when last minute they're like, all right, I think Marvin's the name. So I actually was named for Marvelous.
Oh, you ever played that game called Ring King?
Yeah, from back in the day.
Yeah. I always get Marvelous. Marvelous can take a punch, and when he hits you, you gonna feel it.
Yeah.
Y'all look out some highlights when you get a chance.
Yo.
Yeah.
But what about Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson was hard, man. Mike Tyson Punch Out, that's probably one of the best games ever.
Yeah.
100%.
You knew how to beat him? I couldn't.
I couldn't beat him.
Nah, he was impossible to beat.
Yeah.
I couldn't get past the Sandman.
All right, so let me sneak this out there. Oh, the Sandman.
You remember the Sandman?
Yeah.
I couldn't get past the Sandman.
Yeah. Yo, if you here's the thing. This is what I do now. If you got everybody got YouTube, I just go on there and I just watch.
Yeah, facts.
Beating Mike Tyson in Punch Out.
Oh yeah.
And they got a whole bunch of ones that beat him.
Yeah.
They're like, oh wow, that's how you beat him.
You gotta have hell of a hand-eye coordination.
Yeah.
And you gotta get the sequence on how Mike move in order to counter that. Because if you can't counter it, you done.
You done. Two of these.
Yeah. Ding, and then you out of there.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Iron Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Shout
Adam.
out to Mike.
Well, we got Majestic. We are Marvelous. Now I love the word Majestic. They don't have
Of course, because you're a Leo, and the Leo is majestic.
Yeah.
Majestic. Yeah.
Right?
Majestic.
It's the king. It's the majesty.
Well, talking about Majestic, just to give you a little bit of background, being majestic is really just finding that refined point of yourself, looking at your own regality. And I celebrate everyone finding that majestic aspect in themselves, because it's like a modern day word for that royal gene that you guys have. So
True indeed. Yeah.
That's love.
Yeah. You ever dressed up like a king or in something majestic before?
you know what? I always have dreams about it. I always have dreams about it, but I guess we always like to, everyone does that. Like, there's always that moment in time we want to show out and get in that presence.
Yeah.
And, even in the topic of astrology, I kind of, you don't wear that outfit every single day unless, you got it like that, and that's part of your energy field. But there's moments and days where you feel your best.
Yeah.
And you tend to shine. But it's always good to keep that or envision that imprint in yourself, especially when we talk about ancestors and how they dressed.
Yeah.
You know, we're a different evolution of that, but it's always good to have that imprint and still use those, you know, same materials.
True indeed.
Somebody in there said Glass Joe.
Glass Joe. Soda Pop Insky.
Yeah. Get that.
Yeah, but that's something you should always do at least a couple of times in your life is go out there in the real world and represent who you are. I think that's important for people in general. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Because majority of people's lives, man, is all uniform clothing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times when you go and you look at you know what I'm saying, American days and go look at how the ancients, how we used to dress back in those days, you know, if you go to Kemet, you know, we wore royal collars, you know what I'm saying, royal arm pieces, royal bracelets, you know, all the great jewelry was for us because we was the making creators of our own jewelry. You know what I'm saying? So our jewelry was top line. We knew how to manifest and manipulate gold on a whole different level. You know what I mean?
Correct. You know, talking about all the keywords, and for all the astrologers out there, those who understand the science, and I'll break it down. Royalty is normally ruled by the sign of Leo, right? And the Leo constellation is opposite Aquarius. You hear we're in the Aquarius age right now.
Yeah.
It's the dissemination of information. It's the collective. This is why there's this big opposition of being an individual or following the herd. You know, those are two polar opposites. This is why cats, you know, if you notice, because Leo rules cats as well, or the feline aspect, and all those animals that exhibit those traits. Like, look at any cat in the world, or even a domesticated cat. You know, they get to, you don't necessarily have to take them in your house. They can survive out by themselves, create a whole community. But you don't really see dogs like that. Even within a community in the third world country or fourth world country, those dogs really depend on the community to survive. You know,
It depends though. If you're talking about domesticated dogs, then yeah. But if you're talking about like wild dogs in Africa, you know what I'm saying?
Now they rolling packs too.
But they rolling packs.
Wolves.
But dogs, wolves, they're pack animals. That's Aquarius. So that's why I'm showing you the polar opposite. And this is why people always, in modern day times, say cats versus dogs. They're literally making another derivative of the energy.
Because they're opposites.
Because they're opposites.
Yeah.
And those opposites still are aspects of each other. Because, you know, cats over time learn to be domesticated and develop a heart. Feeling they have to love you. You know, this is why a lot of people don't like cats or tend to have opposition. And, you know, every sign has their bad reputation. People normally say Leos, they're very brash and, you know, over the board, cocky and things like that. But if you look at a cat and animal, there's this level of regality that it possesses. But there are times where you have to participate with the collective. You know, you don't have to be, you can still be authentic. And that's what really balancing those two energies are like. If you look at how society at large can benefit from you being authentic without downplaying other people's individualities. That's the biggest issue. You know, identity politics. We want people to believe what we believe. But even in the groups that we participate in or, you know, assume allegiance towards, there's still division of thoughts within those fields. But when you release that factor and just say, okay, we're here collectively so we can create some kind of improvement in society, but this is who I am as an individual, but we can share values and you know, especially biblically, you know, we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. It's spirits and principalities because it's those invisible traits that we all possess. We all look like a human, but it's the interactive energy we have towards each other and our relationship with nature. That
we all have different zoo types. Like when I name my son, right? My son's name is Amenhotep. So all of my kids, not only do they have a name as far as, you know, a birth name, but they also have a zoo type character that they grow up with. So like my son, his zoo type character is a badger, the African honey badger. So the African honey badger, you know what I'm saying, I teach them about it in the ways and characteristics of the African honey badger is it's a small animal, but it's the most ferocious in the jungle because it never tucks tail when it runs. It always if it runs away from you, it runs with its jaws towards you, meaning that it backs up. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, in Kemet, it was the same way. We would, you know what I'm saying, name our children. In Africa is the same way. You name your children, you also give them a zoo type. Like my daughter her name is Nandi. Her zoo type is Wildcat. You know what I'm saying? So she's like a vicious wildcat. You know what I'm saying? And that's all the astrology is the same way. Is who you are as a person and then also your zoo type. You know what I'm saying?
Very interesting. Yo, I wanna ask you a question about how does it's crazy to me how, because you say a lot of biblical things.
Yeah.
And how the Bible, talking to AD sometimes, how it relates to some of the astrology that's going on. And how does that intertwine with each other? Like,
Okay. So this obviously this is a very controversial subject because there's and just to give you a background, I grew up in the church. My mother, you know, we moved around a lot, so we tend to go to different churches, different environments, depend on, you know, that environment. But there's one thing she always said: develop a personal relationship with God, right? And just carrying that level, astrology, I've learned that a lot of people associate it with sorcery. And, you know, by default, we are overly sensationalized by Hollywood with these type of stories where people use these type of ancient knowledges for evil. And the hammer now turns into a weapon. You know, and people throw bricks, you know, towards these subjects, or people who remotely convey some level of knowledge that they consider occult or esoteric. But in reality, there has been a vested interest in demonizing this, you know. I feel like the devil makes what's evil good and what's good evil. And that's part of that whole element. But in this age, there's an awakening happening. And undeniably, you know, when you study the science, undeniably people are going to learn more about themselves, and a lot of things that we thought we knew continually evolve. We continually awaken. That's our ability for us to evolve. So in the Bible, there's many different annotations. I feel like in Judges 5:20, I'll pull it up so I can be accurate. But there's a narrative where there was a seer, and she prophesied and was pretty much communicating how there was a battle between the stars in relation to a conflict that was happening at the time. And in reference to how it was phrased, it's showing you that even in those times, there were people who observed the reality, right? So let me just break the myth. Astrology, or the studying of cosmophysics, you're not manifesting or harvesting or invoking any type of entities. You know, what you're doing is the word horoscope. People hear this word all the time. Horo means time. Scope means a frame, you know, of measurement. That's it.
I thought it was Horus.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And no. It's
Horus,
the same. Horus is still associated.
But Horus isn't associated with time. Horus is associated with the sun, Ra.
Correct. And it is associated with time, and just to show you the association.
No, time and the sun is two different things.
Though they're two different concepts, meaning it's a different variation. But in terms of the word hour, you know, hour is still a connotation to Horus. But the whole word of horoscope means, another word of it is birth chart. So,
well, that's Greek. Yeah,
that's the Greek version of it, right?
Yeah.
But then you go back to see how words just evolve, you know. But when we hear the ancient ones, we kind of get spooked out because we don't use it that often, you know. But in different time periods, it was very liberal.
Right.
Every time period feels entitled to what is in the current moment until, as a cycle continues, everything evolves. So astrology is really just observing these cycles and finding reference points. So a birth chart is the imprintation of what your first breath captured in the environment. So what did the stars look like, or what was the planetary energies exhibiting in the moment you captured your first breath, right? People associate their sun sign. There's 12 different zodiac signs that people embody. However, they dumb down the science for a good reason. If you actually look at your own personal birth chart, you'll be able to say, okay, so my moon sign, or, I'm using these words, but they're just words. Just hear what I'm saying, right? Your moon, where was the moon when you were born, right? And I'll tell you why is it relevant. So where was the Mars when you were born? Where was Venus when you were born? Where were the planets positioned during your first breath, and why is that relevant? Because in ancient times, what they've noticed is, especially in ancient chem and
drum roll that one.
and even beyond, people realized, especially people in agriculture and farmers, they realized there was a relationship between the stars and the fertility of the land, especially when the Nile was flooding. The ancients followed these indicators in the sky, and they kind of shaped their civilization based on understanding a reference point. It's an anchor.
Ooh, sorry. Go ahead.
So everyone needs an anchor. Every civilization needs a form of anchor. And sometimes in ancient times, they reserved this knowledge for the elites because it does carry a certain level of significance. And normally it was reserved for the priest or those who were in agriculture to determine when to receive crop and harvest and when to actually seed.
See, it was the priest that formulated all of that, because they was the first ones that were, actual students of the stars, because the star would actually tell them what's about to happen in the universe. Both on the spiritual level, on the physical plane, and, in the astral plane. So when you looking at it on the physical level, you got to understand that people themselves are only moving according to the knowledge that they're getting from the stars, or the energy that's coming from the stars. So when people understand that, they'll understand that their moods and stuff change with the seasons, and the earth itself change, with the seasons, which is going to give off a different type of energy. Fall gives off a different energy than winter. Winter gives off a different energy than spring. Spring gives off a different energy than summer. And the people do the same thing every year.
Correct.
But people don't catch it. So being that they don't catch it, they think that they are actually separate from the universe.
100%.
So when you think you're separate from the universe, then of course you're not going to, govern your life according to the stars. Because if you governed your life according to the stars, you wouldn't be behaving the way that you're behaving. And that's what the people don't realize.
Correct.
We disconnected from the stars, so therefore, being that we disconnected from the stars, we are trapped inside of the beast. And the beast is governing us and telling us what the weather is and what everything is and what you're supposed to be afraid of and what you're not supposed to be afraid of, as opposed to you actually watching the stars and letting the stars tell you what's about to go down. And watching the energy of both positivity and negativity, it'll always show you the right way. True indeed.
Correct. And just to feed off what you were saying, I appreciate you mentioning that point. And I'm gonna make this bold point because I was also part of the problem because I was born in the problem, right? But society at large has become very lazy. And when I say lazy, I mean lazy in terms of giving their sovereignty of self. Your first breath is as unique as your fingerprints, right? They have records of when you were born, what time you were born. They even got your fingerprints from day one. Why do you think that's relevant? Why do you think there's so much power in putting you in a database? But yet you don't understand the information. Yet you look at your hands and you're like, you know what? It must be evil sorcery for me understanding what are the ridges in my hand mean, or what how nature affects me. And okay, why is it that every blue moon or every few moments of time you notice a cycle of how your moods just sway? There's a cycle that's obviously happening, but you don't bother to invest in the knowledge, and it's as simple as just wanting to understand more wisdom from your environment, especially if you especially if you just observe your reality. You realize, like, yo, why am I dating the same similar type of person or partner every now and then? Or why are family dynamics dealing with the same issues over and over again? There's a cycle. We say, hey, that's a generational curse. Or, but yet we don't do anything to heal it. We because we don't have a reference point. We look at each other and we feel that we're different, when in reality, there's a whole bunch of, star cosmic material that is running within us as a universe that is creating our makeup. We vibrate in different levels. That's what creates our exterior eventually. And what we have on the inside, those are the tones that we set. And there are moments and times where, look, it's not advised for you to overexert yourself this day. This is a day for you to rest. I think it's important for you to understand those things so you don't go against the flow and you wonder why there's so much delays as you're trying to make progress to go somewhere, or you're feeling frustrated and all of a sudden you exert yourself and you have an injury and you're like, damn, I should have stayed home. So these are some of the things that I feel
that was heavy.
Society at large can benefit from, because I found a lot of understanding in my environment, and I've shared this and taught others, and done readings for others, and you actually learn through the process. Right. You start realizing there's patterns, and people are more in common than we think. So it's the Aquarian faculty. It brings people together.
Wow, man, that was crazy. Yo, so how does this work with relationships?
That's a good question. That's a good question. In fact, that was the bait that I had with the science. When I first learned about astrology, I was like, yo, so you mean to tell me I can understand my partner a little bit more, or I can understand my options a little bit, more, even understand myself. Right. So in astrology, in your birth chart, and I don't know if you can put up a natal chart eventually, but there are 12 different slices.
Natal chart. Okay.
There are 12 different slices in the zodiac. In astrology, the 7th house, every house is a different dimension of life. And let me make it very practical to you. The 7th house in astrology is the house of relationships. It's the 7th sign in the zodiac. It's ruled by Libra. Libra is the scales, right? The scales is or in ancient Chem, Ma'at, that aspect. So if you look at this is a cool example. We can look at this right now, right? So as you see over here, right, in the 7th house, right here, that's the house of relationships, right?
We turn it up.
So
I like that.
So this looks like a whole bunch of crazy signs and symbols and things like that. A lot of us are fearing our reality. Just know that people have to exist with that level of divine protection, and you know what that is. It's really good for people to not throw stones. And if people out there, you feel people are throwing stones at you, especially as you're elevating your knowledge, just use those stones and just build a house with them.
First bomb.
So the 7th house is the house of relationships. In your own natal chart, it is important to know your rising sign or the time you were born so you can know what's in your 7th house. Your 7th house is going to be, in astrology, you may think you're just one sign, right? But you're more complex than that.
Right.
You could be, if I'm using this right here, it's really to the tight of the core. But let's say I'm an Aries rising, right? Libra is in my 7th house, right? Because it's the opposite sign of Aries.
Wow.
Every sign, if you can look, if you go to
fall in there, you fall in love or something.
Leo rules the 5th house. That's the house of love.
Okay.
But Pisces, the opposite of Pisces is Virgo. The opposite of, if you go down Aquarius, the opposite of Aquarius is Leo. The opposite of Capricorn is Cancer. So there's an opposition. You go to Sagittarius, opposite of Sag is Gemini, right? The opposite
I'm
of
starting to learn this a little bit. Yeah.
Opposite of Scorpio is Taurus, and the opposite of Libra right there is Aries again. So you may be born at a certain time where it puts a certain constellation on the 7th house. So that's the sign that you exhibit in relationships. This is how that's your modality on how you engage with.
So let me ask you, so when you talk to a woman, right, and you say, for instance, you know all of this stuff, right, like different horoscopes and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a sit down with her and y'all sit down with y'all charts and that's how y'all?
All right.
You can if she's into it.
Yeah.
I normally don't even bring it up.
For the record, I don't.
We're going to do the tea ceremony. Don't worry. We're just drinking a little bit.
I'll tell you one thing. Over time, and this is why I tell people there's rules of engagement when you're dealing with any type of high science. And I've learned it through experience, and I've learned to really respect. It's the law of request. So, and it's also for your sanity. You got to participate in reality. You may know the science, but you don't have to overexert yourself because what astrology teaches me is everyone is really different.
Right.
And everyone has their own modality of doing things, right?
True indeed.
So unless it's, open conversation and it leads to that, fine.
Yeah.
But it's more when you understand your chart and you're like, okay, I have this in my 7th house, right?
Because Biggie dished it, didn't he?
Oh yeah,
What's your
Biggie,
name? What's your sign?
Yeah,
That's everybody's line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be relevant again. I'm telling you because you're gonna
buy that wine out, push up on behind.
And
tell me what your interests are, who you be with.
You know what I'm saying? But because that's why I asked that, yo. Because I'm like, yo, dude, is that when we dealing with the opposite? Is that a conversation piece?
I'm not going to front. That was my line. I was corny a long time ago.
In the 60s and 70s, it was.
Yeah.
Word.
Yeah.
What's your sign?
Yeah. Just to spark some conversation.
I go buy some wine.
It is big. Eventually the world's gonna be used to this, and it's gonna be like second nature. But when you actually see how someone interacts, you realize your partner a little bit more. You realize how you engage with the opposite sex a little bit more because you're like, okay, these are the traits that I exhibit normally, naturally. There's a high vibration of that and a low vibration, a higher octave and a lower octave. And it's your responsibility as a soul, S-O-L, soul, hence your sun sign. You're born here and they kind of imprint you as your birth date, when you're here and your soul's here, it's your responsibility to master it. Even the word master has the word aster in it, which is star, by the way. And everyone uses the word master.
Ooh.
So,
big bomb. I was find my bombs. Go ahead.
So, I think it's important for us to know, our energy and your partners. You'll make a joke out of it because
Definitely.
you start realizing, okay, when the moon enters that house, see the zodiac sign right here. When the moon enters these houses, each of these are 12 slices, right? From the very beginning, right here, that first house. No, go a little down to where 6 a.m. right there, where the fish are. Yep. Naturally, it's ruled by Aries. This specific chart is a little charted differently, but same concept. So you go here. That's the first house, and you go to the second house. That covers that energy. So
I
you
went the opposite way. How
So-
do you know that was
Yeah,
So-
this is where it gets advanced. Go ahead.
Okay, so I wish there was like a
Do you want an actual chart?
yeah. If
Because this is more for explaining astrotheology.
yeah.
I'll put up a real chart.
Gotcha. Before we get into that, it's our responsibility to know how we engage. So when you just follow the moon cycle, that's it. Like, let's just focus on just one stellar being, right? We have the moon. When you follow the moon is in Cancer today, by the way. A lot of people just ignore the moon apparently every day, or at least where its position is. But when you understand where it is in your chart, you realize that you exhibit the same cycle and behaviors normally, perfectly. And you can see your emotional cycle throughout time. So in this chart, I see a Pisces rising. This is Biggie. Okay, cool, perfect.
Wait, how did you know I just put up Biggie's chart?
I just nothing special. I actually got a glimpse of.
Oh, you saw
of
it? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I was
nothing.
like, damn.
That's Biggie's chart.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he was a Pisces rising, right? Shrink it down just a little bit so people see.
It's right here. They can see it like
I thought Biggie was.
I want to
Gemini.
show the glyphs, the
Gotcha,
planets a
gotcha,
little.
gotcha.
Yeah. Perfect. And go a little up, just a little. Okay. Cool. Perfect. So if you look down, Biggie was a Gemini. If you look at the third house right there, see that little circle and dot? Right here.
Okay, yeah.
That's your sun sign, people. He came in this universe at that time, and it's below the horizon, because if you cut this chart in half from the middle, right? Above it is above the horizon, and below it is below the horizon, right? Mm-hmm. And that AC that you see on the side, that's your ascendant or your rising sign. When people say, "Hey, you know, what was your rising sign?" It literally just means what constellation was on the ascendant or on the horizon that was rising at that time, right? And that's the first house. That's normally our jacket, our self-expression, how we come across. That's what we wear. You may be a Taurus, but not every Taurus act the same. Some Taurus are a little bit reserved. Some Taurus are about it, active. Some Taurus are not as stubborn, but they may be stubborn in specific areas of life that,
I just got into it with a Taurus. Her name was Terrace, though.
Terrace the Taurus.
She was Terrace the Taurus.
Terrace the Taurus.
She was mad at me for a minute because I had advised her on getting an electric car, and apparently, she wasn't going to listen to me. You know what I'm saying?
This is kind of
it's crazy because I think Scorpios and Tauruses are opposites. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So you just said something kind of funny. I know for some astrologers out there, those who understand the science will understand it, but you were talking to a Taurus, and you're a Scorpio, so your signs oppose each other, right? Mm-hmm. You told her to get an electric car.
Yeah.
Electric car, which is ruled by Aquarius, electricity, right?
Yeah.
That squares, that's like exact square. You have opposites, but you see these squares, those little red lines. Mm-hmm. There's opposites, but then the ones on the side, like that, like from there, yep, that's a square. That means it's 90 degrees away. Uh-huh. So Aquarius squares Taurus and Scorpio. So naturally, she might be rubbed off by those type of subjects. It might not be part of her self-expression.
Yeah.
Self meaning the sun. But you see how there's different elements there? Biggie has Mercury and Taurus, right? So he was born the last day or the very first day. Actually, he's in the cusp, right? Mm-hmm. He's literally in the cusp, but technically 0 degrees Gemini. He was in a critical degree. By the way, 0 degrees are critical degrees. A lot of traumatic events happen to people, or very. It's a very serious type of energy that people can come into, right? But he also has Mercury and Taurus. So he was a Gemini that spoke like a Taurus. He was heavy breathed. He had that bull in him. You know what I'm saying? Very deep.
Yeah.
You know, he talked about the finer things in life.
Luxury.
Taurus, luxury.
Versace.
Venus energy.
The Venus energy. He loved food. He loved that, that level of delicacy, right?
Tauruses are foodies.
They're foodies, right? And Mercury is ruled by Gemini and Virgo, which rules the mouth and form of communication. When we eat, we tend to process. Every time someone is eating, they're processing their food, or they're making a judgment. They're talking about it. But moving forward,
That was hard.
you got
Setting out
Venus.
my bombs.
You got
My
Venus.
bombs up.
You got Venus and Mars and Cancer, right? Boom, right there. So when Biggie was born in his first breath, this is what his chart looked like. Venus was in the constellation of Cancer, and Venus is the sign of love, relationships, what he loves, what he admires. That means he was a nurturer. What people probably don't know about Biggie is he was a very big nurturing person.
Big softy.
Big softy, and with the right people he trusts, right? Could be probably crabby because he has Mars in Cancer. So he is the Gemini sun who talks like a Taurus and exhibits his actions like a Cancer at times, and he loves women, which is Cancer. You know what I'm saying? Or he loves the nurturing woman, or he loves his mama. He loves his mama, all the things that Cancer rules, right? And
Dear mama.
and Cancer, by the way, it's the community at large, so the community loves him too. And people are willing to fight for him, which is Mars and Cancer right there. And it's in his 5th house, I believe, right? So,
And so you have to look backwards for those at home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
That's the house. So when you're looking at houses, you go backward from the left, and then those are the houses.
Correct.
That's what I need to know.
But the planets are going clockwise.
Clockwise, yeah.
Right. Okay.
So the planets going clockwise, but the signs are going counterclockwise. Like the motion of the planets are going counterclockwise, while the signs are moving clockwise. The signs, the actual signs are moving clockwise. The planets are moving counterclockwise.
There you go.
Right? But they're moving forward in the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Y'all got that? I hope y'all got that, because I'm holding on for dear life. It's a good ride.
It like I said, it looks like hieroglyphics. You see this?
It does.
This is me reading a Biggie's chart, but imagine reading your own chart. Your chart is a version of this. This is what it is. Let me demystify it for you. This is just your first breath when you left your mother's womb, and you left a aquatic environment, a water-like environment. Water is very important. Cancer rules natural waters. It rules tears. It rules the eyes, the eyeballs, and stomach. Cancer, the moon's in Cancer today, and we'll talk a little bit about family. But yeah, everyone has this in their life. So he has Moon in Virgo in the 7th house, right? So
I mean, we can't do readings for you guys. I mean, we'd love to go and do readings, but it's up to you.
If you guys want readings, you're gonna have to hit me up on Instagram at Majestic Marv, and we'll be able to set that up. Like I said, it's very intensive. And I'll tell you on this show. Stay tuned so you can have an understanding on how valuable it is.
Personal.
And it is personal. And we'll also have a live demonstration, and I'll bring the Elder Akhu on board. So,
but for the sake of the super chats, because they paid, we can at least say May 22nd is on the cusp of what, Gemini?
May 22nd is on the cusp of Gemini and Taurus. Yeah.
And then at least we can at least say for Dominic Green, April 5th, you're in Aries.
Yeah, Aries 1988.
You know what I'm saying?
That.
April 5th.
Okay, so I'm going to give him at least something.
Right.
Instead of saying no.
Just hit me up over there, and we'll take it from there, and I'll send you all the additional details. and we can approach it from syllabus.
Personal.
I want you to leave knowing how to do your own research too.
That's real.
Most practitioners just want you to be dependent on them, and this is what I want to tell people. We're in the age of information. Everyone's gonna get it. We gotta give the sauce out. It used to be reserved for just the elites. We have the ability to embody our own inner elite by understanding that science. So just feel free to hit me up on Instagram or...
Yeah, I'm going to put your Instagram up there. It's Majestic Marv, right?
Correct.
Boom.
This is heavy, yo.
Yeah.
This is real. See, I like that because at least you teaching the cats, what they're into instead of just coming to you and you telling them like preachers do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like let me tell you something. I grew up in the hood where you see 4 or 5 churches in a 5-block radius.
Churches and liquor stores.
Churches and liquor stores, and the bodegas, and
Hey,
you just got and I'm from Queens. I went to
95 bodegas.
5 bodega, baby. Yeah.
We had a pastor called Floyd Flake. He back in Queens, New York. And I remember getting baptized. Funny story. I remember he dipped me in the water and I seen his gold rollie. I was like, and I just came up and it just stuck with me. I'm like, how do pastors,
Get gold rollies.
he got a gold rollie in the church and things like that. But over time,
I'm gonna tell you something, man. To me, man, and I know this gonna sound crazy, right? I don't knock none of the churches, man, that's ever been created that black folks use because the reason is because during slavery, it was a place of power.
correct.
Because the black man had been stripped down to nothing. And the only thing he had was his belief and faith in his creator, even past himself. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because he couldn't look to himself for strength, so he had to look to something beyond.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
Correct. And
So it's like, I don't knock none of the churches because, everybody, a lot of us was raised in the church. But the thing is that now that knowledge is born,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? It's no more excuses.
correct. You're reading the Zodiac right now. I'm gonna show you again.
Finish with your story though.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So
Word.
so to bring you back, because I really want to hit that point. And I just remember it sticking with me and throughout time, right? I wanted to comprehend. I felt this hypocrisy. Everyone does, right? And one of the biggest things is when you make people codependent on your energy, especially if you're in the art of healing, especially cosmophysics, it's a form of healing. It is healing. It's mental health. This science can help people's mental and to come at peace and understand their own energetic fields, their emotional body, their spiritual body. And it's unbiased because, no matter what religion you are, there's a chart just like that. And it records your level of energy. But to go with what you're saying, religion is ruled by the planet Neptune or the sign of Pisces. It's mind altering, right? It paints an illusion. It's inspiring. It's looking for something that is beyond our restriction, our restrictive reality. Looking what's beyond ourselves. It's the divine. Opposite Pisces is the sign of Virgo, which is the sign of analyzing or being critical. This is why people naturally are critical with different religions. Even by proxy, the energy is showing how it's replicating. Everyone has an opinion or feedback, which is Virgo, for someone's religious ideology or experiences there. But if it wasn't for religion, we wouldn't have the creative capacity to see what's beyond ourselves. Because that's why everyone's path has been different. They've all gone through some form of a religious upbringing or relationship with the planet Neptune or their 12th house. It also rules the 12th house, and Biggie had Aquarius in his 12th house right there. He probably had issues sleeping. And so everyone has a 12th house. 12th house, and I think I'll talk about that today. 12th house is the house of karma or the house of your subconscious. Your subconscious is a very important aspect of yourself. Astrology tells you you're roughly 12 different type of people in one embodiment. You have the divine power to be a creator of your reality, but you're not all knowing. You know, that's one thing people want. They want the knowledge so they say, I know everything.
Yeah.
Even in astrology, it's impossible because.
You ever seen that movie called Split?
Yeah.
You talking about like that? People are like that?
No, I'm saying, let me show you how it is.
You seen that movie before, KP?
Nah, Split?
Yeah.
No.
The dude was like locked up in a psych ward, but he had like 5 different personalities, but they was all pronounced.
Right. But let him finish. Let him finish. Then we go back there. Yeah, he's on the move. He's on the move. Yeah.
So, what I'm basically saying is, when we go outside, we're a different version of ourselves. We wear a different jacket. When we're talking about our morals and our principles, we're a different version of ourselves. When we're around our siblings, our cousins, our uncles and aunts, we're a different person. When we're around family, we're a different person. When we're around our parents, we're a different person. When we're in a romantic relationship, or pursuing romance, right? That's the 5th house. We operate from a different being.
Right.
When we go to work, we're a different person. When we are making an agreement with someone or trying to come to an agreement,
right.
That's why people all of a sudden switch up and the tone switches up. You're like, damn, you got serious all of a sudden.
Right.
They exercise a different part of their matrix, their own inner universe.
Right.
In astrology, it points with those spectrums in the universe by way of our breath that we still breathe in. And when it comes to sex, we are different. It's a different element. Or when it comes to the subject of death or transformation or trauma, you know, the trauma you experienced in your life, you know, the one that you keep a very big secret, you know, the 8th house, that's what it rules. No one knows that part of you. Right. And then that's the 8th house in astrology. Right. Biggie has Libra there. So then you have the 9th house when it comes to higher learning or schooling. When you're pursuing knowledge or going to school, there's a different version of you. Until you leave school, you go back to the hood and it's a different experience. Yeah. Right? As you're traveling. And when you're pursuing your highest level of goals or your
and in church, there are different people too.
Yeah, church is the 12th house. When you're in church, people sell illusions. Yeah. Everyone want to put on a show, Neptune. Right. Everyone want to put on illusion. Right. Everyone, it's music, Neptune. Spirituality, Neptune. Right. Neptune. Okay. Selling inspiration, charity, which is Neptune. This is why the offering plate is there. There's no price, but the price is the satisfaction that your spirit received that day. So I used to judge it because I'm like, yo, I think this is unproductive in our society, especially if I'm like, the roof still ain't fixed after 6 years. Yo, I'm pretty sure you made that type of amount of money. You know what I'm saying? Right. The mega superstars that don't really, that you don't really see the direct improvement in our environment. But what I do see is it is still activated. We always assume that because an experience is bad, we're not growing from it. Right. Astrology tells you that there's cycles in life. There's going to be times it rains. And that's what made me come to terms with even every harsh experience, because you start realizing it's measured. You're like, okay, this is a lesson and this is the area and scope in life that is trying to teach me. So I think in general, it's a science that's relevant. It came across time. It's been lost, and we're rediscovering the language of its relevancy. And, I call it by these names, but in every different spectrum, it had different titles. So,
fire. Yeah. Oh shoot! Tehuti walking in. He ready? It's on. Peace, brethren. I heard. Tehuti's in. Yes, sir. And let me pour
What's
you.
Good?
Just in time for the tea ceremony. Okay. Yeah. Chat room is about to be on. Oh man, that was incredible, bro. Yo, we can start this the tea ceremony whenever you get ready, and then because I love this build right here, man. This is you going in. You going in. Man, this is heavy. You can finish up. This is crazy.
You know,
elevating our mind and our consciousness to see this and to have this connection to the universe, because somehow we are the universe. In those zodiac signs.
We definitely are, and we're cells in a different microcosm. You know, it's like macro and micro. It's like as above, so below. We definitely are exhibiting and emitting energies, and those energies could be measured. And those measurements are captured by the inception of our first breath, or that spirit, Holy Spirit, spirit meaning spire, or in Latin meaning breath. So that same breath I'm using to communicate, which is Mercury, going through this element and device, which is Mercury, to be broadcasted, Jupiter, to a community, Aquarius, so that they can have a form of higher knowledge, or at least feedback to see where their sovereignty is being challenged. And that's what this recurrent energy is occurring. And, you know, it's basically letting you know everything happens for a reason. You know?
That's true.
Yeah.
I strongly believe that. That's crazy. AD, what you drinking today?
Focus vitamin water.
All right, y'all. We doing this early, so we ain't even hit an hour yet, and it's going deep. Man, hit that super chat. Tell them we in the building. Hit that subscribe. We're about to do the tea ceremony right now. While we build, we're gonna keep it going because, like Bruce Lee, the great Bruce Lee said, "Be as water, my friends." You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Bruce Lee.
I do it. And AD's, you drinking? What you drinking?
I'm bringing my vitamin water.
Oh yeah, vitamin water. He back on his vitamin water. VW.
Yeah.
I don't know. I tried to talk.
Pink one's the best one.
Hey.
50 brought that out. That was a cool one.
Yeah.
Oh.
B vitamins.
All right.
No artificial sugars. You got real sugar cane in there.
Hey.
This is not a promotional video.
Can't beat natural though. Can't beat that real fruit.
Yeah, it's not a fruit, but
Right, you pour.
got my vitamin water.
All right, if y'all home, if you're in front of your pardon me, brother. All right. Never spill a tea. We got you coming. Oh shoot. Hey. Yo, Tehuti's here. Oh shucks now. All right, yeah, I know you're ready to go in. It's gonna be crazy. I wanted to see this moment. I want to take a picture of this. Yeah, you keep the music going. Y'all too.
By the way, you got the Zoom on? By any chance?
Yeah, the Zoom is ready.
Okay. All right, so did you pour some? Who's that? Your cup? Zen, is that your cup? You want some tea ceremony? What about you, Hootie? You good, or you drinking the water? Drinking water. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, all right. Because you can drink whatever you want. You can drink coffee. If you got your tea, we want to hear about your notes.
Yeah.
Because when we taste it, we want to hear about the notes. We want to hear about your vibe, or if you might just got some rum, some whiskey, something smooth. All right, here you go. Smooth. That's right there. Yeah. Or just some H2O, man. It could just be hot water with lemon in it. You know what I mean? I had some elderberry earlier.
Elderberry?
Elderberry.
I love elderberry. That's
man, that just got my whole thing going, man.
Word.
Some elderberry.
You ever tried goji berry?
A long time ago. Did you talk about the little red joints, right?
Joints,
yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
They always dried out. You're on point. Yeah.
Those joints I really like.
Sir.
Here's another thing too. I tell people there's many different like categories of astrology.
Right.
And me initially starting as like a student. Let's
do the toast first. You do the toast since you the guest. You can do the toast and bring us into toast to everybody. Bring us into the congregation. If you're home in front of your TV or your what's the name or your YouTube, whatever. Your computer.
I like to say a message to all the people, all the ancestors, all the energies that exist within the universe, the Most High, the Divine. May we take this moment to expand, gain knowledge, and also free ourselves so we can be our truest selves, and also. May we continually be protected and also have the power of discernment.
Hey.
Amen.
Hey, amen. Hey. There you go. Some agua, H2O. All right, so continue on.
Yeah. So the categories of astrology is very vast,
Whenever
right?
you're ready too. Yeah.
So initially, when I got into the science, I looked at the stars in terms of like, they're fascinating ornaments, that nature presents. But over time, when my elder Ra done my first reading, right, there were a lot of details that I knew I didn't really inform anyone on that. I was really impressed, and I said, "How'd you figure that out?" And then, once I found out it was math and it can be measured by that first initial breath that we've, come into, I took the opportunity to learn more about the science and also look at other different people with different perspectives of, astrology just makes you expand. Like, there's no bias of, knowledge is what you must seek, and there's some astrologers that use this medically. There's medical astrologers that are able to focus on how this chart that you see are part of the nutritional makeup or the biological makeup. Cosmophysics is a compilation of, many different arts. There's veterinary astrology where you are assessing, your animal. There's
by the way, Mojito just had his birthday last Saturday, y'all. So he's a Virgo.
Okay.
Shout out to Mojito.
Happy birthday to Mojito.
Okay, AD cutting the wisdom.
I just well, he mentioned the veterinary.
Yeah.
It's appropriate.
That's
exactly
like
Good.
it's even
That's
if
cool. That's cool. Go ahead.
even if we notice in our animals,
Whenever you're ready. Yeah, go ahead.
even if we notice in our animals, we have, our animals have different temperament at time. And when you start understanding what those cycles are,
Right.
it starts, making sense. So there's that, and then there's also understanding what your personality is. This is what I feel everyone should use it for, at least default.
Right.
Know your own personal chart. And then there's people who use predictive astrology, what's going to happen on this day and that day. And then what I like to inform people is, how could you just see your reality on a day-to-day, and what current energy are you in right now, and how you could, what areas in your life based on your chart, you could improve or be aware on, and be aware of a cycle so you can evolve it, because you still retain your sovereignty, you still believe what you believe. But you just have an opportunity to understand a different aspect of yourself.
Wow.
Peace,
my brother.
Yo, I was waiting for this moment. Hey, yo. Tehuti in the house. Yo, a quick question. What's the difference between astrologer and astronomy?
An astronomer, to me, is someone who studies the actual planetary body. Without the interpretive or observational value. Meaning, when you go to different parts of the world, or ancient times when people used to determine flooding based on a interstellar or universal or star alignment, that's when they started creating characters and shaping them, those observations, and creating that carving. And those styles have changed over time, but they still follow the same similar principle. What's the name of this one right here?
My son calls him Butter.
Butter?
My son calls him Butter, but I was naming him Heru because he represents light in the sun. And he's a Pantheropus.
That's a beautiful one. He friendly?
Sometimes he's friendly. He only attacks people with hats. So,
Oh, really? I got a hat on. He probably thinks this is his jungle environment.
he's extremely docile. Been raised as a baby, never been in the wild. So he's non-poisonous. It's a constrictor.
Oh, but what?
Wow, that's a beautiful color for a
Well, no,
constrictor.
well, you know, he's not a boa. He's
Okay.
he's a Pantheropus.
Gotcha.
Gutata, which is a snake more conducive to America and parts of South America.
Yes.
Not as tropical as a boa, so he can actually stand the colder weather.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he can actually stand the colder weather.
Gotcha.
But he is a constrictor. All my serpents are constrictors. See if this goes on.
Wow. This is cool. This is probably the second time
Yeah.
I held a snake.
When was the first time?
It was at a fair when I was like 3 years old.
Oh.
Not third grade.
Okay.
Third grade.
Hey.
Oh, whoa.
Watching
Hold
you
on.
like you see something.
What was that? That was the audio?
That's the rattlesnake on the table.
You almost got me there. I'm like,
Yeah, it's
yo.
about to be on, y'all. It's about to be on. We got 426 in the building. Let's get it up. It's about to be on. This is great. Yeah, man. So you here, man?
I'm here, brother.
Yeah, man. Y'all two are here.
Lots to break down.
Yeah, man.
Talk about.
Cats are ready. Word.
Okay. Let me. Yeah.
More tea. I like to say that word. More tea.
More tea. I'll take it. Bring it on.
Yeah. More tea. Yeah. So, listen, man. This is about uplifting the mind.
Turn this on.
Hey. I learned a lot today, man. That's
Turn this
crazy.
all the way down.
Astrology. Yeah.
Want some more too?
But they don't have no snake. Oh, well,
You can pour it.
they have it in the
No, this is Menkheperra. I'm okay. I'm okay.
in the Asian, right?
Should be an extra cup there, no?
What about the Asian
Astrology. It's
Yeah.
called Bazi.
Bazi, okay.
In astrology, in China or in the Asian culture, they follow a different system. Like even in Indian culture, they follow Vedic astrology.
Vedic.
The Vedic,
Yeah.
and they're different proportions, and just to get a little quantum, according to my perspective, and of course I'm open to expand on this, but people shape realities based on their quantum perception. This is why when people come to an agreement on something, it creates a framework, and that framework can be a culture. And many of us come from different frameworks. You go back to, America was a great experiment of that. Your hood, and it went down to the block. It even went down to the project building A and building B, and then the floor. It's called division for a reason, or a division or project division, because it is. What we're going through is an ideological breakdown, and according to with astrology, you're measuring the same pattern reference according to the position of the stars and your first breath, regardless of your ideological makeup.
Well said. Well said. It's on. Well said. What's good? I see you in the building, Coach Kadaka, Anunnaki 500 laptop. Oh, science project. Yeah, no doubt. Aurora Morales, I see you. Hey, say happy birthday to Mojito.
Yay.
How old did he turn?
12.
12? I haven't seen him, man.
Yeah, he's chilling in the bedroom.
Oh, you locked the doors with the padlock?
Nah,
on it?
he's just chilling there
He can
now.
pick locks.
He's getting used to these podcasts, and now he's just like, y'all do your thing.
Oh, okay. That's what we had to do. We had to go. Huh?
Cats don't like incense.
It's the incense? Oh, yeah.
He's a little bugged out on the inside.
He's chilling. No, he's like.
So I think we have a we have a vaccine for him.
Oh, yeah.
Word.
No vaxes.
Yeah, exactly. For the feline.
That's.
But that's good, man. I would like to learn some of the verdict too. Some of that. Yeah. What are they animals?
Which animals?
The Indian with the verdict.
Oh, Vedic.
Yeah.
Well, each
Yeah.
I'm not as completely versed,
Right.
but the Vedics have it's the same similar element, just different spectrum that they have. But modern astrology, which the evolution is evolved to, is grabbing a reference point according to where the positions are at the moment, right?
Right.
And when it comes to let's look at farmers that simply use the lunarian calendar. You look at a farmer almanac.
Right.
They make it their business to know what's happening up in the sky. Mm-hmm. In order to be more proactive and optimal in their harvesting, cycles. So that's just one of those things that what I'm basically saying is you live your life, you get to apply it in the capacity that you see fit, and it will always happen in that house, in that key relationship you have with yourself.
Right. You have a question?
That's super chat. Marv, how does it work when a person is born under one sign and dies under another? That's from Tungsten Bars.
That's life and death. That's a very controversial subject, but to be real, the 8th house in astrology rules death, right?
I sent it, AD.
And it's the house normally ruled by Scorpio or Pluto. People die in varying times, but it's always the exact precise time. But it's irrelevant in the sense of everyone can die in different odd times, but it's relevant in the fact that they have died under a specific energy tone that was measured from their first breath. But that's why some friends, or if you look at your own family,
hit the mute button.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at your own family, you start realizing, or other people, some people are born on the same day or the same sign, and you're like, damn, why do I have a lot of people born under the same sign? And when you start realizing, you go deeper on the math and you see their charts, you start realizing they also share a similar Mars sign or a similar moon sign, even though they were born in different years. So it's one of those things that get people, gives you an extra layer of, insight.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Well done.
Yeah.
You cut me down?
No, you're good. You're good. Right. That's the way you hit it.
All right. 19th Galaxy. Mr. Tehuti, what's good? Are you ready to go?
Yes. Peace and love, everybody. Greetings to everybody in the chat. Greetings to everybody here. Peace. Nice to meet you, brother. What's your name, Marvin?
Marvin.
Majestic.
You can call me Majestic.
Majestic?
Majestic Marv.
And what's your name over there, brother? Peace.
Priest.
Yes, peace. Peace, AD. Peace, everybody. Peace, Menkheperra. Peace, Zen. I never got the sister's name. You don't have to say it too loud if you want to hear, but I just want to say peace. Peace. Miss.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Peace to you. Okay. Peace to everybody. Greetings. It's going to be a good night. We're going to talk. We're going to discuss different things. I am going to tonight break down the what everybody's been asking about, the lambda variant, and how magic is being used to promote it and give it power. And maybe even me and this brother will have a good conversation on you're into astrology?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Cosmophysics specifically.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about that. And have a good build and break down some things here. So and for all those who asked, yes, the pod class is coming up. My technical video engineer guy just finished what he had to yesterday, so hopefully this coming week coming up, we will have the live question answer where people will be able to come and ask questions. Thank you for everybody who supported and got my lessons, those who asked me questions. Peace and love to everybody. And so what's going on, Priest? What's happening? Would you like to build? I know you're.
Man,
you said you were waiting for this moment.
Yeah, I couldn't wait. Couldn't wait because the science. The science. Because I was asking before. I was asking him how does it go back into Kemet? You know what I'm saying? Astronomy and things. And he had broke something down that was really cool. And it was and what was you? I think he was saying something like different times. People use different words, but it was still
So the reference point, I go with, I understand my perspective and I'm open to, expanding that awareness, but I start with my reference point on my journey with astrology, right?
Right.
So it was like getting to know or getting back to source.
Right.
I understood the cyclical nature and actually studying and applying the science. And as I took note, especially if you look at ancient societies, ancient Chem specifically, they spanned it not just 1,000 years. It was thousands and thousands of years of knowledge. And the applicable nature, especially when it comes to people saying that, over time the names have evolved and changed depending on the spectrum. But the math has always relatively been the same. And when it comes to those ancient times, they've used the same alignments and observational points to determine if, there was going to be a flooding in the Nile, and used their vehicle was, their sundial. Their sundial can be an edifice of some sort. Whether it's a pyramid or whether it's any form of device that they've utilized in order to navigate. So I do know over time, much like how we all have different languages, people speak Creole, people speak French, Spanish, English, the Latin languages, and there's even ancient languages. But they're all still the same spectrum of understanding the same observational reality, but just emitting what that tone is based on the perception of that time.
Marv, you've got your guest just arrived here on Zoom.
Okay. Peace, Elder Ra. Peace, Elder Ra. Akhu. Welcome to the building.
Peace to everybody present.
Peace.
And I want to add to that question when you're done answering it, Marv.
Oh, for sure. But I'll definitely let Tehuti,
it's gonna be even better. It's gonna be great.
Okay, so as I've taught many times and shown, but I haven't had a long conversation on astrology. I teach directly. So first, what the brother said about astronomy, which is what he was actually describing, is actually correct as far as farmers are concerned, and mapping stars to tell when the 3 seasons in Kemet would start, and also to tell when the Sapti star would have the vernal heliacal rising with the 3 stars of Orion and the sun at the same time to affect the Nile Valley flood, so that the farmers know when to plant and when to harvest. That was the astronomy that that Kemetians had. The astrology, as far as basing your life decisions or the effect of a star on your body or your life, that came in with the Ptolemies. Ptolemies, who came into Kemet with Alexander in 332 BC, came in, and they introduced the Dendora, the Dendora, and they took Kemetic symbols, and they created astrology, which is to say that different planets affect you. Different planets affect you, and I have yet to see any ancient papyrus verify that we ever had these teachings pre-Ptolemy. But I am open to see if that does exist. Not astronomy, but astrology, saying that if you're born in the cusp of this, then your life will work like this. From what I've seen of astrology, it's basically whatever you want to say. you can never be wrong. So I could say, what is your sign, Menkheperra? Scorpio, and I can say, Scorpio, very determined people. I can look at you and you're very business minded, and I know that you like women. And when you see you like women and you're very
But that's still shallow though.
Sexual.
That's still shallow though.
Right. But it's a,
You know I'm
it's
gonna burn
it's
this motherfucker up, right? I want to burn
the
this
basis
up,
of the
right?
conversation.
He's Scorpio, Ron Scorpio too.
Hey,
The
look,
basis of the conversation, whether it
house
is
down.
gets shallow or deeper,
I'm gonna burn the house down.
it's not based on anything that we spoke before invaders came.
Right.
We never sat down and broke down that any particular, and then I'll let the brother, because this is, I like having these kind of conversations because I think that as our people, we're into everything. We're into so many different things. So of course we're going to come across, and that's what the Killah Priest podcast is so good, because everybody can come on here, and Priest stays pretty unbiased. He just watches and smiles.
It's on. I'm learning, man. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
And so I would say to somebody who is into astrology, what is the main planetary body that has the most obvious effect on us that can be proven?
I think the elder one.
Well, that's one thing. I definitely like Akhu to kind of express it. You do it systemically as well. So,
Man, I've been sitting here patiently waiting. First thing I want to say is that the oldest astrological chart on the planet Earth is for the coronation of King Joseph. It was written by Imhotep. The date is July 16th, 2627 BC or 2726 BC. I'm not sure.
can you put it up a bit?
Put on this.
Put it up. Put it up.
We can't hear you, brother. I'm going to turn
Say
up.
that one more
You're
time.
not wearing headphones.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I heard you, King, but
Say
could
that
you
one
say it
more
again?
time.
Because Tehuti didn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Much better now. Yeah. I hear you clear
Okay.
as
What
light.
I said was that the oldest astrological chart on the face of the planet Earth is the Hypsomata chart for the coronation of King Joseph, and it was calculated by his astrologer Imhotep, as he's commonly known. Imhotep is how I say his name. The chart is for July 16th, 2627 BC, or I might have my numbers mixed up, 2726 BC. Okay. The zodiac itself is the Nile flood calendar. First of all, all of the signs in it are Greek depictions of the Egyptian version. Okay, Aries was attributed to Alsab because he was the renewing of the cycle. Set was attributed to Libra. You see, Sekhmet to Sagittarius, simply because they changed the name. First of all, secondly, Herodotus said that the ancient Egyptians, in the book 2 of the histories, he said the ancient Egyptians ascribed to every day a deity and to every month a deity. And with it, in conjunction with the time of a person's birth, could tell the handiwork of this man even until his death. Now that is astrology. Every religion on the face of the planet, including the ancient wisdom of Kemet, is astrological. All of the Naturu or the Niter correspond with planetary energy. The whole science of applying as above, so below is purely Egyptian. What the Greeks and the Romans have recorded of astrology, they always refer to the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians said that this planet here meant this. The ancient Egyptians said that this goddess ruled over a man's work. So when you say that it came with the Ptolemies, you have plenty of evidence, and I would direct everyone here to read a book written by Cyril Fagan called Astrological Origins, where he shows and proves that astrology, the science of it, as far as what we call genethliacal, applying it to human affairs, came from ancient Egypt. And I believe the Egyptians got it from Africans before Egypt, because the science is way older than the pyramids. The pyramids, in fact, are a direct reference of the motion of Venus and Mars and the sun. Okay?
Bro,
Even though
that's
they
about to be on right now.
So I'm not gonna say that
Can we do
that the
one thing at a time?
the Greeks did not popularize astrology for
Right.
the Western world, and that the modern Western academic seek to whitewash everything. What people really don't realize is the Greeks were black. They were as black as killer priests, the Ephrygians and the Phrygians, and these are the original astrologizing Greeks. The Greeks that we reference as the Europeans, the Caucasians, they weren't even heard of until 1200 BC. So astrological sign symbolism of Dendera was the end of a legacy that started well before that. You can get this written from books by Maurice Bucaille, by John Anthony West, by R.A. Schwaller de Lubitz. They have evidence to show forth and prove the existence of an astrological practice in ancient Egypt long before the Greeks even came out the caves.
Okay. Very interesting. So step one, the astrology basing how your life will work on a particular planet, one of the 12 houses. Could you give the reference again where we can find that that's actually what's happening?
That's actually what happened.
Can you give the reference?
The reference.
The reference that I gave
Yeah.
was Astrological Origins by
No, he's asking
For the comedic,
comedic influence.
reference where somebody was born under a particular planet, and that planet was
certainly.
associated with a deity.
We have more than one demonstration. I just gave you a date.
Yep.
July the 16th, 2627, the coronation of King Joseph, composed and calculated by Menkheperra. They still have this chart. You can get that information off the Google, or you can
I'm on the Google.
okay, you can look up Astrological Origins by Cyril Fagan.
Right.
Okay.
What I'm.
He shows and
Oh,
proves.
okay.
So you want a particular planet. So you have to broaden your
No, I
understanding
want-
of astrology because
I
it's not
want-
based on one particular planet.
I want a reference from a comedic source that when people were born under a particular planet, they were told how their life would be. They were told what they would like. Just like how astrology works right now.
I just gave you a reference.
the reference to the to where we can read that. You give me a book, but what's the tablet?
In that book, let me ask you this.
What's the tablet or the papyrus that I can pull up where we can look at that story?
In that book, it's about this thick. He gives more than 100, which I had to memorize.
Okay,
I just gave you one reference, a chart from King Joseph. You can go get the book, and he will demonstrate for you all of the correspondence.
What's the
all
chart?
Of the
I
tablets,
want to pull up the
all
chart.
the tablets that he's referencing. The number one, the symbol.
Can we get the chart so I can pull up?
He wants to pull up the chart.
Yeah,
So
I'd like to pull up the chart that you're speaking of, please. What is it called?
Okay, the chart is called the coronation of King Joseph, July 16th.
in addition, is it possible, Temple of Seti, when he was buried, I know the ancient Cometians, they used the decanates. There was a period of time that decanates was a priority in their
In all
sequence.
actuality, they use pentaves. The reason why we think they use deacons is because on the funerary text, they only put 36 of the positive.
Correct.
ones.
Can you pull that
They didn't
image
show
up?
the ones at night.
Can you-
Okay. Listen, if I knew that I was going to come here to cross-reference astrological origins in Africa, I would have prepared some notes so that I can address his question. You want me to reach in my pocket and pull out a picture of a stellar? I can't do that. You can go to that book,
In the days
and
of
he will give you
today, we
1,000
don't have to.
references.
Actually, in these days and times, we actually don't have to go to libraries and reach into our pocket anymore. We have Google. So
Well,
actually,
like I
I actually
said,
don't want you to
Google
reach
is
into
a
your pocket.
library.
I'm trying
I
to
don't
pull
want
up.
to semanticize that.
I'm just trying to
wanna
pull up
say
the
you can
coronation. I
pull
can't
up
seem to
that
find
book.
it.
You can
The
pull that book
coronation
up.
Of it's
I just told him where to find the coronation of King
Could
Joseph.
somebody?
Okay. So if you
Can
pull
you
up the
pull up the
PDF,
temple?
you can pull up the
I sent you the
PDF,
image, by the way.
Astrological Origins. You see
Coronation
from
of King
Cyril
Zoser?
Fagan. Indeed. You can pull up the PDF for the book I just referenced, and we can find it in chapter 2. Okay. My point is, everything in the world you ain't gonna find on Google. First of
Correct.
all.
Go back to
And especially anything in reference to astrology. Secondly, you have to be broaden your field of research, because you what can you tell me about King Joseph?
So
What can you tell me about? My point is, what can you tell me about Egypt and Greece before the European? You see, to just say that the Europeans, Greeks brought that into Egypt and we don't see it before then is a misnomer, because we have it on the coffin lid of Ramses. You can look that up. We have another chart.
Can we deal with one thing at a time, please, sir? Just one. I don't want 50,000 things. I just want one thing. We're trying to look up the coronation of Zoser and how he used astrology. I can't seem to find that. Could you, maybe AD could find that?
Coronation of
Zoser, some kind of papyrus where it speaks about Zoser using astrology.
King Joseph wasn't the astrologer.
it was his astrologer.
Right. Well,
Yeah, Imhotep was his astrologer,
Yeah.
first of all.
we're trying to look that up.
So looking at the Temple of Seti right here.
You can go to my
the
Instagram.
Temple of Seti,
You can go to my Instagram and
before
get
we
this
jump from
stuff.
thing to thing, can we just get the coronation of Zoser pulled up so we can look at it? This is just the first question I'm asking.
What he's saying is the reference was part of a research.
Well, that's fine. But every piece of almost every archaeological find
Yeah.
is available to the public. So wherever that researcher got that archaeological find and put it in the book, it's available on archaeological sites. So we're looking up the coronation of King Zoser. We're just waiting for that.
Okay, so if I get this correctly, your stance is that astrology was not used for earthly affairs, but it was used for agricultural.
Astronomy.
Okay, so astronomy was the use of it.
What the brother KP was asking, what was the difference between astrology and astronomy? And astronomy was dealing with understanding, the farmers understanding when to plant their crops, when to harvest. This is astronomy, right?
Okay.
So that's understandable. The thing about walking up to a person and telling a person that you're born in the cusp of this, and because of this, you're really an intelligent person who seeks that kind of thing. If I could find a reference of people in Kemet or anywhere,
I can give you another.
In the
I can
motherland.
give you another
people,
right now from this book right here.
Okay. We're gonna look this up, and then I'm gonna show you that it came from
this
Ptolemy.
book right here, Astrological World Cycle. This brother says
1933.
Yeah, this brother says, the many systems of chronology adapted by different nations at various times are usually the source of great confusion to later historians, archaeologists in their attempt to fix the period's history. Let me get to right here. It says, however, whether the ancients mentioned the position during their own time of the planets or of the equinoxes in reference to the zodiacal constellations, the chronological era of such men in world history can be determined with exactness. An illustration of the truth of this claim, and one which incidentally proves great astrological learning of the ancient Egyptians, who could so correctly place the planets in a mummy's coffin now in the British Museum, which bears on its cover a zodiacal representation of the planetary positions at the time of the dead Egyptians' embalmment. Calculations by modern astrologers have proved that on the precise date of October 7th, 1722 BC, which precedes the date that you gave us for the Ptolemies, 332 BC, the planets and luminaries were in the exact position shown on the coffin design. This isn't the only coffin. They got the coffin of Ramesses. Okay, they also had...
Sorry, I'm sorry. That's what we're conflating is I'm asking for where the Kemetians spoke, a translation of where their stories spoke on what you're talking about, not from a commentator, not from a book of what somebody is saying, what they believe. I'm talking about if you're going to pull up a coffin text, I have the coffin text here. I have the coffin text. I have the Purim Haru. I have papyrus references and archaeological finds. If you could just give me the coffin text reference and the translation, or I can look up the translator and we can read it together so we can see that this is something the Kemetians said.
Okay, so if I get this right, just to drive the point, you don't feel that the science is actually accurate, right?
I don't have any. I don't have much feeling.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
do you know it's
dealing-
not accurate? So knowing. So you speak from a knowing place.
I'm dealing with the origin of astrology
Mm-hmm.
and where it came from factually. I haven't even given how I feel about it yet.
Okay.
I haven't gotten there. I'm
So-
just dealing with is it something that was introduced to our culture
Mm-hmm.
because the people were foreigners and they didn't have a way of life. They didn't have anything. So they started creating things like Christianity, astrology.
Astrology
tarot
is not a
cards,
religion. That's the thing. That's the biggest misnomer. Everyone.
spiritual system.
It is not a spiritual system. It's a science of observation of the energies from the cosmos with our practical reality. Has nothing. It is the imprintation of what the tone of your first breath relayed in your inception in this reality, and the energetic frameworks that are surrounding you from that experience till you die.
That sounds great. What I'm talking about is saying that if you're born in this month, it's governed by this planet, and therefore you will behave in a certain way. Is there? I'm just asking a question. I'm not.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
For example, I did hear you speak about the moon.
Correct. So
Does the moon have some type of?
So here's one thing, just so you can understand my background. When I first was studying in astrology, I was very ignorant. Like even looking at my natal chart, which was just a two-dimensional image showing what the position of the stars were during my first breath, it seemed like hieroglyphics. It's until I've actually tested the science. I approached it not from a believer standpoint, just like yourself. There's no feelings. Even the rulership of astrology is Aquarius. There's no feeling to it. I'm using my higher mind, and it's research oriented towards experience. So the relationship that I'm building, I didn't go to a pastor or a religious faculty to believe in ideology. I am observing reality and calculating my own energy in reference to it, and those patterns are existing. And if you don't even go through that process, it's like saying you know how to play ball and you've never even dribbled. You know, I think there has to be a relationship with the science to even understand the reference point that even an ancient can have, because you had 12-year-old pharaohs. You think these priesthood are elevating these type of pharaohs if they didn't know that this person was born to be this way? Okay. You know, there's those practical realities that common sense can also infuse. But I think the biggest misnomer is believing that the Greeks in the ancient times were the modern day European Greeks that have given us this knowledge. They may have reinterpreted the language.
What would you say? What would you say is the what would you say is the Medunetter word for astrology? Or the
what is the Medunetter word for?
I don't speak Medunetter.
Okay,
but we don't speak Greek either. We don't speak Greek either. Isn't astrology a Greek word?
But
I'm sorry. I'm just asking a question.
Hold on a second.
Is astrology a Greek
Number
word?
one, even Greek is a dialect of Ethiopia.
That's fine, but we don't speak Greek. But astrology is a Greek word.
So
we don't have a word for astrology in
the
English.
Greeks aren't white.
Okay,
so you got
that's a different
idea
topic.
Listen, everybody in Africa speak the Medunetter.
I'm not discussing that. I'm just asking a question.
One at a time. Let's do it one at a time.
So you're basically saying.
Asking a question.
My point is, I got a point to make about his question.
Okay.
He's looking for specific evidence based on his criteria.
No.
That's not how it works. You're not the determinant for that. What I addressed was the fact that astrology is older in Africa than 332 BC.
And that sounds great. I'm just looking for the source of that.
Well, I just told him where to look to find the source. Okay, I'm not in possession of Stella. Okay, so I don't have to supply that. I tell you where to go to find it. My thing is, your skepticism or your questioning is based on conditions. You have to examine astrology objectively and then determine if it's real. That's one argument. Secondly, the references to the Egyptians, you can get more than 1,000 of them from that book because I didn't memorize all of the sources for it. And thirdly, you can read the Medunetter by Ra-Unifa Amen. He lets us know that. Sheikh Anta Diop talks about the astrological origin. And lastly, before I leave this discourse to y'all, is this. The Egyptian term for astrology translates as knowledge of the stars. The same way the Greeks copied it and used it and turned it to astrologic, it's translated into their language. You see? So it is older than Egypt in Africa. We know this because the West Africans name their children after the day of the week. You understand what I'm saying? The whole Nile flood calendar, when they harvest, the fact that Virgo was used as the sign of harvest is typical of ancient Egypt because this is the month that they harvest in. This is the month they harvested. Cancer, the crab, also represents the boat. And this is the first month of the flood. You see? So, and if you understand how the Greeks drew a centaur, but this was the month that Pharaoh trained his cavalry. You see, if you understand the culture of Egypt, you can see the parallel. Okay? And they lived this thing. It wasn't a religious belief.
Okay. So, like you said, there's hundreds of references. I try to look it up. AD, you also try to look up the coronation of Zoser. You did too. Right?
Here it is. Here.
I just sent him.
I'm sorry, sir. Can I finish? AD, did you find the coronation of Zoser translated?
I googled it. Here it is. What do I do?
I'm just asking, AD, did you find any translation of anything called the coronation?
I googled what I was told to Google.
What's the book? Can you just shout out the book one more time?
What's the papyrus?
Listen, I just sent him
get off of that
a link. I just sent him a link in the chat to where he could get where the information I read.
Oh, I think on Zoom.
So
Chat room is almost time. Chat room.
Let me ask a question. So since we can't, what's the brother's name on the chat?
Raku.
Peace, Raku. So since I don't want to keep going on asking the brother, and me and AD look this up all night. So obviously we can't find it.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first reference I asked for has not been found by me or AD. He can continue.
Well, no, he sent me this link right here. So we've got this.
Okay. Good. So when
I
you
sent
find
them the excerpt.
Here's the
from
excerpt.
The book.
Okay,
Right.
the excerpt, and this is from a Kemetic papyrus. And AD, what's
No, it's not from a Kemetic papyrus.
Okay, then it's not answering
Let
my
me
question.
ask you something, brother. What would I be doing with a Kemetic papyrus?
You don't have to do anything with it. The
Can we be real?
Kemetic papyruses have been translated, and I'm just asking a question: is there verification that our native ancestors believed in these things that you're talking about? And I asked for a native source. I asked for an indigenous source, not Herodotus.
I just gave it to you.
Herodotus.
I gave you two.
You gave me Herodotus. And
I gave you
me
one from Herodotus,
Yeah,
and
that's
I
Greek.
gave you two Egyptian charts.
And we haven't found.
Three of them.
We
On the
haven't
coffin of Ramesses, there's one. Okay.
We're still
See, now
looking.
this is the catch.
We have
Suppose
not-
I had a picture of the coffin of Ramesses. I'm not a translator of the Metu Neter. Are you?
That's fine. That's fine whether you're not a translator.
I asked you, are you?
I'm asking. I translated to a point, but I'm asking a question. Behind you is the Purim Haru. I'm looking behind you, and I'm seeing chapter 25 of the Purim Haru. That is an image of an actual papyrus behind you. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so that is a source, a reference of what the Kemetians believed in based on what they drew themselves, what they wrote themselves, and there are translations of what that is behind you that you can find by the thousands from Gardner to Budge to many different translators. So if somebody says, did the Egyptians believe in an afterlife and a judgment, you could say, oh yes, it's on the papyrus of Ani, right? 1250 BC. Here is the image of it, and here's the translators. Boom, and here's what it says. Question answered. I'm asking the same question just for astrology.
You see, but I can't answer that question.
Okay, then we can move on. If you can't answer, then we can move on to the
what
next
I can
topic.
What I can do
Okay, so let's
is
get on to you,
refer
sir.
everyone here listening to go do their research and to go see the sources provided by another translator instead of Budge or another one we have.
That we have not in front of us.
Gotcha. So
We have not. So that's the first. So I just want to deal topic by topic. So the first topic is unanswered.
I think
topic.
I think it's mixed in impression because here I'll tell you why. Astrology is also the science of understanding the key words that are ruled under certain specific planetary energies, right? When you're using the word believe, like, was this a belief? You're exercising the power of Neptune or Pisces. Astrology is not something you believe in. Like I said, it's
something you have to observe, and if it's a lifestyle of a people, it's already a part of their makeup.
I agree. No, but you just said something very interesting. You said if it's a belief, it's governed by the energies of Neptune and Pisces. Did you just say that?
Correct.
Okay, let's start right there.
Mm-hmm.
Where can I find any ancient ancestor saying that if you have a belief, it's governed by Neptune and Pisces? Where can I find that reference other than Greece?
All right. So now this is, and Ron, you can interject, but this is what my answer is, right? Astrology is the science of observation. When you actually are studying the planetary motions, even according to the energies that we have here, undeniably, you are recording a similar signature. Let me show you how it relates in real life. There are days where you feel extremely energetic, very mentally clear. You may not smoke or be inebriated, but you feel very mentally clear on those days. But you don't have that same dexterity every single day as much as you want to, even the same physical dexterity, even the same emotional temperament, even the same psychological tolerance that you have for other people. But we still notice that there's different moods and rhythms that we convey, but we are very absent to actually observing a reference point of where these energies come from. And by proxy of saying astrology is a belief, no, it's not. I may believe in the Most High. I believe the Most High has put me on this plane so I can be able to develop a certain level of wisdom, but also be open to change and evolution as I continually grow. But astrology is still a tool, much like a hammer is. It has nothing to do if I believe it's real. I mean, we're still governed by the days of the weeks. They're called Monday, but in Spanish it's called lunes. That's the moon. Miércoles, you have martes. That's Mars. That's miércoles. You have jueves. This is Spanish now. You have viernes, which is Venus. You have Saturn Day. You have Sunday. These are different languages happening in today's spectrum. We're all speaking English to have a debate on what the ancients have, if they used it to interpret. So you mean to tell me they know that the Nile River would flood and they feel that a part of their lives weren't impacted? Women by proxy were connected to the moon, which the moon rules, and they understood there was a relationship between that cycle and their own nature.
So is this to say no, you don't have a reference?
What reference do you want?
Okay, let me ask the question again.
If you want me to be scholarly and things like that.
I'm asking a question because there's beliefs being presented, and I'm just asking: are they indigenous to our people? You said that.
Who's our people? Who's our people?
You said that belief is governed by Neptune and Pisces. Did you hear him say that, priest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a reference or verification that belief is governed by a planet, Neptune and Pisces, before Greeks said it? Is there any reference in ancient cultures in the motherland that Neptune and Pisces specifically govern a belief system? Just
You're
yes
not
or
going
no?
to get
Yeah.
Neptune and Pisces specifically because
Okay,
the
then where
Egyptian
did that
reference was to Nebhat. It wasn't to Neptune. Neptune is a Greek copy of Nebhat, and Nebhat was
That's
the goddess
incorrect.
of belief and ceremony and the religious
Which are
temple.
which the same narratives still match the Greek narratives. That's what I'm
Right.
basically saying. They're derivatives.
Where Nebhat is the
Nebhat.
goddess of belief, and where can I find that?
She's the goddess of the temple ceremony and
Where-
religious rites.
where-
Is that not deal with the belief?
Every
then-
temple has a Neith has the goddess has a temple of the bee. There's Selket. There's many goddesses that have temples.
Oh, indeed.
Where do you get
Indeed.
that? Where do you get that? Nebhat particularly is the goddess of belief, and she's connected
because
to
of the
Neptune.
interpretive
where-
value that
Because
every
of
single.
what she is the goddess of.
That's
Where
what I'm
did-
saying.
Where does it say that?
Okay.
Where can I find?
So
I'm just
let me-
asking.
You could probably
That's a good
find,
point.
you could probably
If
find
no,
it
if
under
you
the
don't know,
Vatican.
he brings a good
If you
point.
don't know, just say you don't know. We can move on. I mean, it's fine.
Which is
It's
a
fine. There's no problem. I don't know how to build cars.
Look at Wallace Budge, since you recommended Budge.
I have all of
look
Wallace
at-
Bud's books. Which one, sir?
Look at Wallace Budge, the gods of the Egyptians, and let's find out what she is the goddess of.
I have it right here.
What she is the goddess of. What is she the goddess of? Religious rites and ceremonies. Beliefs and religious rites and ceremonies go hand in hand.
No papyrus says this. Where are you getting
Okay,
this from?
so here's the thing.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, all I'm asking, listen, if I was talking to a Christian, whether I believe in Christianity or not, if I said, where does it say in your Bible, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, and then he could say, oh, John 3:16, and then we could get the Bible, open it up, and look at it. You're making a statement that our ancestors had this way before the Greeks. And I say, okay, let me walk with you. No problem. Then you made another statement that Neptune and Pisces, those particular planets govern beliefs. And I'm just asking you, where is the reference?
That's
if you don't have it, just say
because those references, when it
That's
comes to esoteric sciences, surprisingly enough, they're not mainstream. So these types of books are hidden from us.
Well,
they are put under the Vatican, or like where Doctor Strange would be. You know what I'm saying? Where he got all those books. So
under the Vatican is a
no.
That's a sacred.
I need
science.
to say something.
No.
I need to say something.
Well, I just want to interject and say one thing.
Okay.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah,
just wanna reference this one.
Okay, what he's doing is he's saying, show me the Egyptian scroll that says the Egyptians invented mathematics, that they invented building pyramids. Show me the Egyptian scroll on how they built the pyramid.
I didn't ask for
That's
that.
what he's saying.
No, that's not
That's
what
what
I'm
he's
saying.
saying. Okay, but it's equivalent.
That is not what
because
I'm saying.
you
It's a
can't show
false
me
equivalency,
where the
logical
Egyptians
fallacy.
invented pyramids.
That's not what I am saying.
But we know that they did.
I'm
But we
not
know that they
discussing
did.
who created the pyramids.
But it's a
Sir,
parallel discussion. If you look at it from a debate standpoint, you have to use context
I'm just
because if you
asking
leave
for
it in a
reference.
certain framework, it's okay. Let's say we don't have a reference, right?
Okay.
Let's entertain that
I
idea,
want to
right?
trace these beliefs back to our culture.
You
That's
said
all.
trace beliefs back to our culture,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And when you say our culture, what do you mean?
Where you trace it back to Nile Valley.
Okay, so that's by proxy saying that civilization started in Nile Valley, right?
Civilized. Oh, sorry.
It's on.
A spill Neptune.
Yeah, it's on. It's on. We got snakes. We got welcome to the Killer Priest podcast. We got snakes,
So-
cats. We got everything up there.
I'm just asking. Okay.
So-
listen.
So
listen
what I'm
to this.
basically saying is,
I'm not
let's.
trying to turn my
No.
my question or sentence into another.
You have a relevant question.
I'm just saying, if you don't, brother. Okay. Ask
You
me-
want me to
ask-
say no?
Killer Priest. Ask me
I'm
something
here to
about
give
the
you-
Mayans. Just ask me anything about the Mayans. Ask me anything.
Did
That's
the
a-
Mayans build pyramids?
Okay. They build structures that look like pyramids. But ask me something very specific about the Mayan belief. Watch this.
Is there such thing as the Mayan calendar?
Oh yes. There's a Mayan calendar. But ask me something more specific about what they particularly believe in that they said. Ask me if they said. Just make up something.
Oh. Did the Mayans say that Quetzalcoatl would come back and say,
I at this time have no reference. Watch this answer. I have no reference of the Mayans saying that. I have heard people say that the Mayans said that, but me myself, I have no reference or a translation from any of the Mayan books that they themselves said that. Next question.
Got you. I have no reference, but my reference comes from experience. One of let me tell you my belief, not my observation or what I know in terms of studying astrology, but my belief is that DNA carries the code and ancient relevance of our vibration. Ancient knowledge can be in a physical book and it can also be incepted within a person. You literally realize that when you were a young kid, you knew how advanced you were. You knew how way ahead of your time you was. And what I'm basically saying is we tend to not appreciate the evolution of a person's nature by ignoring the patterns that are exhibited. We want everyone to be in a box, but astrology tells you that everyone has their own tone. And that tone is I may use the term Mars today, but if I go back to my culture of Haiti, or they may have attributed to Shango. Now, how do I make the association? How do I prove that that Shango was actually translated or is associated with Mars because of the observation of the energy? And what do I mean by that? The key words.
Archetype.
Every single civilization describes more or less the same composite of energy to determine a specific entity or deity, to cover a narrative that covers that custom at the time. They were still observing, wow, during these moments in time, I feel this type of energy, and they're idealizing it. And throughout culture, they're observing the same things and calling it different, just like your name.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that Neptune and
Or Mars, Shango.
or the moon is sending an energy to the planet, and that energy is affecting life forms that particularly Neptune is sending, and then Mars sends another one, and that Mars energy makes you behave a certain way, and the Venus energy makes somebody. This is what the claim is. That's sending energy.
Correct.
Is that,
And
is that
I
for
think
the closest one, which is the moon?
the closest it doesn't work like that because when you open your which is a good point. These are I think you're asking excellent questions.
Man,
because,
can I please interject?
Yeah.
With an answer, please.
Okay. Yeah, here goes the answer. Modern medical science will tell you that every cell in your body reproduces in 7 years. Okay. The ancients observed there's certain fractals of orbital periods in the sky concur perfectly with certain human growth processes. This is old. Okay, this is old. So when I say old, I mean ancient. That correspondence is known from the moon and the menstrual cycle. So and the moon and the menstrual cycle. Okay, but I would not attribute Neptune to any human growth process that had to do with the menstrual cycle.
But the moon does.
Neptune has to do with the development of your imagination and your beliefs. Mars has to do with the development of your physical stature. You see, each planet points to a different thing. Now, to say that the planet's influence is wrong. What we say, what we say is that the planets, that the motion of the planets concur with this activity. They don't cause that activity. Okay.
So the moon does what?
It concurs, meaning it happens at that moment. Whether the influence is different, it's observation. You're anchoring towards your own pattern. Have you ever followed the moon cycle? Have you ever do you know where the moon is right now in the sky? Okay.
You know he's done none of that.
So the moon goes through the zodiac 28, 29 days, right? And it goes through 12 different signs. When you start realizing your emotional temperament change within a period of what I say 2.5 days at a time, roughly, you'll start noticing a pattern 28 days from the time you had an experience. And once you start tracking, just start journaling for a whole year. Be very objective. Be very rigorous. And I say anyone who wants to debate that, see how your emotional temperament is running through a similar cycle. And when you realize that you tend to tear up and be very emotional within this 2-day period, or you hear from your mother in a specific time, synchronistically.
That cycle actually fluctuates from a 28-day cycle that grows each cycle to the 7th cycle of 41 days.
Correct.
Then it goes back down to 28 days. So a person has to know how to track that. You can't just say that because he's going to go out of here with the mind that every 28 days he should see the same shit. When it doesn't work like that.
Correct. I'm just keeping it surface.
I'm just gonna leave knowing. I'm not gonna assume what you. I'm not gonna assume that. I'm just gonna leave knowing that my first 2 questions weren't answered.
Okay. Cool. Which is okay.
Which is the base of what I'm saying, which is things like astrology, Christianity, tarot cards, palm reading, these kind of things were introduced by invaders, and we cannot find a reference to these things in the Nile. And I just simply asked for any reference. The brother gave a reference. The brother gave a reference. Me and AD together went to look up the reference. All we saw was pictures of pyramids. He sent a PDF, which is right in front of me, and the first word it says is Herodotus. I'm looking, and Herodotus was the Greek. I'm looking for the Kemetic reference, and I just asked the question, and I understand that you don't have the answer. Not everybody has the answers. If I'm asked a question I don't have the answer for, I will say I don't have it. It's just about ego. If you don't know, just say I don't know. It's fine. There's no problem. But if you have the answer, give me the reference and I can pull it up and we can read it together. I heard the brother here say something about our bodies are 3/4 water, and so is the oceans, and therefore the moon has a pull. Do you remember saying something like what was that?
There's a correlation between the planetary movements, meaning it's a confirmation of energy flow. And by proxy of the moon influencing just nature, we're just part of it. We tend to be very egotistical, thinking that these planets only affect us. Nature in itself is impacted, and there's a natural cycle and rhythm. It's that momentum that builds. The predators tend to come out at night when the light in the sky is illuminated and it goes towards a full moon. Hence, they have more light in order to hunt, right? We tended to call people lunatics during those time periods, still using the same energy of the moon. We are still using these same narratives biorhythmically because we notice these patterns within ourselves. Now, nature in itself is able to understand its nature, and they do it in accordance to the biorhythms of our environment. So do us.
And how does that associate with our bodies being 3/4 water? So therefore, if the moon can pull on the tides, it can pull on us.
When I mentioned that example, I was speaking from an abstract standpoint, meaning from general knowledge, people acknowledge that the moon affects the tides, right, and can pull the ocean in a very heavy big body of water, right? So and what I'm basically sharing in that reference is we are just a drop of water within a very vast ocean. We too are subject to the same forces. That's what I'm saying. We can't eliminate ourselves from that, and it's only the moon that we know that we're only familiar with that. But what I'm saying, the science, there's much more insight, but you have to go through that path of being a student of observation first, so you can see if it's valid. And that was my journey in itself too. It wasn't something I blindly believed. I had to see how it related to me in my life, and I seen how effective it was, and it had nothing to do with my beliefs. Now, tarot, which follows that oracle system, which is, these are just derivatives, and you have to ask yourself, why does it work, or why do people make it work?
Okay,
that has nothing to do with astrology.
Have I ever asked myself
Ooh,
that?
it's on right now, yo.
But I have because Christians by the hundreds have told me that Jesus has made things work for them. Muslims by the hundreds has told me that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made things work. He's the reason why they have their Mercedes. He's the reason.
We can show you the difference.
But that's belief. That's a belief. You can't calculate it. Astrology, you can calculate it.
Right, so
you want to know when you're going to have your Mars day? I'll calculate that. Let's pull up your chart. We could pull up your chart, and we can be able to assess, and we can see live and understand.
So therefore, you're going to calculate
is.
For us here. You're going to You're going to calculate. Oh, can I finish saying this? You're going to calculate how Neptune, and what was that other planet? Was it Venus?
You don't only have one. You don't only have one planetary.
The two planets that you said govern
See,
belief.
what you're doing is you're trying to restrict the conversation outside the box. You don't understand the subject of astrology. So naturally, if you're going to ask the subject, it's not okay. Here, how about this? According to Tehuti, astrology is a belief. Great. That's the point. Allow me to, you just said it.
What you said about Neptune and Venus governing the energy of belief, how do you demonstrate that for us here?
Okay. Now, that's a good question. When you utilize your natal chart and you're able to calculate your number line, you're able to understand and assess where those planetary experiences are going to lie within a 30-degree time period, or I would say a 30-day time period. When you experience your Neptune day, which, let's say, I don't believe in any of this crap, but for some reason on my natal chart, Neptune is exactly in this degree, meaning in the sky it was exactly in this degree. And this mathematical degree equates to 14 degrees. And it's my 12-degree day. So every 12-degree, every cycle that the sun goes through within the number line, right? On your 12-degree day, you're going to experience Neptune's energy. Now, that whole thing of dreamy, very illustrious, and all that element, you're going to start seeing without a shadow of a doubt that energy before you. And you can say, hey, maybe I had to believe in it and I shaped that reality, right? Okay. Now, when you start using other people for examples who obviously didn't get the information and they're experiencing a Mars day, they're very hot, they're very active. This is the day they're agitated. You're normally nice. I've never seen you like this.
And is it because Mars is position? This is what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get.
It's not because Mars.
Sorry, one says yeah, one says no. So let me ask the yeah first.
Not because
it's
Mars.
not because I'm giving you context of what it is.
Okay, can I ask that? So
get out of hand.
Mars is positioned in a certain way, and that causes you to do something, or is it just false? Is it a correlation that you're in a dreamy
confirmation. It's just a confirmation.
So everybody who was in a dreamy state where they saw visions, it only happened when Neptune was positioned in a certain way. Everybody on the planet.
There's a very fucking strange, accurate correlation. This geometric fractal correlation that every time on this day I get heated and I experience a cop or a police officer or someone who wants to enforce something, am I calling that reality towards me? I don't think so, but the more I deal with that energy in myself, the rulership, the legend, it rules anger, it rules frustration. The moment you decide to interact those energies and become calm, a mixed conflict, you realize in the same spiral cycle, when you achieve that same experience, it's
There's a misunderstanding from language, man. There needs to be
let me back
say
up.
this.
You
Let
can-
me say that. When you say rule and govern, this is what's confusing the people. Okay? When we use these archaic terms, that this planet rules or this planet governs. You understand? That language is what they have a problem with. What they don't understand, it has nothing to do with ruling as in a king ruling over a people. How do you rule your doorway? You measure it. We use the planet to measure the time when this human activity will occur because the planet concurs with its recurrence in reality. It has nothing to do with ruling or in the terms of governing as in a governor of a car.
Or deity.
Which leads right back to my question, which is great. What you said is great. With all of that wisdom that you guys that we're talking about on the podcast, did our ancestors know any of this?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Then what is...
And where are our ancestors from? Are they 3,000 years old or a few trillion?
Where is the teachings from our ancestors that they said the things that you guys are saying? Just anything. Any reference? Is there any reference at all?
There's a fresco in one of these kings' tombs.
In one of them.
On this side of the fresco are 26 illustrations, and on this side of the fresco are 26 illustrations. The tarot are derived from that hallway, first of all. And the tarot weren't even designed to be doing oracle work for. So you can't throw astrology in with tarot because the human being arranges the tarot and gives it his own interpretation. Whereas universally, from time immemorial, man has given the same attributes and hierarchy to these planetary energies over and over, culture for culture, that didn't even have effect on one another. For example, the Greeks say Mars, the Egyptians say Herokti, the Roman says Aries, you see? But Mars, Herokti, Ogun, and they're all the same deity, just presented in different cultural contexts. So what he's asking, he would have to know astrology. He'd have to have an understanding of the science to even see the correlation.
Right,
He does not.
And that's exactly what Christians tell me. That in order for me to understand, they can't give me any ancient references. I have to understand Jesus. I have to understand Christianity. I have to feel it within my life. I have to feel it. So then, can we get our understandings and feelings out of it and just give me reference from our ancestors?
Okay.
Yes or no?
So can I
ask you? Herokti is the god of war.
You give me not one reference that Neptune.
Herokti is the god of war. Let's start with that.
That's not the question I asked. You're changing my question.
What is that?
My question is.
Man, we're answering your question. You just don't see the answer because you don't understand.
But that's what Christians tell me. Yes. My question simply is the factual statements that you're making about Neptune and Venus does this governs belief, right? I'm just asking, did our ancestors teach that one? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, where? Where can I find it? Just where it's simple.
Told you.
I just told
you. Nebhet is the goddess of religious belief, ceremony, and all religious activity.
Where does it say that in the papyrus?
You said to use Wallace Budge, man. You keep asking me about papyri.
Do you know? Or if you don't know, it's fine.
I said that already.
Wallace Budge in the same
Wallace Budge is a man from the 1800s. I'm asking where in the
book. But you said to use Budge.
Right. Which Budge? Budge has 200 books, sir. Sir, Budge has 200 books, sir. Can I reference of which?
Let's do it in order, y'all. Let's do it. Let's do it in order.
Is it in the Is it in the Book of the Dead, which he translated? Is it in the Coffin text, which he translated? The Pyramid text? Where can I find it in Budge's translations? In the papyrus that they said that Nebhet was the goddess of belief.
You want to take this or you want rock?
In a sacred text that we cannot access at this moment. Next question.
But here's my point. We live in the now, at the moment, in the present, right? The whole purpose that I want to share with people in the environment out there is that astrology is extremely a helpful tool. It has nothing to do with religion. There's no level of sorcery. Your claim of people being very broad with their interpretation, you are a Leo, therefore you're very bold and
We don't do that.
That's
We don't even do
ridiculous. It's
That's not
because
even
that's the
astrology.
bubble gum that you've been sold through Hollywood
I've heard
throughout
it,
this
I've
time.
heard it in this podcast.
But what I'm basically you probably heard it in this podcast.
There's people here.
Can't
But
be digging one
the
again.
difference is, if you have not, just like your fingerprints, right? If you have not even understood or measured, or at least understood the math of your first breath or your natal chart, just so you can see. The whole premise of you're bringing Christians into this, like this is what Christians say. I don't think there's any need to single out one race because that's what every religion does. That's the process. Every Christian, every Muslim, every Jewish person, every Hindu, they feel or believe that they have the answers. Astrology is the science of observation. No matter what religion or creed you are in, your first breath was captured by this cosmic arrangement of energy. And you can measure those patterns and realize that there is an actual correlation between those planets and our actual experience. Hence, you can heal family trauma. How do you heal it? That's a good question. How can you translate that in order for you to unlock moving forward? Because you realize everyone has different personalities. Some people are fire signs. They're very firm. They want to be leader or have exercise a level of authority because
Right there. Some people are that's Aries, right?
Correct. That's
Some
just
people
your sun sign, though.
Some people are fire signs. They're very. Say it again. They're very firm. They got what? Give me the
They're
attributes.
very fiery in general. Fiery. We all know the context of it. Should I find the ancient language of Chem for fire?
So that means that if I find somebody who's fiery and and has those attributes, they are Aries.
No, they're exhibiting the actual energy of. There's a
then
correlation of
anybody can-
Mars. Yes, they are exhibiting that energy
So then
undeniably
then
in their
anybody-
chart.
Another mistake of understanding going on here.
Anybody can have those attributes. Anybody can be fiery. Anybody can be
And
stubborn.
we have them all.
Anybody
Yes, that's what I said early on the show. Everyone assumes that you're just your sun sign. You are not only your sun sign.
So
You
then-
are. You have your sun is your general ego. It's how you come across generally. It's your center force, right? But how you exhibit your emotional body or your emotional nature or your relationship with women or the community at large, that's your moon sign. Not every Aries has the same emotional temperament. Not every Aries communicates the same because Mercury rules communication. And a person's Mercury placement always dictates how they communicate. And for some reason, where it's placed always accurately determines and actually you see the observation with your
Are
eyes.
people born in Mercury the best communicators on Earth?
People born in Mercury,
Is Mercury
No,
controlling
people
the
who
best
have a
communicators
good
on Earth?
Mercury alignment are.
people who have great aspects with
So
Mercury.
to us in our black community, that would be Malcolm X.
Well,
Khalid
you
Muhammad?
can.
He's
Yes,
Mercury.
they're actual.
He's Mercury?
Now you're
I
getting
get,
to it.
hey, he said Malcolm X. Yo, let me say something.
Let's do it.
Listen,
Bring
you
his
know,
chart up.
Listen, man, bring his chart up.
All of our
Bring
great
his chart
leaders,
up.
all of our great leaders that were good speakers.
Bring his
are-
chart
are
up,
from
please.
the Mercury
Please
chart.
bring
They
his
have
chart
great
up.
aspects with Mercury, meaning Mercury is in good mathematical geometric association with other planets that support it. So when someone has a great ability to communicate, we notice the difference. Everyone does. There's a difference of energy because that person has gone through the experience of energy that the environment has conveyed in order to work with that energy.
What is that month?
It's
That
not
makes
a.
somebody, that
It's,
makes somebody the fiery sign.
it's there are categories of energy. So there are 3 fire signs. We have Aries, we have Leo, and we have Sagittarius.
What are the months of those?
Aries starts in March 21st. And Leo starts in July 22nd.
And what's the next one?
And we have Sagittarius, which starts in November 23rd or 24th.
So the attributes of those signs and those people have those attributes.
No,
Other-
let's
other
make it
other
simple.
people-
I'm gonna make it bubblegum before you go into Malcolm X. I'm gonna make it bubblegum. Astrology is basically like this. The sun was when you were born. Let's say you were born on the first day of Sagittarius, right? November 24th. Let's say it was on that time period, right? That just means the sun, the position of the sun is in the sign of Sagittarius. But what are the positions of the other planets that humanity tends to ignore? We can't keep ignoring and see that aspect right there. That's a natal chart. It looks like hieroglyphs, but it's basically a 2-dimensional chart of what the planets were when you had your first breath. That
Okay.
is Malcolm X's first breath right there.
Okay. Beautiful.
Hey,
So
listen, I didn't finish. Can I finish?
Yes, brother.
So, because it's not just Malcolm X. Recently, we had a girl who was just murdered yesterday in her apartment. She was murdered at home, strangled to death, and
Yeah,
blunt
the
trauma to
supermodel.
the head.
Right.
Right. Now, when I saw that report, I said to myself, I bet you she had Mars and Pluto conjunct in her birth chart. Sure enough, we could pull up her birth chart because that's what she has in common with Malcolm X, Mars and Pluto conjunct. And so did Martin Luther King had Mars and Pluto conjunct. So we got
And
three
we can
charts.
pull up all their charts too, by the way.
That's right.
That's
We can
just
pull up all
math.
three
That's
of
just
this shit.
observation. It has nothing
And
to do
look,
with belief.
Nothing to do with belief. What we believe is that there is a correlation between those two planets and their violent deaths. And we can show that correlation in all three of their charts, as well as at the end of their lives. You see? And we can do this for countless numbers
And
of
you
people.
can do it for any, and you can make up and do it for anything on anybody's death.
It's not
there's
makeup.
No, we can't make it up.
You can't
billions-
make it. It's not
we
makeup.
can't make it up.
Because
You're
there's-
trying to
make
sell
up
the
the
case
fact
that
that
we're
Mars
making
is
something up that has nothing to do with
There's
that.
billions of people dying per day.
Correct.
Billions
And
of rape,
the nature
And
of
it's
their death
calculated.
is written in their birth charts.
assassination. So you're gonna go through the billions of people, and each of the person that have died throughout history matches this chart.
Correct. It matches. Yes, that
Yeah.
is a very bold claim. And guess what? All you have
Yeah.
to do is calculate it. It's math. Math is perfect. This design and matrix is perfect.
It's all geometric.
And it's a geometric relationship. And what you're noticing is, hey, Malcolm X, his house also burned. And we'll go into that relationship with what Ra will communicate. But what I'm basically saying is every single person in this life, every event that happens, there's an actual correlation. There's a biorhythm that we're existing. It has nothing to do with our beliefs. Anyone can get it. That's the whole point.
Right, and you're right. Anyone can get it. All I'm saying to you, brother, is that the correlation of if somebody's born on this month and they're Sagittarius, and therefore they fall under these principles, those teachings of those correlations did not, as far as I see, come from our indigenous cultures.
Who are indigenous cultures?
Anybody before the European invaders. Anybody. Pick one. Anywhere in Africa.
I can pull up the Temple of Seti and we'll see a decadent chart that they have out there, but not really. Like as Ross said, it's a we have to actually see how it was applied.
The 36 decans. I'm talking about you're born on this month, so therefore you're an Aries, a fire sign. Where did that come? If we just take that, where did that come from?
Folklore, just like why you're here.
Aries is a fire sign.
Just like why you're here.
If you're born in this, I'm asking for a specific. Where did
That
it
came
come
from
from?
ancient Africa.
Where in ancient Africa did they teach? That
Ancient Egypt.
Excuse me. Where in ancient Egypt did they teach that if you're born in April to this month, then you're an Aries and you're a fire sign? Just that one. Like
Here goes one for you.
Just
Here
that
goes
one.
one
Where does
for
it
you.
say that?
You see that? See that guy right there?
Annie?
No, this isn't Annie. This is Skye.
Which
We know this is Skye because here goes his name. Skye, right here.
Okay.
Okay, this guy. This guy is the temple priest who calculated the length of life, of the deceased. Skye. He's a priest of Sut or Set. This guy. That's what he's doing in the funerary picture in the first place, because he originally calculated the length of life of this guy. Okay? Now you got to go research what a Skye is and what Skye did in ancient Egypt.
Yes, and I haven't found such. I've not found such a man.
Okay, so
I'm
here it
pretty
is.
sure you read everything that was
I
ever
see the
written on it.
symbolism, but you're
Yeah,
not
I know that.
answering my
So-
specific question, sir.
I
It's
just
fine
did,
if you
man.
don't know
I
the
gave
answer.
you a relic too.
If
You named
I
this
asked
relic.
a question. Where did we teach? Let me see if you can hear me clearly. Where did we teach before invaders that if you're born on this month, that you're this sign and that's a fire sign and you'd have these attributes? If you don't know, then we can move on. But I
All
want
right.
to ask this question
So,
to 11.
I'll give perspective.
I'm asking,
I have
where does it
I have a
say-
perfect context for it. I'll answer to the best of my ability. It may not be the answer you're looking for, but I'll just answer from my perspective. Astrology is the science of observation. It's a craft. It's like understanding math, right? where is it that a blacksmith existed in ancient Chem and actually taught that craft? Is there anything, any papyrus that teaches the forging of material in ancient Chem where that craft became a form of mastery? What I'm basically saying is it's just like a blacksmith or a person who works at in any capacity. It's a trade. And that trade was reserved towards people who were interested in the science of observation, more knownly for the priesthood. And those things weren't publicized. Those things weren't necessarily publicized in certain time periods, but it doesn't mean in certain epochs it was public knowledge.
When were they ever publicized in Kemet that we get this knowledge from? Where did you get this from?
Now, Kemet is thousands of years old.
Okay, could you just give me one reference of, if you say it wasn't publicized at this time, when was it? Because we have to derive our information from our ancestors from somewhere. So where does it say
I don't have the reference.
Okay,
The Temple of Luxor.
The Temple of Luxor says what, sir?
The Temple of Luxor. You know, the
You're
way the
laughing?
Temple of
You
Luxor
okay,
is
sir?
built.
Is everything okay?
The way that the Temple of Luxor is built,
Yes.
and it is replete for every chamber back to the Holy of Holies.
You're talking about the Temple of Man.
It corresponds. That's right, the Temple of Man. It corresponds
I can pull
with
that
the
up.
doctrine of astrology. In other words, an astrologer would go in there, and that's all he sees is astrology. You
Okay.
see, you definitely can't say that a Christian would go to the Temple of Luxor and all he sees is Jesus. Secondly, what I wanted to add was this: you said
you were
that
gonna put the
the
first church
Egyptians
we had.
used astronomy, that they didn't use astrology. You said that the Egyptians used astronomy; they didn't use astrology. Number one,
Astrology
the
goes back to
Europeans.
Dendora.
The Europeans separated astrology from astronomy. And when you said that astrology is a Greek word, so is astronomy.
Yes.
Okay. So my point is, it's not what language we are using to convey the information. It is the understanding that the information conveys that is the topic, not the language. Because if you say camisa in Spanish, and I say shirt in English, okay, and the Arab says camis without the A at the end, we all just said shirt.
You're very
Okay.
right, sir. And guess what? I can go to Saudi Arabia.
I'm not even done. So
Okay,
you're just
sorry,
gonna interject me,
I'm
right?
sorry. Go
All
ahead,
right.
sir.
So when we see in ancient Egypt a deity or a planet referenced by a certain characteristic, and then we see the same planet referenced by multiple other cultures with different names attached, what you're gonna say is that the Egyptians adopted this from them when they, in their own books, every book from any ancient astrologer, just go get a book on Hellenist astrology, Greek astrology. The Greeks never said, we gave this to the Egyptians. The Greeks said, we got this from the Egyptians. Like everything else they got from the Egyptians. Now, if you need a stele to demonstrate that, we only need to look at the fact that the Greeks invaded Egypt and took their culture and amalgamated, and what do you call that? Assimilated their culture.
And created things such as Serapis. Serapis.
Yeah,
is-
I'm not gonna see this talking about Serapis. This talking about astrology.
And astrology.
Come on, man. Serapis and astrology are totally different.
both were created by the Ptolemies. There's no reference.
Astrology was not created by the Ptolemies.
where is the
How
chart-
is it that the
where-
Chinese and the
where-
Aztec
I'm not going
and the
Chinese and
Hindu
Aztec, sir.
has astrology? They all
Where
got it
in
from the
Kemet?
Greeks.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
Where
Let's do
can we
this in
find
order.
an astrology chart in Kemet? A chart.
I just told you.
A chart.
I just told you. You got the chart from the coronation of King Joseph.
We
all
still
over
can't
his
find
tomb.
that. With 80
Let's
found
pull
it,
up-
the
let's pull
coronation
up
of
those
King
tombs.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for the
Simply because
coronation
you
of King
can't
Joseph
pull it
for
up
about an
right
hour.
this second don't mean it don't exist. Anybody listening can
That's
verify what
argumentum
I'm saying.
ignorantum. You can't base an argument based on what you
did?
can't find.
Okay, so I know the
Based
I
on
know
what you
dealing-
can't find.
You're making a
on
claim
what
when
you
you make,
can't
when you make
find.
a claim, sir.
But
It's asking
you
for
just-
the
you
reference-
just
it's
made it-
asking
you-
for the reference of the claim.
Okay, so
That's all. I don't know why there's so much ego involved. If you don't know,
no,
if you don't
I
have a
think-
reference to the claim, just say I don't have a reference. That's all.
here's
What's happening right now?
so what is the premise? then?
Ready, come in.
Is the premise to say that astrology was given to us by invaders, and these invaders carried these sciences that were not originally invented by our people, right? And that we're utilizing a science that is not original towards
our cultural narrative, right? That's what you're basically saying, if I'm getting correct.
Yes, this is what history says.
Okay, so you made a claim earlier how there's no relevance in terms of how you can just make an open interpretation. What I'm saying is, just like that chart there.
What is my exact claim? Don't say I made a claim. There's no relevance.
You made a claim that
said those words.
anyone can make an interpretation about any sign and it can just be anything. No, they're keywords specifically attributed to each energy. So that's why that chart that Ra is going to go in, which is Malcolm X's chart, it's complex, and you'll see that there's a correlation, and we can pull up Martin Luther King's chart, and we'll notice the same visually. I have the association that relates towards their death.
So I have no problem that what you're doing today and your interpretation of what you think is happening is your right to do. I have no problem with anybody's. You have a belief.
It's not a belief.
A Christian will tell me.
It has nothing to do with my beliefs.
Excuse me. A Christian will tell me.
But why are you making that claim? You can't make that claim.
The revelation is the mark of the beast. Santana will tell me the mark of the beast is one thing. He'll say that's a fact. A Christian will tell me the mark of the beast is the credit card 666, and he's saying that's not my belief. He says, and he'll use
those
logical.
Those are beliefs. Astrology is calculation.
Okay,
you're calculating an event, and your experience is aligned, and it happens every single second. This podcast is going to run. You're going to go home, and when you go home, you're going to feel a different energetic footprint. That energetic footprint is a marker of different energy the moment you open your door.
But claiming what planet it is your belief. You can't.
No, it's not a belief.
What's the energetic marker?
Open up a current chart when you're about to take a shit, and you start realizing that there's still a correlation. You're going to take a shit towards specific times on a daily basis.
What's the energy that I'm going to feel when I leave the podcast, sir?
Well, we could pull up your chart, but you have the dominion over your relationship with your emotions. That's your mastery. You thinking that astrology defines you. It is just showing the relevant energies that you have, that you possess, that you can express.
That none of our ancestors knew about this or taught.
That's where I personally disagree, but it's okay.
No, but I'm not dealing with a disagreement. I'm actually opening the floor to you to show me where ancestors taught it. I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with you. I just started off this conversation by saying, can you just present where it sounds deep today. It sounds very good, but I'm saying, were our ancestors not intelligent to know any of this? Do they have no?
That's a good question.
To this?
And I'm gonna end it right here before I let you go in. This is what I know. We're living here in the current present, and we're discussing things of ancestral nature, but we're still utilizing a science that is relevant to this day. At this current moment, I know we are the ancestors of tomorrow. So we are utilizing cosmophysics, and we are altering our reality and impacting the future that hasn't yet arrived. But when it does, by all means, there is an impact. Am I not the ancestor for my future? So for you to say that, hey, maybe the ancestors back in the days have not had a papyrus, when there has been a very big, obvious agenda to hide knowledge and demonize things to make them seem very scary, where in reality, it's a form of measurement. It's just math. And if you haven't even tried to at least entertain the idea of just calculating, just doing math, it's just a math class. There's trigonometry, there's calculus, there's astrology. When you actually decide to enter such a course of thought, you'll start realizing that there's a relationship between you and your environment. So you are your ancestor, and it can benefit you and your offspring.
I'm Aries. I have a particular personality. I have a particular.
It's not that simple. What day were you born? What day were you born?
That comes with me.
Yes. What day were you born?
I don't know the day I was born. I know the day on the chart, but not the day on the calendar. But not that I'd have to go back to the calendar and see. You mean on a Tuesday?
No. Meaning what?
Oh, the 15th.
Okay, you were born on April 15th,
Let's
right?
just say April 15th.
April 15th. What year?
No, I don't even talk about the year, but I'm just saying.
No. That's relevant. That's the whole point.
We could write it down and then I can pull it up.
What I'm saying to you, brother, what I'm saying to you is this. This is what I'm saying. Whatever you're using to calculate right now, that you're thinking that you're whatever.
It's not thinking. It's knowledge. It's knowing. N-K-N-O-W. We apply the math. We calculate.
What color is this? Priest is black?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
I've
asking.
learned that
I'm
it
just
was
asking.
black.
Okay, I'm asking a question, and after that, we can go into different topics.
Okay.
But that was just the
You
first.
won't let a person answer your question because you won't give the information that will enable a person to do so.
I won't let you answer the question, sir. You gave the answer. We couldn't find it. Yeah. You said
No,
the
that's not what I
coronation-
said.
the
That's not what I
coronation
said.
of
What I
Zozo-
said was, you
couldn't
asked
find
us
it. Like what?
You
something
mentioned
about your
just-
birth chart.
You
But
were talking
do
about
not
your
enable
birthday.
us.
And-
You do not enable us to answer your question because you refuse to give the information that we need to answer your question.
'Cause it's not as simple
about
as
your
you-
chart. About
Exactly.
your birth chart. You
Okay.
refuse to give your
My-
year.
right,
we can't,
right, 'cause-
we can't read it just from a date. We need
Okay,
the
no,
year.
no,
We
no.
also need
Then
the
guess
place
what? Then guess what?
And
then,
the time of
then
birth.
guess what? I can move from that. If you need to know my date and my birth chart, and I don't want to give that, we can move from that, and that's no problem. See how easy it is for me.
Which
to,
is cool.
For me
Which
to
is
move?
cool. No.
Okay,
That's his right.
He just needs to
that's fine. I'm
acknowledge
not-
that his
I'm-
refusal to answer
I'm-
is the reason why we can't answer that question.
for that question, and therefore I move from that.
Okay, which
And
is a
that's not
boundary.
problem.
That's a
And
boundary that you have, right?
That's not a problem. My question from the initial was just a simple question, and if you didn't have the answer, fine. I'm not interested. Whatever you teach about astrology, if you say this person was born here and you believe in that,
It's not a belief. I'm not believing in anything.
It's
I don't believe in math. I don't believe 1 + 1 = 2. It has nothing to do with my beliefs.
It is unverified factually that the two planets of all the planets in the solar system, that two planets control the energy of belief system. That is unscientifically and unverified by science and unverified by our ancient ancestors.
Okay, so give us the
that-
opportunity to just pull up your natal chart and just.
So I'm not
test the
dealing
science.
with my
No. It's not
my natal
unverified.
chart.
You got the
I'm
Callisto
saying
experiment.
that you said you made a statement that
I think
that Neptune
Can I interject
and,
for a
and
second?
Venus control belief system.
No, I didn't. Never said
You
anything
said it
about
controls-
Venus. Never
what
said
was the
anything
two
about
planets?
Venus.
Neptune and what? Neptune and
It was just Neptune. You see,
you said
and
no. You
and
named
every.
two, no. It was two planets.
Can you hear me?
It was two. It was two planets.
Okay.
Make it so you can.
And
But we
just
can reset the
asking-
point. What's the point you were
Okay,
trying to say?
The point is simply is
come
that
on.
you want to come in, man. You wanna come
Yeah, I
in?
want to say something real fast. I think y'all, that's why I always
Where's
speak
Santana?
always speak on certain things. Is I don't think that y'all both saying the same correct thing, but I don't think y'all both observing the times. When you look at Kemet was built off of astrology. The whole kingdom, whether you look at the pyramids, the way the temples is formed, and every kingdom that builds up itself is built off astrology. If you look at the way Washington, D.C. was designed by Benjamin Banneker, he used the stars to build the Capitol.
Damn, you just good.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you just.
So listen,
who don't-
my
who don't
listen,
know
point
what
is-
you
No, listen, let me finish. So basically what I'm saying is that with the stars, you know what I'm saying, every kingdom uses stars to build something.
Yes.
Now, this-
absolutely.
What astrology is, when you're talking about, you know what I'm saying, the map of the universe, correlation with the planets and who you are and the energy of the universe, what happens is that at one particular time in Kemet, that knowledge was preserved for the king. We all know that, and that to be a fact, because anytime you look at the king, he always has a
Hold it up,
star above his head. True indeed.
Hold on, hold it
Now,
up.
whether
Rob.
listen, let me finish. Whether it be, you know what I'm saying, the planets in line with it or not, that's neither here and there. But what we do know for a fact is that the king himself was also, his births were foretold. You know what I'm saying? His alignment with the universe was right and exact. So therefore, we all understood that when you study in ancient Kemet, you are studying the science of a man who was what they call the Nesubitu, who was the son of Ra. What is Ra? Ra is a sun, correct? A star, right? So, in some form or fashion, whether it's how nowadays where you have, you know what I'm saying, astrology that's been taught by the Greeks, the Egyptian astrology was preserved for the higher elites because it was more governance of the kingdom using astrology as opposed to now people use astrology to govern themselves.
Correct. It's
And then listen,
applicable.
let me finish. I'm going to show you how I'm going to prove that point.
Yes, we need proof.
Facebook, right? Facebook is a platform that individualizes people. They make their money off of everybody's, in particular, ego, correct? I put up my ego up on Facebook. This is Menkheperra. I got a queen. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's my profile of myself, correct? Astrology is a galactical or interstellar
We do this here. That's what we do.
profile
So you get drunk.
of yourself. When the stars was aligned, well, the moon was aligned. All of these different characteristics aligned with that particular person. It's an individualized form of science. Whereas back in ancient Kemet, astrology was used to govern the kingdom, to make sure that the kingdom stayed in alignment with the universe, and also that the king stayed in alignment with the universe. It wasn't about the individual people, it was about the kingdom whole itself. Whereas we live in an individualistic time.
Aquarius age.
So indeed.
And the biggest axiom that ancient Egypt said is know thyself. What does that mean practically?
Know your chart.
And knowing your chart is knowing your rhythm. Let me say it in another way. Learning your inception point. Learning your inception point in this reality. And I think it's very important to do that.
There's no. Okay, listen.
Yeah. Go ahead, right here.
Okay,
Right here.
There you go.
thank you. All right, let me explain. So, in Kemet, we had 3 major pyramids. The 3 major pyramids aligned themselves to the 3 stars of Orion,
Correct. His belt. The king's belt.
the Orion's belt.
Asar's belt.
Right, to the Sahu, to tell a story. The story of Set, Heru, Asar, Nebtet, and Aset was also told by the movement of the stars. So when this Aset star, which was called the Sapti star, came over the horizon, with the vernal helical horizon matching with the sun and the 3 stars of Orion, it would align with the flood. The flood was symbolic of fertility, because the flood would actually provide silt and water for the crops, right? The flood was called Meri. That was also Atset's name. So they would look up and find stories of their ancestors that would align with the stars. That is what that was what was going on in Kemet.
Is that a form of astrology?
There is no.
That's not astrology?
Now, listen.
Let me build for a second.
Listen,
One at a time. Let's do it in order. Let's do it in order.
Go ahead.
You asked me a question. Being born on a certain month, and saying that you have a sign.
It's not a certain month, certain moment, time.
If you're born from Aries if you're born from April to a certain other time, then you're in Aries. If you're born in this time to another time, you're Sagittarius.
That's
if you're
not
born,
true either.
If you're born in this time
it just
to
means
another
the
time.
sun was just positioned.
You know how
in
many
that
times that
constellation
you know how
during
many
that time,
times
that's
that
it.
AD has told me that I'm Aries and water sign because I say I'm April? He's using the month. If I said I was November, AD, if I said I was November, would you say I'm an Aries? I'm an Aries fire sign?
No, I'd say you're a Scorpio or Sagittarius.
So therefore it correlates with the month.
It correlates
what
with
I
the
would
position.
say.
No?
Can I say something, please?
What?
Can I say something, please? What has been popularized as the science of astrology is the idea that you are your sun sign. No astrologer, no real practicing astrologer who practices scientific astrology believes that you are any sign. You, all 12 signs and their position the day you were born describe you. They are not you. So to say I am a Leo, I am a Scorpio is evidence of a person who doesn't know how to practice the
Perfect.
science.
So you're all signs, so therefore you can be anything.
But now, how? That's correct. You are everything.
No, you
but
cannot be anything. You can
One
be
says that's
everything.
correct.
No. What I'm
Be
basically
everything, not
saying,
anything.
every aspect, you're a different form of energy. That description of your energy is in a different house.
So I wanted to get back to Menkheperra. What Menkheperra is describing how Kemet was run. Kemet was utilizing how the star movements were to tell stories of ancient times of the Netzeru. So just as Aset became pregnant and she became Het Heru or Mary, and she had the water flow, the breaking of water, was just like the Nile would flow, and it would create fertility in Kemet. So they would tell that story. Now, hold on, please.
Okay.
Now, the concept that you're born under a certain month, and therefore you behave in a certain way because you're born under those months, that concept was added. This is all that I'm saying. That was not something that our ancestors taught.
no,
and that's why we cannot find.
Let's pull up the temple of Seti. That's
so listen.
I have a reference though.
We're gonna leave the mic right here, and we're gonna go to
Man, it's
Okay.
on.
We can't
look-
find a reference to say that if you're born this month, you're an Aries, and if you're born this month, you're a Leo. If you're born this month, you're this. There's no ancient reference of an ancient chart. of astrology, is there? Just yes or no?
So in the ancient tombs,
Yes, I
you're
know.
using the references of ancient Kemp, right?
Yes.
Arguably, you know, and this is where I say it's a belief. I believe that culture predates Kemp. I believe that our ancestry is far more ancient to the infinity than we perceive. Truth is stranger than fiction. Fiction is our imagination. But when you observe energy, real recognize real, you realize that you're calculating from a form of accuracy. It's math. So if you're basically having an argument saying that because of our specific ancestors did not have any, you need references, therefore it is just you're colluding it with this it's ineffective. It is not part of our culture.
No, he's not. This is what y'all not. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. What Tehuti is talking about, right, as far as, you know what I'm saying, the coalition with Orion's belt, you know what I'm saying, Asar's belt, dealing with the Netarus of Aset, Asar, and Heru, and how, you know what I'm saying, they correlate to the rising of the flood and stuff like that. What I'm trying to get Tehuti to understand is that that astrological story, right? That astrological story
Correct.
of the flooding and how they correlate with that. What I'm telling Tehuti is that that's just like back in the days, they created the chariot, right? Now you have cars. Things advance. So at one particular time, you know what I'm saying, the stories was just about that particular family and their correlation to the flooding.
Correct. That's
but
why I say we're
plenty
our
of other
ancestors.
stars up there still. Just like at one particular time, the chariot was just the chariot by itself. But now you have different designs. You have cars. You have all different kinds of things now. Even though to you, back in the ancients, they might not have existed. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that that was the start. Just like the chariot is the start for the car.
And who changed it?
No, listen. Just like the chariot is the start for the car. Astronomy and astrology back in ancient Egypt is the chariot for
Beautiful.
the new geological.
He asked who changed it.
new
He asked who
astrology.
changed it.
Beautiful. So you're acknowledging that the way that we had it was a certain way.
Correct,
And
most
then
definitely.
you're using the word advance.
Yeah.
I'm using the word.
Well, I ain't gonna say advanced. I'm just gonna say
Well,
that it's a different
it's-
time. Let's put it that
okay.
way, because it's definitely not advanced. We just say it's a different time.
Right.
Yeah.
Something changed.
Yeah,
something
most
changed.
definitely. But that's
And
where
the
they got it
and
from.
And the change was the change by our ancestors. Did we decide to change it, or did some invaders come in and change it? And now, because we're post-slavery, we're getting what the invaders gave because they
Almost
changed
definitely.
it.
We're getting what the invaders gave.
Who was it that changed it from how the Cometians had it to something else? Which culture changed it?
The people.
Who's
The Babylonians
people.
changed it first.
The
Well, you're
Babylonians
speaking
changed it.
historical, but you're speaking historical, but I'm saying collectively speaking, in every single era, the people change their cultural context of this and interpret the language differently.
We can't find that change with the indigenous people. So who made that? We find that change now, and all the references.
It's just the Greek version now. That's what we up under.
There we
Yeah.
go.
We're not up under the Hindu,
all the
the
references.
Indians. Yeah, we're
all
not
the
up under
references now are Greek.
But
All
what do you
the
attribute the
references
Greeks as? You don't think our Greeks are ancestors to
all the
to-
references we have
prior to the
all the
invasion?
references we have are Greek. They're the ones that changed it.
Okay.
Where did-
Now you
our
have to
an-
understand
our
too,
an-
Marv. You have to understand too, Marv, that the version that you're getting of astrology, right? The version that you're using now, right, with the Greek astronomy, is that it is also too what the car is to the chariot. Meaning that, yeah, it seemed like a more advanced version, but it's still not the original carbon copy.
It is not. Yes, it's a derivative. A lot of these are derivatives, but here's the difference. You see that natal chart? It's positioning those planets exactly where it's mathematically calculated.
Yeah.
in
So
South.
I can't debate that the positioning of the stars in a moment. But if I realize that for some
Well, your
reason,
interpretation can be up for debate.
no, not necessarily, because experience relates to interpretation. And let me tell you that. Let me tell you how that works. When you're experiencing a Mars day, right? You're gonna get those themes no matter what, right? And when you get those themes of agitation, anger, or frustration, and things like that, you call it mad, you call it frustrated. But in reality, let's break the context. Let's break the details. Your energy field
is in a specific tone, and that tone can be measured, and we can call it Mars, we can call it Shango, we can call it Tehuti. But at the end of the day, no matter what culture, to the end of time, to the position, as long as the stars remain in the same geometric pattern that is going, and it can be measured, because it has nothing to do with me believing if stars are outside or if the moon is outside. It's there, obviously.
Yeah.
And there's a relationship, because every single culture, no matter what belief, still looks up in the sun, still looks up in the moon, and acknowledges that it's there.
So my question to you is: there's verification of our ancestors doing something before invaders. There's verifications of how they did things.
Correct.
Okay. And before I get to that question, in South America right now, the places that are there are named after Christian saints. And there's areas called El Salvador the Savior. There's a big picture a big image of statue of Jesus, right, in Rio, right? Prior to the invaders getting there, none of those things existed. Now somebody could say, well, Jesus came from Heru. And that's the blueprint, and that's the original.
No, that's an idol. That's an idol. That has nothing to do with astrology. That's an edifice that a man created. We don't worship that.
I'm talking about a change that has happened in an indigenous culture to what it is now. And now the modern day, let me finish, please.
Yes.
The modern day Mexican, the modern day person from El Salvador is saying that they're Catholic. And they're saying, yes, in ancient times we had this and we had that, but it's been advanced, and this is what it is today. And I'm saying that, listen, that was introduced by invaders misinterpreting what your ancestors were doing, and now what you have is the misinterpretation, and that's why the only references to the names of these things
I have one question now.
Go back to Greece. There's no ancient teachings of it amongst the Native Americans. There's no ancient teachings of it in Kemet, because it's been altered and changed in a Greek form, and now what you're teaching is the Greek form, and you can't go back to what it was before because it didn't even exist.
I can simply change the name of Mars to Shango and just start saying that now I'm within the Yoruba context.
You could change, but
language. It's like me speaking English, Spanish, Latin, French. When you have a diverse catalog of interpretation, when people say a phrase, water, agua,
yes.
all of these things still resonate with the same energy.
And we can find it. We can find them talking.
Here's one question,
we can find
though, I
them
have for
talking
you,
about agua. We can find Native Americans talking about agua,
which is
and
true.
And we can find today we're talking about water.
What Greek came in and enforced people and say, hey, you guys better learn the religion of astrology. Learn your birth chart. Learn yourself. You better understand this science and believe in it. That has nothing to do with belief.
You're adding something that I never said.
Yes, you did.
I never said
You're
that.
associating astrology with belief. You said I believe in astrology. I don't believe in astrology.
Okay, listen.
It's a science that I'm studying. I don't believe in math. It's obvious.
Your teachings of astrology and that which you teach in the planets and if you're born here, you're this sign, and if you're this, none of that. There's no reference to any of that existing prior to Ptolemies and Claudius. There's no reference to it, and I'm asking you for a reference. And we've been going on, and you just don't have a reference because it's not an indigenous teachings. It's a new, all of those things that you're talking about.
Was born from the Greeks, right?
Where is a 12 astrological chart in anywhere before Greeks came in? Where is that?
In 10th dynasty, I think 10th or 17th dynasty, in the Temple of Seti, they if you pull up that image, I'll appreciate it. They broke it down to 36 different deacons, right? And a deacon is 10 moments or 10 days, roughly, right? So every single period had 3 deacons or 30 days. 30 days times 12 is 360.
Yeah,
which is
that's the calendar.
That's the calendar. That's a full circle, right? So that natal chart that you're looking at is just a modern day. Because if you look at Chinese, the Chinese will pull up that same chart in a different manner, but it still relates the same thing. Like if a Vedic astrologer pulls up that chart, that Indian person will pull it up in a different geometric shape, but it's still the same principle.
You're dealing with, now let me.
So that's what I'm saying.
This is the astronomy. The Earth is on a 23-degree axis. It takes 25,920 years for the Earth axis to go in a complete circle. each of those time periods average about 2,000, 2,100 years, and that gives the Earth an opportunity to go into a complete circle with an
That's
axis.
right and exact.
Right.
That's right and exact.
That's the astronomy, and that's what the farmers and the ancient ones use.
And astrologers use too. That's the whole point. Why are you removing that part?
Now,
It's applicable.
Excuse me. Now changing that to that those are houses and signs, and if you're born under this, then this means that, and you're called this. That was not taught by us.
All right, so how about this?
Was it taught by us?
Yes, it was.
Where?
Just by the same. How about this? Let's be elementary now. Let's open our minds to not be too complex.
I knew this was gonna be great.
If I grew up and I realized, if I at least acknowledge as a farmer, right, that there's a correlation between this star and flooding of this area, or the fertility, or the option, right? Then I'm naturally speaking, for someone like an intellectual like yourself, right? And you don't think that collectively a group of people who understand that will realize that, yo, you know what? Let me take my own personal time and realize my relationship with nature, which is the netter, right?
You're asking me what
is the whole relationship with the language between us and nature?
You cannot base an argument on. Don't you think? I cannot add my thought to an ancient people and say, well, don't you think they would have done this?
How about this?
If you think they would have done this, then that means that they did it. That's triangular reasoning.
So I'll use that.
Let's deal with what actually happened.
Am I not ancient? Aren't you not ancient? Have you not been a compilation of a series of ancestors that have come up from the beginning of time?
Mm-hmm, yes.
And you
Yes.
and continuing past you.
It is very difficult
you.
to sit here and listen without interjecting.
You know?
Because y'all don't hear
There's no
hear the
reference, that's all,
paradox.
that's all.
You don't hear the paradox. Here goes the
There's
reference.
no reference.
He acknowledges.
No reference.
He acknowledges.
It's okay.
You're gonna respect me, bro. I didn't say nothing while you was talking.
Oh no,
Like,
he was
why?
actually talking, and you came and cut him off.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's my boy. I'll interrupt
He
him.
was the one actually talking to me. And
But
you
no,
came
let
in.
me finish. Let me say this, Marvin.
okay, so
He
that's-
said he acknowledges that they look at a star that concur with the human activity, because when it flooded, this is the time that they irrigate. This is the time that they pull all their animals from down there. So they use the star to predict what they, the humans, should do and how they should act.
The farmers, yes. Mm-hmm.
That's all. That's astrology, God. That's astrology.
How the
End of
farmer,
story.
the farmers
That's
use that
astrology,
for
end of story.
planting, not how their personal moods were based on a month.
Why? How do you know that?
It was used for
But how do you
know
There's
that?
no
How do you know
reference.
that? That's
once-
conjecture.
How do you
once-
know their
once-
moods? That's what I'm saying. You're
They
taking
never-
authority
they
with
never-
your
they
statement
never-
that
they
the
never
farmers
said-
back then had no mood.
I never said that.
How
they
do you
had
know
no
that
mood,
one
brother.
farmer
I
actually
never-
said, you know
I
what?
never-
There might be a correlation. You
I
see,
can't go by how do you know? I can't go by just can you show me what you're
but
talking
here's what I'm
about?
saying. If you
What's
you
the
can,
reference?
Okay, if you can just give me a point.
Majestic, you asked him a question, let him answer it.
Yeah. So just one question.
Yes.
At the same reference, you said you acknowledge that they associate, or they're actually utilizing that correlation to govern their actions. You're saying that they did not use it to govern their own personalities or their state of life, their personal
You're
affairs.
asking me?
That's what you said.
You're asking me.
Yeah, I'm asking.
I'm saying that we have reference. We have reference that the Cometians had three seasonal periods, and the three seasonal periods were based on weather, were based on the Earth, and was based on planetary movement, because that's how you can see what weather is going to be. And all agriculture,
Which is forecasting, by the way, forecasting.
Right, the weather forecaster, right. This is
astrology.
This is what they use for farming. Taking that.
How do you know they didn't use it for anything else? Because they didn't prove it?
We can't go by how do you know they didn't. I'm asking you, where did they? Not how do you know? How do you know they didn't wear purple shoes? I don't know. I'm asking you, where is the reference that they did do it?
Okay, how about this? So let's
The only reference that they did do it was by Greeks, because the Greeks said that they did it and that they learned it from the Egyptians.
The Greeks said that they did it. Exactly.
That's the only reference.
The
Greeks
Greeks
said
said
that
they
they learned it from the Egyptians.
The Greeks learned many things from the Egyptians and corrupted it and altered it, such as Serapis They invented Greeks and Romans invented Jesus from
And
learning
actually,
about
the Greeks didn't create Serapis.
Jesus,
the priests invented that for Greeks.
There's no
You see?
reference. Listen.
Yeah, there
Jupiter,
is.
Zeus.
There is.
First of all, Serapis is a Greek
There
word.
is.
First of all,
Serapis,
is a Greek.
Serapis was created by the Greek priest at On for Ptolemy. Serapis is an Egyptian priest creation given to Ptolemy
sir.
because they refused to make him the son of Asa.
Sir, Sir,
Yo, you better
Serapis
get
is
your
a
history
Greek
right.
word. Serapis is
Yeah, indeed.
Excuse me, sir.
And so,
Serapis
and
is a
this is
Greek.
wild.
But
This
when
is
you wanna
wild.
pull up
Egypt
I can pull up
was invaded
Serapis
by
then.
Greeks, but astrology far
Serapis is
predates
nothing.
that.
There's no Serapis spoken of in any papyrus. Serapis is a Greek conglomeration of different Nitirus that was created by the Ptolemies from
I have
Asar,
no dispute.
from
I have no
Asar,
dispute for that.
excuse me, from Asar.
I have
and
no dispute for
from
that.
Asar and Apu, and they combined those two letters to create Asar Apu, and that became Serapis, a Greek invention which became the Christ, and was called the Christ in the letter of Hadrian in 134 AD, when the followers of Serapis were called Christians, and that is where Jesus came from.
Well, far before
but
that,
I'm not
far
dealing
before
with
that,
the alteration.
Christ is
I'm not dealing with
hero.
the alteration, right? But
Hero
Jesus,
is Christ.
right? But I'm not dealing with the alterations by the Greeks. They altered things, so of course the Greeks say we got this from Kemet because of course they did. Of course they did. But what we have the rendition is
Kemet, and you acknowledge that they got it from Kemet.
They got the idea.
That's my
yes,
only. That's my
they
only
got
point.
their ideas from
That's
Kemet.
my only point.
They got their ideas from Kemet. But what
That's
the
right.
Greeks did is warped. The warped
Well, I'm not going to dispute that.
Okay,
I'm not going to dispute that they warped it. My
Okay,
point
good.
was it came from Africa.
Right.
That was my only point. You
Right.
just concurred with that.
So
So,
that-
now I don't really care what we talk about now.
right. So it's a warped Christianity. Christianity is a warped version of the story of Asar. It is not the story of Asar, though. It's a warped version of it.
Now, with that being said, if someone understood the concept of Christianity, which much of our culture still does, you don't think the same faculty of spirit, which is them congregating and being like spirit, has nothing to do with.
My brother, you keep asking me, you keep basing your arguments on the basis of you don't think.
I'm giving you an opportunity. How about this?
With what actually happened.
Let's imagine. How about this? Let's
I
imagine.
want to imagine. Okay, that's
Yeah, let's exercise our imagination.
imagine and think.
Let's imagine all our people growing up in the church, right? Every single person within that church is in an environment that is considered a ideology or a religion. But each and every single person within that institution has a different relationship with that religion. Even though they share the same title, they say, I'm a Christian, but I'm of a specific sect. And even within those specific sects, people have disagreements. My whole point of it is those disagreements and those ideologies could be shown within that person's birth chart. You'll be able to understand why they take a liking or an inkling towards a certain energy or towards a certain spiritual ideology. And it could also be altered through the effect of time. So it's not a belief. Just like everyone's saying, yo, you can very well say that your ancestors come from Kent. But what I'm basically saying is we can be much older than that. And how can I prove it? Must I prove it must I provide facts for me to be able to understand that? There's a spirit of even knowledge. There's a spirit of insight. You came on this planet with a specific set of knowledge. Not everyone comes in with that mastery of your own knowledge, right? So
my good brother, I appreciate.
You can't discount that because our ancestors. Here's your premise.
I'm just looking for facts, my brother. Please, just facts. Like can we base an argument? My conversations are based on researchable, historical, archaeological, language facts, and then we continue from there.
And we have a few books that were mentioned earlier that you can definitely expand on the research. And you know, I'll do the same thing myself.
Oh, Lord, the chat room is wild, Joe.
I love the opportunity to expand in this insight, right? Because how I've learned astrology is utilizing it in my personal life and seeing how it observed. I didn't need to understand any ideology or prove that my ancestors had utilized this or not. When I learned it, I realized there's a direct correlation between my relationship with my actions and the energy and the biorhythm of the Earth's motion. So if I need to validate my experience by believing in something, that's my choice, but I don't need to.
But we won't be able to anyway because we're talking about a divine, sacred science. We're not supposed to know this stuff. This is high elite Illuminati shit that we're not supposed to fucking know. So they hide those books. They keep those references. They don't put that shit on Google. You're not gonna find divine science on Google. You out of your damn mind. We're not supposed to be knowing about this shit because this is the elite. This is Illuminati divine knowledge that we're not supposed to know, but we're figuring it out because it takes intuition to study and understand this type of stuff. You're not going to be like, well, here's a book that says it right here. Oh, okay. It's not like mathematics. This isn't like
it's
algebra,
a practice.
You know what I'm saying?
It's
a practice you learn. Now, you're either into it or you're not. You know what I'm saying? You're either into this divine stuff and you learn it, cool. If you're not, hey, you're into this other stuff. Okay, cool. But we're going to have these studies, you know what I'm saying? It's good to discuss it, but we're not going to find the actual references that proves you know what I'm saying? Because that stuff is hidden, burned, destroyed under the Vatican or under an Illuminati pyramid or somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm basically saying is, and then you bring a good point, but what I'm saying is this: our birthdays are available now. We have the science. It's the age of Aquarius. We have the ability to disseminate the information and actually take it a step further instead of it being so occult. We can actually utilize that. I don't need to know architecture to know why this building is standing up and why it's secure. All I know is whoever decided to take that precedence, should I prove that his ancestry or that person's or that knowledge of architecture came from a certain context? Architecture changes over time. Some people can use relevant elements from the past, but every time has a different biorhythm, hence a different outcome, hence a different expression.
And our time just...
And we're not stagnant, so you can't stay ancient and say, hey, why haven't they stuck to the protocol? Who sticks to the protocol? You don't even stick to the protocol.
Every religion can say that.
Correct.
Every Christian can say that.
But not everyone can. But everyone can agree that your first breath is your first breath. Ain't no one gonna take that from you.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, sir? Is there any of our ancient ancestors? What is this age of Aquarius? What happens in that age?
Can you answer that, Rob?
What happens in the age of Aquarius?
Aquarius is the sign that gives indication of the inventive, mechanical mind of mankind. And the age of Aquarius started in 1453 when the heliacal rising of Sirius B occurred with the vernal equinox.
1453 BC?
No, AD. What marks that year is the fall of Constantinople. Okay, they had the Turks invaded Constantinople. That's one of the signs of the beginning of that age. It started that year. Okay, and since then we've been moving from a maritime state of world dominance to a technological state of dominance, which is the transversion from the Piscean age into the Aquarian age. We also find astrological correspondences when we look at the Piscean age, the Aries age, all the way back to the age of Taurus. We don't have anything but geologic science and anthropology to show forth and prove any astrological correspondence between the history and development of man and his consciousness and astrology before the year of 5000 BC. So we can only go back as far as 5000 BC, but that gives us, a plethora of ages to examine the astrological correlation. Okay. So, secondly, are we going to look at Malcolm X's chart? I just sent you another chart to demonstrate that the planets give indication as to the destiny of a person. Period. Okay. That chart between Malcolm X and the chart of the girl who was just murdered, and Martin Luther King's birth chart. All three of them bear the mark. They all carry the same elements. What we cannot say we made up is the meanings of the words for the planets, because those go all the way back before me. So no one can say I made it up. Secondly, no one can make up the place of a planet. That's verifiable information if you have 20/20 vision and you identify yourself with the planets in our solar system. There are 7 visible ones that we can track and see how far they are apart from each other. And we can calculate their motion because there's one constant. In fact, it is so constant that the length of the year has not changed, and the length of the day, a human day on Earth, has not changed in more than 2 million years by but a few seconds. Okay, so if we look at that chart, we can demonstrate what we're talking about. It is not for the skeptic. It is for those who wish to advance their knowledge and understand their relationship to the cosmos. For a person to separate themselves from the whole universe, yo. Look, from the whole universe is egotistical. To say that the energy you are made up of the exact same shit that everything in existence is made of. So to say that you operate outside of that is totally beyond me, dude.
All right,
Okay,
we
so
got
another guest.
We got another guest joining us here.
Micah.
Uh-oh.
An Indiana Jones hat on.
Go ahead and unmute, Micah. Unmute yourself.
He's like, I had
There you
enough of this. I'm ready to come in.
Dare you
Now,
talk?
first, Micah,
Shadow boxing.
please introduce yourself and let the
been hard
world
to
know
stay
who you are,
silent.
Micah.
It's been hard to stay silent. It's been stay silent. I'll tell you that. I'm feeling this other brother with me. It's hard to stay silent. Micah, Skye, blessed to be joining you guys from Kauai. Love to chime in on some of this magic, cosmological templates that we're talking about. I feel like the biggest piece I want to bring in is that unless we're going from a 13 constellation system, you have inverted templates from the globalist occult subcultures that have controlled this world and created a prisonal planet system. And that's the power of distorting truth, is you can change it by just a little bit, and it's like a football field. You can change it by a couple inches. So when you change a 12 constellation system to from a 13 constellation system, meaning 12 moons instead of 13, if we do the math, and I love math and I love patterns because they're irrefutable along with holistic truth. We don't have to over explain it. It should just resonate to you. So I want to give you the biggest hustle that's happened. They got us working 13 months and they pay us for 12. I want you to think about that. They got us working 13 months and they pay us for 12. If there's 13 constellations and 13 moons, let's do the math. 365 days a year times 30, or 20, let me put it this way, 28 days times 13 is 364 with a day out of time. You're looking at the mathematics. They altered the entire system. They carried over the 13th month into other months. And then when you had Julius Caesar come in, you had the Caesar clan come in, they switched the months around. Look at July. July is a made up month. It was made up to name, and they named a month after this leader. Now, you want to name a month after your gods back in ancient civilizations, that's one thing, but the self-righteousness and narcissism for leaders to name months after themselves, August and July, Julius and Augustus Caesar. They threw the whole months, all the month system off. Guys, let's look at it. What's October? What is October normally? Octopus, octagon, what's that? 8. That's 8. Wait a second. October is 8. What about November? 9. December 10. Look, why is December the 12th month? If really the etymology is 10, why is November the 9th month? Or I'm sorry, the 11th month when it should be the 9th, and so on. So this whole template has been distorted, and it's been distorted in a way that throws us off from even looking at our imprint from the stars and the sun. What is the imprint from the stars and the sun? Well, let's get it down to the science of it. They're called neutrinos. They're subatomic ghost particles. They travel just a little bit slower than light. And 25 years ago, there was a system developed that was tracking the imprintation of the neutrino stream to the genetics of your DNA. Now, just 7 years ago, science actually regarded neutrinos and these subatomic ghost particles that they finally figured out the reason they travel a little slower than light is because they're carrying data. They're carrying information. And so now there's an algorithm, a computer algorithm that would normally take 10 months to calculate manually that you can actually enter into this program with your time of your birth, your date, and the place you were born, and it gives you an imprint from the sun and the stars, and it is the combination of Vedic astrology, it's the combination of Western astrology, it's the combination of Kabbalistic astrology, along with genetics and the I Ching. Now, the I Ching is an interesting thing. You look at the I Ching, it's got 64 hexagrams with 6 lines in each hexagram. That happens to parallel 64 codons in our DNA with 6 different amino acid combinations that can potentially be imprinted to each one of the codons in your DNA. So we are looking at a profiling system to the imprintation of neutrinos on the DNA that imprints you. The accuracy behind it is phenomenal, but they include the 13 constellations, which is what makes it so accurate, which is my number one challenge with the 12 constellation system, is that technically each one of us would be a different sign than they say. Now, somebody else said that your imprintation, your zodiac, if you will, is defining you. And here's the interesting thing. I see it as a base template. It's a base template that you can transcend, but you got to know what you were imprinted with to know how to transcend, to light up all of those parts within yourself. So in the imprintation charts, in what's called human design, which is a system I work with, I treat patients with it. It has helped me so much with my children, with my partners, with my parents, because it's an imprintation system from the stars. And it's based off of the sun and earth imprintation. So your sun and earth signs, but they do not define you. They are a base template, but you got to know what you were imprinted with first. I wanted to jump right in because I don't know how much time we have. And so I just wanted to get in. So we're so fresh.
Yeah, take that.
I say,
yeah, you good now?
Ron, can you discuss the 12 months, the whole zodiac
Yeah,
thing?
I am, listen, I heard what he said, and I hope I can answer him without interruption, like he got to spit it out.
Go ahead, brother. Yes.
Astronomology and astrology are based on two different measures. They're measuring the same 360-degree circle. Astronomology and astrology are not the same, because one uses a base 13 sign to divide up the circle, and the other one uses 12. We are using astrological and geometrical constants here. 13, when you divide 360 up to 13, you get 27 point something, okay? So you get 27, 13 groups of 27. We are not operating off of the constellations in the first place. It has nothing to do with the constellations whatsoever, okay? So therefore, astronomology is astrology based on constellations. What we are using is a harmonic system of 12. We are taking a harmonic and we are dividing the ecliptic, which has nothing to do with the constellation of Aries. Back in 295 BC or thereabouts, okay, I mean AD and thereabouts, the astrological sign of Aries and Libra concurred with the constellation of Aries and Libra. But the constellations were named after the signs. The signs weren't named after the constellation. Secondly, it has no basis in reality except that it is a 360-degree circle. Whether you divide it into 13, 27, like the Hindus do, because they use 27, okay? Because you dig? They're using a totally different mathematical fractal based on harmonics. And it has nothing to do with the position of the stars. That's the misnomer. The misnomer is that the stars cause you to act, that you can transcend your astrological chart. That is, what you do is, you can perfect what you've been given. You've been given two hands. You see, you're not going to transcend the use of your hands. You see, you're going to use your hands as long as you're right here. No matter what else you're doing, spiritually, mentally, you're going to use your hands as long as you can. So astrology is the science of here, right now, physical, your physical act. It has nothing to do with what can be transcended, because you can't transcend the fact that you're a human being. You're human. You ain't going to turn into no ghost right here. You see? So we're not dealing with ideas. We're dealing with verifiable concurrence of motion between a planet, which has nothing to do with the signs, and everything to do with the circle. We use the signs to identify what part of the circle the planet is in. So whether you use 13 different names, at the end of the day, Mars is going to be exactly this many degrees from the ascendant, no matter what you call that place right there. Whether you want to call it Orpheus, or whether you want to call it Scorpio, whether you want to call it Vishaka, you see? Because all three of these are the same, all right? So I have, in human design, I'm well aware of human design. The woman who actually created it was plagiarized by that dude Ra in Canada, who has publicized it. There was a acupuncturist in France who practiced astrology, and she also practiced I Ching, and she did acupuncture. She corresponded the 12 cranial nerves and all of that that you find in Chinese acupuncture with the I Ching, and then correlated that to astrology, and out of that came human design. I have no qualm with human design. I have no qualm with astronomology. I am a predictive astrologer. I use the 12th harmonic. I don't use the 13th harmonic. I also use fractals of that 12th harmonic to predict the future for every one of my clients. I do this for a living. You dig? I do nothing else. I don't have a side job, okay? And I have hundreds of clients, okay? So they're all stupid, you know, and they're just buying my story when I am actually predicting activity that they later experience. So it's not a matter of what I believe. Every time Mars in the birth chart moves to a certain place in that birth chart, there is action that corresponds to the archetype of Mars. Mars is a hieroglyph here. Mars is an ideogram. It is not a planet that causes us to do anything. What it does is it describes your environment. And this is where people get astrology mixed up. There's stuff they find in the back of the newspaper. And that unless you are taking actual measure of actual planets and using the motion of that planet to expect a certain activity, that's not astrology. At the end of the day, it is the motion of a planet that carries the same archetype words that we would use to describe the activity, concurring with a motion in the birth chart. Outside of that, the rest is conjecture. The rest is belief. You see, we don't say, I believe Martin Luther King got assassinated because of this and that. We say there is evidence of the fact that he would have been assassinated in his birth chart. We don't get into the whys, the who's, the what's, or whatever. We get into measuring those two planets that say violent death. We do the same thing with Malcolm X. Those two planets that say violent death also speak of death to fire. You know, I'm trying to save all this too. And I don't want to be longer than I should. Go ahead.
You got time to clean house, nigga.
Real talk. Real talk.
Clean house.
Oh man. Damn.
One thing I do agree with on your side, Ra, is that the human beings, you know, the human experience is correlated with the heavens. You know, how can we separate ourselves from the heavens? How can we separate ourselves from the stars and believe that we are not governed by everything around us that exists? To me, that wouldn't make no sense because, you know what I'm saying, we observe different kinds of appetites during different kinds of seasons. So to say that, you know what I'm saying, nature doesn't have an effect on us as human beings and that the stars don't have an effect on us as human beings, to me would be a foolish thought.
Correct. And just to add on that was my first astrological journey, especially knowing my natal chart. When you actually realize the relationship of why you tend to be heated or why you tend to have an overexertion of energy or why you tend to perform better on certain days, no matter what that task is. When you understand those biorhythms, it's just like any single creature in nature. They use those same rhythms to understand that, you know, that there has to be some form of movement. You got to go down, you got to fly south when it comes to a specific biorhythm that's experienced in the air. But the birds are actually experiencing that. And we experience the same biorhythm. We just complicate life with Christmas and all these other ideological elements to cover the same spectrums of energy that we're experiencing, you know?
Yeah, man. Let's keep it moving. Oh, we can't.
It's the left-brained indoctrination in our society, in these prisonal systems, that cultivate this left brain logic strategy. It blocks us from the right brain, the receptive, the intuitive, the imaginative. We've been indoctrinated so deeply into the left brain. And that's because those that control the system are 100% in the left, because the right, the receptive, the passive, the imaginative, the spiritual, that is foreign for them. They have condemned themselves from that realm of higher ascension. And so what do? They operate, they strategize, they control, they manipulate, they consume the excretions from glands that you are designed to divinely activate through a sacred anointing process, through your breath, through your prana, through the apana, through the eliminating current of these ancient divine sciences given to humanity that were designed as an anchor through changing of ages. And I've heard the Aquarius age mentioned, and it's true, we are entering it, but make no mistake, we are in the transition period, which in this transition period from the Kali Yuga to the Sat Yuga, from the Dark Age, from the Iron Age to the Bronze Age, which is a Renaissance period, that transition is filled with the collapse of Babylonian civilizations, the die-off of a large portion of humanity through the process. Who's going to make it through that process from this prisonal system into a more liberated existence when we are so indoctrinated in our psyche? It's the Wedicos virus. It's what it's referred to as in the Native American cultures. I believe that the greatest Luciferian
from Tehuti after this.
That's it.
Hold on. Let me say something. Make sure you hit that super chat. Y'all ain't getting it nowhere like this, man. It's going down right now. Word, it's going down for real. Oh man, that was great. That was great. I got to hear from Tehuti. Bring out your. You've been quiet for a minute. What's going on? Yeah, that was beautiful, Micah.
To be honest, I just want to share one thing. I feel this is a great discourse because I think iron sharpens iron in general. I think it's foolish for all of us to say that we can articulate the answers and make anyone understand a form of science, because everyone is going to get it and digest it at their own time. What I'm basically saying is, for every single person out there, it's worth measuring and understanding the correlation between their natal charts and their reality. And there's a series of applications, but understanding the mechanics of your own energy is
experiential, right?
Well, those are bullets, your experience. Like, you make meaning out of your experience. You start realizing. And one thing I wanted to talk about today primarily was the moon. The moon's in Cancer right now, right? And one of the elements I want to say is, in general, when you experience some level of trauma, and this is what I've learned from a few clients, and I know Rock can attest, is when people experience a level of trauma that they haven't even shared, but specifically has been outed out during a reading, they kind of make sense in understanding that everything happens for a reason, and it's actually my power to transmute that energy and make it a testimony to my experience, rather than staying stuck on figuring out old redundancies. Change is necessary. The motions are happening. We can't stay stagnant. We're forever changing. You know, even our attires and our clothing and our culture, it's forever evolving. But the observation of those energies still remains stagnant.
That was a beautiful way to try to kill that, man.
100%. And I want to say, I just want to add to what he spoke of the stagnancy, because, just brief overview, I'm the founder of a neuromuscular system that I believe is a very ancient divine system like the yogic sciences that was lost. It resurfaced in China around the time when everyone was practicing martial arts. There was a form of it that came back through humanity that had a very martial arts platform, and I'm a martial artist, so I cultivated the Chinese, the form that came up in ancient China came back through me in this life. Now, this system is based on cross-laterally releasing the structure of your tissue, which is cross-fibrous. And so you move across and along the tissue and you unlock it, and you also work through releasing the electromagnetic bioelectric energy in the body through the nerves, and the nerves are the intelligence of the body. And here's what I found. Those that control everything, and I've treated thousands of patients over the last 20 years from all over 70 countries. So I'm a good demographic conduit for humanity because of the level of cultural and genetic patients that I've been able to watch accumulate trauma. And here's what we found. You have two forms of trauma. You have daily stress and you have event-based traumas. And everything you feel and everything you physically do is chemically recorded each day. Kind of like your mouth accumulates bacteria which becomes eventually tartar, and then if you don't deal with it, it hardens to plaque, starts eating away the enamel of your teeth, you get cavities. Well, do you really think that your body doesn't have an accumulation rate like your mouth? Now, we all know that if you get a deep dental cleaning, that's amazing, but if you don't brush your teeth in the next couple days, you're going to have a funky mouth. Your body is the same way, and those that control this world are alchemists. Make no mistake. They know that we are biochemical vessels having a biochemical experience, and if you hold the neurochemical trauma from your childhood, your mommy-daddy issues, being picked on when you were 6 years old, and also all of the programming that they put in through this prisonal system that accumulates in your chemical memory, you become, if you don't release it, which we don't, we weren't taught to, especially touch in America is either very sexual or nothing at all. So we're alienated around touch. We're alienated around palpation, movement of the tissue. So you become a stagnant chemical vessel. So you might do the mental and spiritual work on issues, but if your chemistry is still holding the trauma of your past and the genetic trauma of the lineage of your genetics, it comes out in the subconscious and you are entrapped in a pattern of behavior that you can't get out of. You can do as many ayahuasca ceremonies as you want to. You can do as many different transformational shamanic clearings or go travel around the world and go to peaceful places or be in nature, but you're going to come back to the same chemical stagnancy that's been collected, that they know is collected in you because your body is a chemical cage of your past and your suffering and everything that they've wanted to indoctrinate you to. So when you start draining this gunk out of your system, to me, it's the only way to clear the body template to be able to put a lot of this spiritual work we're all doing on ourselves, all of this learning of occult knowledge. Remember, occult doesn't mean evil. Occult just means hidden. It's hidden knowledge, and they chose to keep it from us and use it for their own agendas. But it's kind of like the Force with the Jedis. It's neutral. You can use it negatively or you can use it in a positive way. But how can you use it at all, despite filling your head with it, if your body is a chemical cage of everything that's happened to you? And that's where there's some big pieces that have been kept from us. Like we got the memo that we were supposed to have oral hygiene, but nobody sent us the memo about aura hygiene. And if your chemical vessel reflects your vibrational state, because remember, everything is vibrational, even on a physical and biochemical level. What does that mean? It means if you don't drain your chemical stagnancy, you're energetically, you're aurically going to be compromised too. And that includes any of the drugs we've done to try to expand ourselves. Now, the divine gave us systems to unlock and clear this stuff. And there were even reward systems put in place, like when you do breath work, you actually flush the system. And in the yogic sciences, you eliminate decay and mutation in the cells by just activating the breath. Here's the awesome reward. You get this euphoria and this high that is far beyond if you were huffing whippets or taking some MDMA, because it's almost as if spirit knew that humanity needed a reward system. So when you do this breath work, it starts waking your brain up from all the gray matter and activating the frontal cortex and arcing the hemispheres. The Ark of the Covenant was arcing the hemispheres of the brain to activate the frontal cortex. Here's the interesting thing. When you activate the frontal cortex, there's two secretions that come, one from the pineal gland and one from the pituitary, known through the Bible and ancient text as the milk and the honey. Now, we were supposed to do this daily, but one time of the year when the sun goes to its lowest point and sits in that zero space and then starts ascending, we were all not supposed to be sitting around a tree with lights going up it and presents around it. We were supposed to be the tree with the lights going up, and the gifts that we were to receive. It's the sacred colostrum that collects at the base of the skull and it drains down the spine, regenerating your cells every 11 months instead of every 7 years. My friends, this is the formula to live as long as you need to not be stuck in the samsara karmic wheel, moving through shorter lifespans where you're actually not able to get through all these karmic lessons before you have to reincarnate, in a state of forgetting. We're trapped in a karmic cycle. If you had a longer lifespan because your system was regenerating from the sacred anointing process, again, let's look at it. Santa Claus, sainted colostrum. It's red and white. It was designed to collect the base of the skull, drain down the spine, and regenerate your tissue every month. We weren't supposed to be sitting around a tree. We were supposed to be in meditation doing these practices. This is where you can see that they've distorted the true nature of humanity's divinity. They've dumbed our bodies down. They've chemically toxified us over generations now. So you have less intelligent people on the planet right now because of the dumbing down chemically. Then the more intelligent people there are still chemically toxified. So you can't really think clearly if your body's more toxic. And if we bring in the aspect that you've been accumulating trauma since your birth and nobody taught us we were supposed to release it, we're all entrapped in some pre-version of ourselves than who's in the present moment now, and the chemistry is the cage to keep us there. It's been a deeply woven deception, I have to say. From a transpersonal place, it was very efficiently and brilliantly orchestrated.
Okay, brother. All right. You was going. Yeah, exactly. Enough
for air.
Exactly. Yeah, you can just shake it back. Yeah, get loose. Tehuti, what's good?
Wait, real quick. Can I ask what sign is Micah and what sign is Ra Akhu?
I'm on March 24th. So Aries Pisces, right in between, right in the cusp between the beginning and the end of the cycle.
2 degrees.
I was born on October 30th.
October 30th.
What's going on here?
Nice. Okay, thank you.
That was dope.
To talk about that, Micah, you mentioned
1979 for me, just in case you're looking at it, just so you know, 1979.
Nice.
So you mentioned family trauma, you mentioned history, you mentioned that level of wound, and that correlates to even where the moon is today in Cancer. It is extremely important, and this is me speaking from my belief this time. I believe that it's extremely important for us to clear our emotional waters and understand our emotional bodies and placement. Because if the cycle, the moon that's normally ruled by the woman or your mother, right? And their lineage of women past that is the genetic information that is stored, especially the emotional body. So if we all take this time in this planet, in this plane to understand yourself, understand your emotional temperament, and even understand your own internal clock in a relation with the moon cycle in accordance to you, you'll have a better opportunity of breaking from that cycle and not repeating that pattern and breaking that generational curse and setting a healthier tone of that energy.
Good, Jules.
Amen.
Tehuti, what's up?
Peace.
Still here.
Peace. Yes. So, I know
to digest.
Yeah, I know time is ticking, and when I first came, I actually wanted to break down something that people have been asking for. It's been about a month now, but every show something's happened. And I still want to break that down. I just wanted to ask you that one question, get that, and then go into what I actually came to break down, which you'd probably appreciate, because we can continue the astrology thing. That's good. We can go on that to 11 o'clock. But I actually wanted to break down with what's the gentleman there, Micah?
Yeah.
Micah was talking about them using our symbolism and them using magic and what they call a cult, which just, like you said, just means hidden, to actually control us. And I wanted to break down how that's being done with numbers and numerology and things like that.
Okay. So the mysticism behind it.
Yeah, the mysticism. And what I wanted to speak on was the particular variant that everybody's been asking me about, which was the lambda variant, and I wanted to show the numerology in that. So if there's time, I know it's 8:45, and I wanted to break that down.
I have an answer for that.
So,
Yo, you know that the ancient magi are the ones that they call the astrologers, right? So and then you got the magistrate in court. So when you go to court, they use the Chaldean spell. They use a Chaldean spell that you submit to and consent to if you engage in the ritual that gets you on the record.
Yeah.
Is that it?
It's on. It's on in here. It's
Listen,
on. Go ahead.
listen.
Go ahead, too.
Nah, it's a cool subject.
Yeah.
The Chaldean order of the planets is the moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. From fast to slow, right? As they are commonly understood in the Greek. Because I could say for the moon, I could use any type of indigenous goddess that compares, right? Oshun or whatever. So at any rate, watch. So the moon is your mother. Mercury is the signature, right? Because it does a writing, right? And Venus has to do with law, does it not? Okay, the sun has to do with sovereignty. Mars has to do with enforcement. Jupiter are the halls of justice where they make the law. To deprive you, Saturn, of your freedom, Uranus, unbeknownst to you, Neptune, for the rest of your life, Pluto. And they do this when they get your birth certificate. They step to your mother with a document that they want her to sign.
Right, but Rob.
You mean just like a ship docks? Just like a ship docks,
yes,
right?
Sir.
I think.
Yes, sir.
Right.
I think Tehuti. I think Tehuti was trying to get somewhere with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, go ahead.
I went there with it.
Clean house, nigga.
Y'all got to pardon me for a second.
Turn Shaheed into a straight West man.
Flow, Tehuti, flow.
Oh my God.
Time to clean house.
We see you niggas.
Let's go.
Okay. All right. This is a crazy night. Okay. Really crazy.
I love it, man. We tea drunk. You tea drunk?
Tea drunk?
Tea drunk right now.
Yeah.
Okay, 80.
I'm having matcha fun.
Yeah, matcha. I love matcha fun. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
I ain't matcha. Mad at you. Matcha.
Okay, 80.
Yep.
I'm gonna do a screen share.
Micah, what up?
What up, Killah Priest? Good to see you, bro.
All right.
Truly.
No doubt.
Okay. So as I was discussing in some shows before, I showed this. I showed that the number 83, which is really 11, which is really 8 and 3, symbolizes duality. It symbolizes death and life, and it's represented by a checkerboard, right? Or the up and down symbol, the as above, so below symbol, or the two pyramids. This symbol right here that you can see, which was concocted from two pyramids, are worn by people that you always see wearing black and white checkerboard colors, which are these guys right here. Okay?
The black and white.
The black and white that you see walking down Pico Street. The 83 number.
I'm here too.
The bathroom. Yeah, even we got okay. Everybody go in the bathroom. Okay.
There's gonna be a line.
Yeah, it's a lineup. The 83 number was portrayed in a movie called Murder by Numbers with Sandra Bullock, where they actually took the title Murder by Numbers and took the E in murder and turned that into a 3, which you can see right here. And they took the B for by and turned that into the number 8, and Numbers has the number 8 in it. So in this movie called Murder by Numbers, they added the 8 and the 3 because they knew that the number 8 and 3, which was 11, equaled death and life. Now, interestingly enough, they're putting this scare in us with the COVID, the vaccine, and different variants. So there is a new variant that everybody's been asking me about, and it is the lambda variant. I'm gonna play this quick video here. AD, can this
Is this the new one that's coming? So it's already Delta.
This is the next one, the newest one. This is the
Look at the
after
Lambda.
Yeah, this is the lambda after Delta.
Look at the astrological.
Y'all remember
AD,
Revenge of the Nerds? Revenge of the
this,
Nerds. Lambda. Remember that?
But he talked about 11 is 8 and 3, which is death and life and death. That the 11th month deals with the sign of life and death. So look at that correspondence.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, the two
so
towers.
we're gonna actually talk about.
They
We're
do
actually
all
gonna talk
the
about the
rituals.
11th month. But AD, can they see the screen?
Yeah, they're about to.
Delta variant of COVID-19.
And can they hear it with the
I can't see it.
with this condenser
No, I
mic?
can't see it yet.
They won't say it yet. Hold on a second.
And what date is this?
1 second, guys.
This is back from around June 21st. We're on the end of June.
I want to plant
That's around
the
the
seed
time
while
I
he's
was actually
working.
supposed to be talking about the but this is around June. This is the end of June.
Okay.
Okay, here I'm going to play this here.
Much of this current spike can be blamed on the fast-spreading Delta variant of COVID-19.
But doctors at one Texas hospital say they've detected the first case of the Lambda variant in our state. Here's KVU's Darren Shaharan.
Houston Methodist Hospital detected its first case of the Lambda variant of COVID-19. In June, the World Health Organization designated Lambda as a variant of interest, which means there is evidence it can cause increased cases or unique outbreaks. The Lambda variant first popped up in Peru last December. The WHO says Lambda made up 81% of that country's cases since April, and it's now spread to a total of 29 countries. But is it more contagious than the Delta variant? Texas cardiology expert Dr. Menkheperra says it's too soon to know.
There are some concerns regarding the Lambda variant that it may be more contagious, because that's just a trend we've seen. However, we haven't had enough cases to really know.
A spokesperson for the state health department says they're aware of the Lambda case reported in Houston, but haven't verified it or any others yet. Right now, DSHS is only posting about variants of concern online, like Delta. Dr. Farah says it's also too soon to know how effective vaccines are against the Lambda strain. But if it's in Houston, odds are it's in Austin too.
Houston is a big city. It's a place where, we have an international airport. It's one of the biggest cities in the U.S. And so I do believe that we can expect to see this variant even elsewhere in the United States.
In Austin, I'm Darren Shaharan.
So that is the latest variant, and I'm going to show how they're actually using numerology and number system and occult magic to quote what's actually happening here. So if you look at the Lambda variant, and like I was showing you these images here with the checkerboard on the bottom of the CIA floor, you see the checkerboard on in the Freemasonic floor, and you see the checkerboard with Meghan Markle's marriage, and you see the checkerboard right here with the beehive right there, the checkerboard, which is black and white, which represents the number 11 or 83. So they call this variant the Lambda variant. But why did they call it the Lambda variant? Let's take a look. We look at Lambda, uppercase, lowercase, Greek. And what does it say there, Menkheperra? Lambda is the what letter?
The 11th letter of the Greek alphabet.
Lambda. So Lambda, the name they chose for this, is the 11th letter, right? The 11th letter. So they literally named this virus after the 11th letter for the checkerboard, or for the 11, or for the 83. Now, if you look at these,
the numbers of duality.
yeah, they have numbers of duality. Now, if you look at these, this news footage that they put out about it,
Coronavirus, with COVID
look at this.
and hospitalizations
You're gonna
rising
see
rapidly.
first that whenever they show these,
We are gathering all the data that we can to
I'm
put
gonna
this
play
new
first.
surge into perspective for you. And just as we did at the start of the pandemic, we're going straight to leaders in our medical community to get some of those answers.
Our health reporter Haley Hernandez is here in studio tonight. And Haley, you have been speaking with some of the top doctors here in Houston.
watch the percentage number they say that it's going up.
Sure.
83%.
No,
Many of them, and they are giving
gonna be
me
66.
some insight. This morning they said that we are at the beginning of a new surge. They're calling this the fourth wave, and here's what they predict will happen next.
Ow.
Cases are up 66%.
So right there, they say cases are up 66%.
Better run and grab them.
And when they show the hospitals, they don't show people in the beds. They just show stock footage. You see that? There's nobody on that bed. It's just full of pillowcases. You see that? Just pillowcases. We're gonna go over here.
Go back again, show
Yeah.
the pillowcases.
You see? It's just 3 pillowcases on a bed. There's nobody.
Wow.
So they're saying that the hospitals in case have gone up 66%. The hospitals are full, but when they show the footage, they show put it pillowcases, and then they clip to the next one. Look at this. As you slow down, there's nobody in that bed. So it's just
propaganda.
Propaganda. Pillowcases. Why are you moving a bed with pillowcases with IVs?
Wow.
IVs to pillowcases. Now they're going to show you the supposed school that they're showing with this Lambda variant spreading. And look at the school. It's going to be it's not going to be a cameraman, a news cameraman. It's just going to be a camera on the ground. And look what
On
they
the
show.
floor. Yeah, I saw.
You see that?
Yep.
Just the checkerboard. And what year is this? This is supposed to be this day and time. There's nobody there with a mask. And what does it say here, Menkheperra? Class of what?
Class of
what?
2016. 2016. So this is class of 2016. Bruh. This isn't even. This video footage has nothing to do with going on with this day and time. It's an old class. All they're showing is the checkerboard symbol. The next thing they're going to do, they're going to show a camera just drop to the ground. And look at that.
Yep.
Let me play this.
Right in your face. Right in your face.
He predicts the next surge will affect a lot more 10 to 20-year-olds.
They show you the black and white floor again.
They show you the checkerboard floor.
Wow.
They're not showing you any student with a mask on because this footage wasn't even of this day and time. It wasn't even of this date. They just want to show you the checkerboard floor for the Lambda because the Lambda is the 11. Now when you go to over here.
We're back now.
56 seconds. They're going to tell you their agenda is to actually track people. Here we go right here.
Another app, it's a tracking app that'll tell you to submit a test. You have to submit your health status on an app. And then there's another app, it's a tracking app that'll tell you whether or not you've been exposed to anybody in your vicinity who has COVID. And it's also watching you, and you have to install it to enter this country. So it's super strict and very locked down.
What? So there's the tracking.
They're pushing across the board. That's it.
There's the tracking. And I want to also show you that dealing with numerology and numbers, everybody's heard of Kennedy's death. You guys know the where Kennedy was killed and the numerology with that?
On the grassy knoll.
On the grassy knolls. Which particular grassy knolls? He was killed in Dallas in this what's called Delhi Plaza. Delhi Plaza was where he was killed on the grassy knolls, and he was actually killed based on this number system. And the brother there on there said it November. So we have the number system that he was killed. He was actually killed on what's called the 33rd parallel on November 22nd,
11/22.
Right.
Yeah, 11/22.
That's it.
Right.
That's crazy.
Which 11/22 is 33. He was killed on what's called the 33rd parallel, and he was killed on the number 33. Because the highest level of Freemasonry is 33. It represents Osiris coming back to life because freezing point is 32 degrees. That's freezing. And then when you get 1 degree higher and you come back to life, it's 33. Now, his brother was also assassinated. Here's the, we're going to get to that. Here's the 33
And wait,
pole.
hey, Tehuti, hey, real quick. I just want to give foundation for this 11. Just real quick and keep it moving.
Okay.
11 itself. Okay, why did they come up with the 33? They had to multiply 11, which was a sacred number, by 3, right? You times it by 3, it becomes empowered. That's why they had to do something better than the divine, which wouldn't be 22. They had to multiply it by 3, which is where the 33rd comes from. Now remember, also the 11 for them represents both hemispheres of the brain, and all of their occult rituals are done between 2 towers. By the way, let's reflect on a date coming up, my friends, that if we got into it, because I run an intel network, they're looking to do another event. You're going to see it play out. You watch. But this time it's going to be exposed. On the 11th, 20th anniversary coming up. They set the platform with Afghanistan. You have all these Afghanistan refugees now coming into the country, many of them being terrorist cells. They're setting the platform to try to do this. The difference that's going to happen is it will be exposed, although it will take place. And you're going to see, this is just my prediction, you're going to see the 10 days of media blackout coming up to the 22, which is the feminine, is the mother. All of these psychological operations from JFK to 9/11 to this COVID pandemic has all been attacked on the mother in our spiritual consciousness. The mother. Look at 9/11, the completion, number 9 with the 11. It's the completion of their thing. That's why this has to go down on the 11th to reverse this coded spell, this spell cast over humanity. And I believe that 10 days of media blackout, they're going to be playing this disclosure video. What's that put us to? About 9/22. If it starts on 11, carry over a day, 9/22, you're going to see an awakening that comes in this country. And I support all you guys. I don't know if you've seen any of the 5, I think 6 now interviews with JFK Jr. He has come forward publicly, and he is obsessed with gematria because this man, the attempt on his life, he went into hiding, and all he had to focus on was the occult sciences to try to avenge everything that's taken place on a genetic bloodline that they have now tracked back and called the Jesus strand. It's all been about the bloodlines trying to war with each other.
That's exactly what we're going to get into, the gematria. That's exactly right. What he said, it's exactly right. It's the number 11 times 3. This is why when they took Tehuti's information, the original Tehuti, and they rewrote it as Hermes' book. They called it the book by the 3 initiates, and they renamed Tehuti Hermes Trismegistus in the occult. And Trismegistus is from the word 3, or 3, to triple something, because 3 is the last number in the Fibonacci sequence before the numbers start to change. So it's the last sequential number. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, and it keeps going Fibonacci sequence in a golden mean ratio. But the only sequential number in the Fibonacci is 1, 2, 3. 3 was a very powerful number. So this is why they killed JFK, and they killed him on the 33rd parallel. And his brother was also assassinated. So his brother, we look here. So this is the 2 falcons. It's one of these falcons that's on our dollar bill right now. And it's split into to 2, the York rites and the Scottish rites inside of the pyramid. So we have Kennedy, who was killed 11/22, which is 33. And if you look here, I'm going to expand the 33rd parallel, and you'll see here it is in America. If you take this line right here and expand it, it's going to go all the way to Los Angeles. We're going to go there to where it expands to, and we'll see that this 33rd degree parallel expands all the way to California, where we are. And this is where Robert F. Kennedy was killed. And here's the coordinates right there in between the 33, right? And he was killed June 5th. And what's June 5th? Right? January, February, March, April, May, June, that's 6. And 5th, which is 5, 6, and 5, and that's 11. Right? So he was killed on the 11th, right there on the same 33rd parallel, but he was killed on this side of the United States, and his brother was killed on the other side, right on the same parallel right there, right? So we're going to take this. Let me see. Going to cut this out here. Okay. So now when we look at this lambda variant, right, you can go to a website called the gematria, and this is what the gentleman Micah was talking about, gematria, which is that in ancient times letters were numbers and numbers were letters, right? This is why when you look at Roman numerals, it will say VI, V is a letter, I is a letter, but it's also 6, because in ancient times, in Arabic, it's called abjad. In ancient times, a number is a letter, and a letter is a number. So if you take this gematrinator, right, you see it has English ordinal, full reduction, reverse ordinal, and reverse reduction. We can get into the definition of what that is later, but it is that every letter in English equals a letter. If you take
A is 1, Z is 26, right, guys. Just so it's simply explained. ABC 1, 2, 3.
Right,
straight up.
Right. So we go to let me see if we can go there right live online to a gematria calculator. See if this is the gematria. Oh, this is the other one. Gematria.
That one works though. That one's decent. It shows you the Jewish and the English one. But I suggest everybody watching, even put your name in. Put your name in. Look at the coding throughout the system. It is infallible, and you can find truth coded throughout everything with this. I've been running everything on this because this is my newest kind of. I've gotten to the etymology, numerology, cosmology, astrology, but gematria is kind of the newest one I'm diving into. It's fascinating.
It's a fun toy to actually see the tricks that they're doing. So look, so here's the gematria, right? And now remember, lambda Lambda is the 11th letter, and they're naming the virus of the fourth wave, calling it lambda, which actually equals 11, which is the number of life and death or dualities. And when you take lambda and put it into the gematria, we're going to put lambda, and see, English ordinal, what's that? 33. The actual number lambda in gematria is the number 33. The name of the virus is 33, and the virus's number is actually 11, which is 33, which is 11 times 3, which is 33.
What is delta?
So even we're gonna let me get into that.
Well, he's saying that the lambda is the latest fear psychopathy push that they're doing, and I want to preface everybody is he talks about the lambda. I am a holistic immunology practitioner. Okay, I deal with homeopathic immunology. Just for everyone to break the fear psychopathy before we go through their deception, first of all, viruses are not alive, okay? They can't get you sick. They are solvents that are designed to break down decaying cells, period. Most human healthy bodies have 3 to 4 viruses in you at a time. Now, when you get toxified by everything in the environment and the foods that you eat, and everything that's being pushed upon you, you become toxic, which means you hold more viruses. But viruses are a good thing. They're not a scary boogeyman. They're designed to help you because your bacteria is supposed to break down all your decaying cells. When your body gets overwhelmed with breaking down its decaying cells, because it's that toxic, which is most of humanity, sadly, you have viruses that come in to help break down the tissue. When a virus mutates, this is nature. It always mutates to a less deadly strain because it's trying to survive, guys. It doesn't want to kill its host. It wants to survive. So that's how it mutates, is to live in you and not take you out. Because if you die, it dies and it wants to live. So the science, not the scientism, says any mutation from any virus it can be more contractable, but it is always less virulent, okay? Now, when you have the masses that are so uneducated, this is why we have a pandemic, guys, is because I've lectured for the last 20 years with the intention to educate people on the body, because when I became a practitioner and then a neuromuscular specialist, the main thing I saw was how do we all not graduate from high school knowing about this basic stuff? Like, how does your gallbladder work? Your average person watching this probably doesn't know. That is a disturbing fact, okay? We are dumbed down. We're smart enough to work within the prisonal system, but we're not smart enough to see outside of it. And that's the saddest thing about this pandemic for any of us doctors, practitioners, medical practitioners who know how the body works, who got that knowledge and wisdom. We see exactly what this is. I talk to world-renowned doctors each week, and I have them on my show. The bottom line is that this is all a giant illusion of ignorance, because we have all been dumbed down that much and misdirected to what's a priority in life for knowledge and wisdom, that they can use this against us. And you know what? We just don't know. So what do? We go to the high priest class of medicine to tell us what to do. But the reality is that this variant, any strain that comes from this, is a milder version that has far less of any impact on your immune system, like a seasonal flu. Now,
okay, hold on. We got
Micah. Let me just end it like this.
Tell me how you really feel.
Hold on. Micah, let me just end it like this. Well, let me just end it like this, which is perfect for what you're saying, because what did they say is the cure? What do they say is the cure for this lambda, this delta, and the COVID? What are they pushing us?
Graphene oxide nanotechnology.
What do they call it? What
into a CPU?
What do they say we all have to take?
The vaccine.
The vaccine, right? What's the most popular American company pushing the vaccine?
Johnson & Johnson.
Johnson & Johnson,
Pfizer?
right?
Yeah.
Watch this. And here's how I'm going to end it. Look, so lambda is 33. And notice that when we were a child, we would say Johnson & Johnson, but now during this pandemic, the popular way to say Johnson & Johnson now is J&J.
J&J.
J&J,
Yep.
J&J.
Yep.
I'm going to put J&J, J and J. You see that? Flow reverse reduction. J&J, the company, is also the gematria of 33, along with the Lambda variant because the vaccine.
Also, look at the
vaccine
English
is actually the
translation,
disease.
39. Look at the English translation, 39. 39
that's the
is
first
a
one
very
right here.
important number. It's the alpha, it's the omega, it's the beginning and the end.
Right.
Damn.
It's on today. It's on. I told you it's gonna be on today.
So the vaccine is actually the new virus, and I have Fauci saying that. I have Fauci on video saying that the vaccine is what's spreading.
Well, let's play it.
You want me to find and play it? Let's go.
Oh man,
we might get censored for this.
Oh man,
we start putting up Dr.
That's it. And listen, while he's finding that, you guys, the graphene oxide nanotechnology is their go-to interface. They've been cultivating the technology for 20 years to implement this graphene oxide, because here's the thing about it. If you look in the patents for this, for all the vaccines, they have something called a pegylated lipid protein. Okay, they have put this graphene oxide in a liposome. It's in a cell. Now, here's the thing about that pegylated nanolipid protein: is it is it's an ionized, neutrally charged lipid protein. Now, here's the thing: when it turns to a positive charge, it activates the graphene oxide within you. Guess what turns it to a positive charge? 5G, my brothers. 5G. Okay, because they implemented the technology with the graphene oxide technology, and they've been injecting it into us. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I want you to look at this summer that's coming to a close as the summer of 1914, before World War II.
So you're saying summer
20 million
end?
People left the planet. Get ready, starting October, when you see the seasonal flus come in, and you watch the cytokine storm happen from all these humans that have something called ADE, antibody dependency enhancement. It is a medical condition. What is the short description? Your body thinks it's eating these viral proteins, and it's not. So they spread within you, and you watch what happens come the fall, guys. Winter is coming. Remember, they had one of the most famous shows ever. I think it's 99% of the world watched Game of Thrones. What was the phrase they used that they were implanting, guys?
Stupid.
Winter is coming, right?
Stupid.
Damn.
Yeah, winter's coming. That was
You want to hear? Oh,
Fauci. Go
You want to
ahead.
hear Fauci now?
Go ahead. Huh?
You want to hear Fauci say?
Yeah,
it
let's
now?
do it.
Yeah, I do.
Here we go.
And then we got to move on to the music.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We have to move.
Here it is.
Because we can go on forever.
It's true.
Turning now to a special guest, Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease. Thank you for being here, Doctor. The context is clear. COVID cases up in all 50 states. On June 21st, there were 15,000 new cases recorded in the U.S. Now 62,000 new cases yesterday. 16,000 hospitalizations recorded then. Now 25,000. Doctor, we can get into many things in detail, but simply put, so people understand, why is COVID going up right now? And is President Biden correct to say this is chiefly now an epidemic of the unvaccinated?
Well, the numbers are going up now, Ari, for the simple reason that we're dealing with a very formidable virus. The Delta variant has a characteristic that is just right for this type of thing, and that is it has a great capability and effectiveness and efficiency in going from person to person. Its transmissibility is really quite competent, if you want to use that word, unfortunately,
well, he designed
for
it.
us. So when you're dealing with a situation where you have half the country is not vaccinated, I mean, if you look at the total population of the country, you have a lot of vulnerable people for getting infected. What we are seeing, and you got to look at the data, which is true, that we're seeing more what we call breakthrough infections, namely people who are vaccinated but who do get infected. The good news about that, if you want to call it good news, is that
make no sense.
The people that are vaccinated but still do get infected.
Right.
And just to when you get your vaccination, the efficacy rate that prevents you from getting it is the same efficacy rate of spreading it. So let's say I take the J&J and it says 90% that will protect me from COVID. There's a 28-day period where you shed it off and you can spread it to the next person, and they have 90% of getting it. And you have 28 days of safety. Do you remember the first movie? What was that first most popular movie we had that came out about the people that were infected. Remember that movie?
The monkey.
It was called
what's
28
that,
Days
Outbreak?
Later.
28.
Outbreak, right?
28 days later. So you have 28
days later, right? Yeah,
right.
yeah.
You have 28 days where you can shed it, and still catch it. But
So
watch
you're
what
a
he's-
bioweapon. Basically, it's turning humans into bioweapons, and if you don't take it, those spike proteins are identified with the proteins in your reproductive system. So it's brilliantly designed to sterilize those that don't, and then genetically alter forever those that do.
In the United States,
Here we go. I'm putting it to 4. I'm going to put it right to it. Here we go. 4.
still, it is much more likely for an elderly person or a person with an underlying condition to get seriously ill when infected. No doubt about it. It's much more likely for an elderly than a young person. But what we
Just
are
like
seeing
seasonal
right
flu.
now, for 2 reasons. One, due to the exquisite capability of this vaccine to spread from
Did you
person
just
to
use the
person.
word exquisite?
Hold on. Did you hear that? Let me rewind it again. The same word that he keeps using for the virus, he keeps calling it exquisite, right?
That's insane.
Watch what he said. Listen to what he says here. Listen.
Than a young person. But what we are seeing right now, for 2 reasons. One, due to the exquisite capability of this
my God.
vaccine to spread from person to person.
What did he just say?
Exquisite.
Let me play it one more. I want to play it one more time. Just let it play. Let me.
Ill when infected.
Here we go. Listen.
No doubt about it. It's much more likely for an elderly than a young person. But what we are seeing right now, for 2 reasons. One, due to the exquisite capability of this vaccine to spread from person
Insane.
to person.
What?
There he is.
That is an adjective of pride, guys. That is an adjective of pride.
So there it is. The vaccine to spread from person to person. And I'm gonna end it right there, and you can go.
Yo, man.
That was good, Tehuti.
Yo, make some noise. That was great. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Holy shit. Let me do a round of applause.
If people can't see it, if people can't see how all these different corporations are making money off of these different variants of vaccines and stuff like that, then I don't know what people can see.
Blind to the
because
fact.
it's been at least about 4 different companies that's coming out with the vaccine. You know what I'm saying, and it's selling it on the market to the government.
Can I just interject?
All right.
AD, you don't mind searching or Googling Event 201?
Sure.
Oh yeah, please, or Agenda 2030.
Let's
I
go.
mean, take your pick.
It's
How
on.
about Operation Lockstep? How about Operation Lockstep? Put it in place 10 years ago, guys. If I could play footage, I'll play you 50 seconds from the New World Order conference in 2015. Where the 50 seconds the speaker opens saying there's too many people, and outright he says we have to kill off a mass amount of people with sterilization, vaccination, and with starvation, and the people that fall will find the peace of the grave. That's literally what he says in 50 seconds of this leaked footage from the New World Order conference in 2015.
We up.
You know, dates are extremely important, especially if you see the relevancy of all these events. But if you look at Event 201, this was held in 2019.
Okay.
It's with the Johns Hopkins Center of Health and Security Partnership with the WEF and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, right? So this was an exercise, illustrated areas where public and private partnerships will be necessary during the response to a severe pandemic in order to diminish a large-scale economic and societal consequence. Mind you, this was 2019. Just look at the team players. Just go up. Players now. You peep the language. Now, if you look at these players right now, right? Just see, scroll down. And remember, this was during Trump's presidency, especially with his conflict with Asia. But if you click on that guy right there, George. 80, you don't mind reading that?
This part or this part?
You can read. You can read from the top.
Professor George F. Gao is the Director General of Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, a professor in the Institute of Microbiology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, president of the Chinese Society of Biotechnology, and president of the Asian Federation of Biotechnology. Keep going?
Yeah.
Dr. Gao obtained the DPhil degree from Oxford University, UK, and did his postdoc work in both Oxford University and Harvard University, with a brief stay in Calgary University. His research interests include enveloped viruses and molecular immunology. His group research is mainly focused on the enveloped virus entry and release, especially influenza, viruses interspecies transmission, host jump, structure-based drug design, and structural immunology. He is also interested in virus ecology, especially the relationship between influenza virus and migratory birds or live poultry markets, and the bat-derived virus ecology and molecular biology.
Stop right there.
Whoa, I can see why you brought this up now.
Killer.
Oh, yeah. And hey, how about this? The New World Order book, written in 1989, profiles all of this and uses the word COVID virus and vaccine, you guys. Check it out. You can buy it on Amazon. Written in 1989, New World Order book. I believe it's by Eustace Miller. But my point is, yes, this has been planned. This has been planned.
I want to add something here, all right, before y'all go any further away from where I was trying to get in at. When he was reading the death of JFK, you know, JFK, Houston, and Dallas were on the western side of his Pluto line. Pluto is death in astrology, y'all, and assassination. Okay, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, yo, listen, we gonna have to do a part two to this, because this is crazy, man. This is a lot of information coming out, but
a lot to get into.
Yeah, exactly. But we got places to go to, so we gotta get into this music. You know what I mean? Because shout out to the chat room, they all in.
Hip hop time.
Yeah. It's time to bring it back. Man, that was crazy, yo. Ra, you went in, man. Do you know my man Rasul?
Rasul, I know a lot of Rasuls, God.
Yeah.
You know,
it was beautiful. It was beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Word.
Well,
Yo.
I'm grateful for you guys having me.
Yeah, you can stick it. Yo, Micah, come on, man. You got to come back. You definitely got to come back.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
Always. I'm just isolated out here in Kauai, ancient lands, getting ready to ride out the storm, y'all. So,
how's the coconut?
Please. So good. We're building the first coconut processing facility here on Kauai. We got this super probiotic yogurt. It's got over 50 lactobacillus strains. Most yogurts have 6. This has over 50, and it repairs your gut. Remember, your gut affects your head. It affects your happy chemicals. So you heal your gut, you heal your brain, you heal your happy juices. That's why they've been attacking our guts with the dead food, so that they make us more depressed, more docile. You know, the fluoride accompanied into that makes us basically, again, these people are masters of chemical intoxication. There was a charter written by John D. Rockefeller in 1900s. It parallels all this stuff. This has been in play for so long. And these people are more focused. They are more disciplined than us. And they have a greater inertia and agenda. So it is powerful that we're all talking about this, because this is what they sit around to do. They sit around and this is what they do, guys. Yes. They do exactly what we're doing, and it's so epic that we're sitting around and doing this too. It really is. It is the thing they fear the most of us. And because in this 1800s charter, you know, at the end of all the stuff where they talk about toxifying us, they say they must never know what they truly are. They must never know their true power. For if they do, we will not be able to hide anywhere on this earth from their awakening to their divinity. So, I mean, perspective, y'all. You don't cage a goat. You don't cage a tiny sheep. You cage a tiger or a lion because it gives you a regressive gratification for false regressive power to cage something powerful. That's what we all are. We are that powerful, and that's why they want to cage us. And when we wake up to that, there's no stopping. So any role I can play in that, I appreciate you guys letting me hold some space and share anything with y'all. It's been an honor.
Yeah, we gotta have you guys both on separately as guests. We gotta get you guys back for sure, because I know there's so much knowledge you guys have, and it would be great to like just extract as much as possible, especially on a broad platform like Priest has here, because we're getting a lot of views, more and more views. So it definitely would be crucial, because you guys are dropping some gems.
True math. All right.
Appreciate it, y'all. Raku, peace.
I want you to come back, Raku. And you too, Micah.
Micah.
Yeah.
Anybody can
keep doing the good work.
Anybody could reach me at Instagram. Just go in my comments. You know, don't hit my DMs. I might miss you. Go in my comments, right? Hey. And I'm at Cosmo361, spelled with a Z, at Instagram, y'all, right? You can call me. My phone number is there. I'm accessible. You know, I analyze a person's life rhythm cycle and calculate that for them. And the whole time that they are enduring that schedule, they have access to me, so they, because I can stand on what I say and what I measure.
I just want to throw out too. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you so much and holding space.
Oh, it's nice becoming familiar with you, man.
Truly. And I just want to say, listen, y'all, I run an intelligence channel on Telegram, one of the only platforms where you can actually share this intel. And, we're reaching over 500 million on Telegram, but it's a small fraction to the mainstream media that is controlling all points of observation. So it's all caps MBMT channel. All right. And if you want to come with, there's a chat room that's separate. It's MBM Truth Room, all caps. We're posting daily the latest intel, all the JFK files we declassified, all the Tesla documents that were hidden. We're declassifying everything we can as it comes in. We have researchers 24/7. We're updating you with the latest news and intel. So that's kind of my seva, my worship, my service until this full disclosure comes out, is breaking all this intel as it comes. And it comes with great responsibility and great burden. But I definitely want to at least share that, and hopefully y'all can get on there and check it out. There's so much on there, and we do a weekly show that we're banned from YouTube, so you better know it's good, because we're banned from live streaming at this point. And at this point now, we just put it on Rumble each week. I got a show coming out from Monday. And luckily we're able to stream live on Facebook Live for now. I just came off a 30-day ban, literally for posting factual medical statistics that break from the narrative that they're pushing. Nothing more, was no funky memes or false anything. But in that regard, each week we're doing this for humanity at this point, because it can take years to process what's about to come out. So blessings on that, Satnam, and aloha from Kauai, friends.
You the 7 on the hat, nigga.
That's right.
And send Ben the links. We're gonna put those links in the description of this video.
Will do.
Nice.
Blessings.
Awesome.
It's an honor to be with each one of you. Reflections of empowered masculine warriors and vessels here, carrying truth and discovery and authenticity with each thing that you guys are choosing to take your time to research and become knowledgeable of, and share that knowledge as wisdom and power for our people. So, Satnam.
Kauai. Peace, brother. Peace.
Peace.
All right, so AD, man, let's just move on to the music.
Yeah. I've been trying to keep up with all these screen changes.
Heavy day today.
Been a heavy build, Joe. Heavy build.
This is a heavy day, man. Let them know, man. Hit that subscribe. Tell them that we on here. We just doing the music that we about to land the plane.
Yeah. Go check out that Summer Inn Cafe.
Yeah, great.
Woo.
Yeah, make sure
go cop that quick.
Yeah.
Cop that quick.
Go cop that. What, you guys hit them again?
Cop that.
Summer Inn Cafe. Make sure you gotta go cop that.
Yeah.
Words out in the stores. No, online on all platforms.
On all platforms.
All right. Let's get right to it. So we got this segment called Song Promotions. We play tracks submitted by you guys, the viewers, who are artists and want to promote their songs. So we're gonna get right to it. It's the first one who did a submission here. It's Cash Out. Track is called Timing. It's a video. Here we go. Hold up, I gotta take it from the top. One more again. Here we go.
Any I see, they getting bored or something, boy.
You know my timing is different. Hold up, wait. You know my timing is different. Handle a stick, fingers they itching. When I'm with your bitch, we ain't kissing. She sucking and fucking, changing positions. Dying the cross like a Christian. My name is a Stone, first I get mentioned. Your mouth, finish your sentence. Let's make a movie, bitch, clear the entrance. You know my timing is different. Handle a stick, fingers they itching. When I'm with your bitch, we ain't kissing. She sucking and fucking, changing positions. Dying the cross like a Christian. My name is a Stone, first I get mentioned. Your mouth, finish your sentence. Let's make a movie, bitch, clear the entrance. I'm in the block with extensions. I call her out, he jumping fences. We on a block position. I got a scope, so boy, I ain't missing. Talking that talk, you dissing. We know where you live and what's for your kids. Run down on you, give you the business. I'm at your door, waving the biscuit. Still on the barrel and kiss it. I hit the road, willing to risk it. I got them sold 50 chickens. 50 bricks gone like I'm a magician. I'm on the road on a mission. I cut it up like it's addiction. Coronavirus, yeah, social distance. She can't stay away, my dick addiction. Chicks, slide. All my niggas down the ride. Rolling fountains getting high. He too scared to come outside. Wait, slide. Pray on my ops that they die. I shoot that Glock to the side. I need a piece of the pie. You know my timing is different. Handle a stick, fingers they itching. When I'm with your bitch, we ain't kissing. She sucking and fucking, changing position. Dying the cross like a Christian. My name is Stone, and first I get mentioned. Your mouth, finish your sentence. Let's make a movie, bitch, clear the entrance. You know my timing is different. Handle a stick, fingers they itching. When I'm with your bitch, we ain't kissing. She sucking and fucking, changing position. Dying the cross like a Christian. My name is Stone, and first I get mentioned. Your mouth, finish your sentence. Let's make a movie, bitch, clear the entrance. I'm on the block all day. You hear shouting K. I still keep that rusty tray. Your bitch, she gon' do whatever I say. Holla out, yayo, yayo. Bitch, I'm so high, I'm slow as a snail. I'm on your boots on your heels. Count on the loot, cause I don't do deals. I'm all in her gums, like I'm the dancer. She won't let me meet who none of her friends. She tell me she's strong, she missing the pendant. Her pussy dripping like my chin and pendant. Police, they got me, I'm apprehended. After my bit, all the bullshit, they ended. So after the bag, don't get offended. I'm on a whole different type of agenda. Jakes, slide. All my niggas down the ride.
All right. Give it up. That was Cash Out. Track was called Timing.
Cash out.
That's
cool. That was hard.
Yeah, it got like a King Von vibe to it. You know what I'm saying? Like a King Von
Drill.
vibe to it.
Yeah.
Like a, you know what I'm saying? Like that Chi-Town trap music. You know what I'm saying?
Said something on Stone, something like that, right?
Yeah.
P Stone.
Yeah, so you know, I got that Chi-Town trap music, King Von for, but it's dope. You know what I'm saying?
But you throw it in you put it in the whip or throw it out?
Get like 2 spins in the whip.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying?
What you think, Tehuti? Moving right along.
It is what, you know. I think for what's out today, as far as what would be popular, that would definitely sell, and that would be popular for today. Me myself, I'm not really into that type of hip hop, but that would sell today, and that'd be successful for today. It's not.
That was fire.
That's not what.
Yeah, the beat was nice.
The beat was.
Brother Panic and 7 Beaumont. Yo, we're gonna do that. Brother
Shout out
Panic
to Savon Beaumont.
7 Beaumont. You know?
Yeah, Savon, he's a cool brother.
Yeah, that's like a Pop Smoke kind of beat.
Let's go. Yeah, the drill.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's dope. You want to say something on it?
You know, just keeping it in the astrological context. It's kind of unique, but you realize the video he's wearing all red, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exercising, and every single keyword was a form of violence and anger and frustration, even, you know, sex and that whole element. Those are keywords associated with Mars or Shango or those type of energy. So, you know, as far as him conveying it, I just see that he's, you know, that's just my interpretation. I'm not really, you know, it's a cookie cutter that I've heard before.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people exercise frustration on a track, especially drill music. You know, but I think it could be more unique. Him as an artist, I think he should distinguish himself in a different way, even if he expresses that same level of frustration, but in a way that doesn't mimic mainstream right now.
All right. Coming up next. This next track is called.
I like it. I like it though. I like it.
Am I going too in right now?
No, that was good. That was good. Now we on. We on backtrack.
All right, next up we've got.
It's real here. It's real.
We got a track called "Needed" by Buck the President.
Campaign. Buck the President. G-O-O-N. Yo, introduce to the man that's most needed. Score on bars, nail hooks, I'm Korean shit. No regard for niggas front on me. Get pushed too far and banged on for reaching. You're a bust, I'm ahead of my time. Remember mine like 9/11, 11/9. President, let it soak in like a brine. Immortalize a fame's whole hood wall is your shrine. More schemes than POTUS. Got something for ladies first, let me flow this. Dopeness, low pitch, braggadocious. Set the tone, radio usually omits. Brawn and brain mix, entrance in office, negotiating, stay with it. Simeon, Mogul, Levick, the boss rush in, overtaking. They blame a company for owning events. It's coincidence. A nigga out of order, a nigga gets served, just waiting on the word. Who's the next customer? When last a popular artist had bars of fake cross and go hand bring it back. Sham guard to see the work being put in. That's soft, y'all flawed, heat drawn, melt the ice grill.
Some Big Daddy Kane vibe right there too, right?
Oh Lord, man.
It's like, you remember King? He laughing with joy though, right?
Hey, look, she like, you know, you remember that joint by Will Smith, Summertime?
Yeah.
That seemed like that song should have came on right after that joint.
Yeah,
like,
it was in the radio.
Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? That beat had to be like 91.
Yeah, it's the beat.
Yeah, the beat.
Just robbing off
you know, and this rap,
you know,
it's like, man, that's supposed to come right after. That's supposed to be on the mixtape with Will Smith, Summertime.
Yeah,
tracks.
definitely.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Yeah, you know, it's nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of brothers like to go back and, you know, revisit the past and stuff like that. But, you know, people's ears have matured.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 2-3 beats, man. That's, you know, that's cool.
I don't think I already see the look. I don't even think I would come to your way. Go ahead. What you think?
I think auditorily, engineering, definitely bring your vocals to match it up. I feel like you could have aligned that, but outside of that, I think it sounds more like a soundtrack. Like you watch a film and then you hear some like a car passing by and you kind of hear that old school music, like you in that old school film. So I could see its place, you know, commercially there. So.
All right. You were still
the beat is Soul to Soul. The beat is somebody else's beat, and his style is exactly an artist named Granddaddy IU.
Killed it. Yeah, killed it. Yeah, you killed it. That was straight Granddaddy.
Yep. Granddaddy IU. If you guys look up Granddaddy IU, you will hear that the better version of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So
the better version,
way better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you remember that song, "Something New" from the
Granddaddy.
Granddaddy IU is where he definitely. When was that? That was that was 91, and it was.
That's what I said.
And he was in Granddaddy IU
was straight out of 91.
Fire, and he'd be fire today. He sounded like Granddaddy IU was fire, but that guy was Granddaddy IU without much of the fire.
Right. I don't. Yeah. Okay.
He was.
But keep rapping though. Keep going.
Yeah, just keep rapping. I don't know if that was just a rhyme, and he was just rhyming over the track. You know what I mean? I'll just take it like that. He was just rhyming over the track, and that's how I take it. Yeah. But if you want to do the song, I guess you just want to just kick a rhyme over the track. But if you want to do a song, you can still come back in. But keep doing it.
All right, the next one is a beat submission by Deadbeat Dylan. It's called War Drums.
War Drums.
It's just a beat?
Yep.
It was just on the other day, wasn't it? It's on Monday.
Oh, it's the same. Oh, yeah. I like that. Feel it, AD? About to go in?
Ooh. I like the drums. It's mean. Yeah. It's obnoxious. This is how you come off rugged with this one. right, Deadbeat Dylan, War Drums. That was tight. I like the snare. I like the kick. That's the most important thing for me. And then everything else is dope.
Yeah.
It took patience. When it first began, I didn't quite like it. Then it picked up. That's a fire track. You know who would be good on that track is Brother J.
Yeah.
Brother J from X-Clan would eat that track. That's made for him. That was, I like it. I think that beat was had a Warriors vibe to it, and it was pretty good. What's his name?
Deadbeat Dylan.
Deadbeat Dylan.
That could be another Warrior dance right there.
Keep going. I like it. It's unique. I like it. I like it, Deadbeat Dylan. Good. Very good.
He submitted 2 tracks. You ready for the next one?
I'm ready.
This next one is called Bring You Down.
Bring You Down?
Bring You Down. Yeah.
And if one thing can bring you down, and that's yourself, that's the devil. Yeah. But the devil ain't gonna come in here, I tell you. I ain't gonna let evil in here.
Bring You Down by Deadbeat Dylan. That was dope.
Yeah, like what you gonna say, huh?
I like that joint.
Yeah, it's dope.
That's a beat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a beat.
Flow on that.
It's a beat. It wasn't too much to it. It's just drums, and a little bit of guitar, whatever.
It brings it out of you.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's real cinematic. It's like that 70s cinematic if hip hop existed back then, the way it did. You know,
right?
It's like
Yeah, man, that was dope. Both of them.
Really good. Really good. I like his transitions when it first started.
Yeah,
like the last one it first started.
Transitioning. Yeah, he had 3 of them. He had a bunch.
3 transition. He's good. Yeah. Unique sound too. Unique.
Sound like something's about to set off.
Set it off.
Set it off.
Next one is Nejma. No, Nejma Nefertiti. I have to make sure I say that right. Okay, and the track is called Earth Song. Where is it here? Okay, hold on. 1 second. I thought I heard it.
Mr. West.
Cash out, bring it down. No,
You the 7 on the hat, nigga?
Hey. Okay, hold on.
He forever in the ethers now. It's forever.
Give me a second. Because we had a few submissions here. Okay, 1 second. Almost there.
This is brought to you by KBT.
Okay, hold up. We're going to come back to that. Oh.
Who's up next?
Oh, my bad. This is, oh, yeah, it's Voltage Controller.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
You already know this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah,
that last beat that came out on Monday, that joint was fire.
He said he was going to send a beat.
Yeah.
Okay. And here it is.
That's a moment. Y'all expected this.
Yeah, this is
so many stripes, I became a tiger.
She knows you, Priest.
Voltage control.
Was that in text?
Got so many stripes, I became a tiger.
We got to make things get hot like a fofo shot.
Power I devour, never cower, live like I might not the next hour. Been through it all, sweet and sour. I empower, behead doubters, blend resins and flowers. Turn me up louder, knock you out your trousers. Stand prouder, hustle for chowder, touch the soil. Take a bath in eucalyptus oil, plots foil. Goddess royal, 100 like Celsius when water boils. From a liquid to a vapor, shift shaper, no chaser, microphone breaker, vindicator, the instigator, whack MC eliminator, rhyme breaker, ego deflator, exposing all the imitators. Read the Vedas, body of knowledge, pay homage. Yo, respect, heard the voice of Malcolm X. Tell me, it happens to the best of us. Carry the rest of us, rap venomous, keep testing us. Resilience, we excellence and brilliance. 1 in a million, Nefertiti in the building. Mother of the revolution, no children. You talk a bad game and you ain't willing. I see you on sidelines grilling. Trust me, you don't wanna see me start illin'. Seen a lot of blood spilling in my lifetime and killing. Put your fist up to the ceiling like you feeling yourself. Full of wealth, wisdom, mysticism, projecting through your sound system. Don't be a victim. Got so many stripes, I became a tiger. Pitch control. Got so many stripes, I became a tiger.
Oh, you did a track with him.
Got so many stripes, I became a tiger.
Woo! Nejma.
Yo,
Nefertiti.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah, that was dope.
Here he is with Priest.
Might be the one, right?
On the next collab.
Yeah, she got to be on the next collab.
Priest, you remember meeting her?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
That's dope. Fire.
Yeah, that was fire.
Hot track.
Somebody said an Illa Dage Low, right?
And Priest, is this not the first? How many females have been?
I love seeing females kill it.
This was
dope.
This would be like the third, I think. The one that was singing was crazy.
Was singing,
yeah,
as far
that
as
was
rapping.
Great. Yeah, but this one, like,
this is the
stick out right here.
Yeah, this one is
she went in.
Nefertiti, you're fire. You're good.
Really good.
And
Yeah,
of course, over voltage beats.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, so we should get her on the next.
That's what I said on the next collab.
So what do you call it? You call it the posse joint? What do you call the?
Yeah, posse cut.
Okay, so speaking of the posse cut, now we gotta discuss those beats. Mm-hmm. You heard the first one.
We're gonna go for the hard one.
We're going for the first one?
Yeah.
Should I even play the second one?
Nah, just play the dope one.
Okay.
Not the one that sounds like springing, bro.
Gotcha. So Voltage Controller. Priest decided to go with that first one that we did, that you submitted last week, or no, was it last Monday?
Yeah. Monday just passed.
Get your posse cut for the next KP podcast collaboration.
Voltage control.
It's actually a good tempo.
Yeah.
Now that we play it back.
What made you just play it right now?
Oh.
Yeah, we was in the middle of it.
So that people, because we were on talking about Voltage Controller anyway, and this was the time to make that decision. So that's a decision that's been made, and so that's what everyone knows. So you got to tell me who is going to be on that track, and then I'll submit the emails, and then that'll be the posse joint.
Hey, all right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, moving on. Next up now.
That was fire though. I went in front.
Speaking of posse joints, Anton the Bum wanted to show us his verse that he would have done on Warrior Dance, so it's only 8 bars. So we're just gonna play Anton the Bum's Warrior Dance submission.
They want us entranced with TikTok, but lost in the gram. Where corporate expansion squanders our chance at being free. They don't want no free men, even Morgan has handlers. He went on camera just to amp us to fall for the scam. We ought to demand our basic rights, it's not too late to fight. See what they started in New York and in France, enforcing mandates to slaughter the land. Stop going along with the plan, I'm calling on you to stand. This is the Warriors Dance.
That should have been on this.
Yeah,
Can we merge him?
Slide that in there. See if we can slide that.
Well, he's going to be on the next one.
Yeah, you slide him up in there.
We already, uploaded and took down, uploaded, so that one's final. But at least the
surgery. Let's do one more surgery, deep surgery. Just slide him in there.
But Anton's going to be on the next one, so that'll be dope.
Yes. Right.
Okay.
Shoot, just throw that one up. Just throw that one up. On it. All right.
We got 3 more tracks. Here we go. Next one is by Fix. It's called Real Mama. Produced by Micro 13 Beats. Micro Beats.
Is that Kevin John? Is that him?
First, let's get this out the way. All of the things we've been through lately brought us closer than we were. And I was just a little baby. Now I'm grown and I could over everything that you were saying. And if you didn't whoop my ass, I'd probably be a little Satan. So I'm grateful for the times you had me praying like an angel. Now my faith in our creator got that flavor to be greater. I ain't gon' lie, shit you did still affect other people's lives till it's dick. True how you raise your kid like a G. Don't take shit from nobody, but don't look for no problems. How do you want me to roll on somebody when this time you didn't even like violence? You contradicting yourself, mama, but I want you to stay just like that. You flip the script and change your ways on me like that, I just might go mad. Life, spirit, in the flesh, your presence is such a blessing, which makes so much sense to me, cause you are a legend, nothing less than for the rest. Love yourself cause you the best of my, I love you just the way and I appreciate with no complaint. You keep it real with me, don't change a thing. I love you just as the way you are. I love you just as the way you are. And I appreciate with no complaint. You keep it real with me, don't change a thing. I love you just as the way you are. I love you just as the way you are. So keep it real with me for me to say my love remain always the same. I love you just as the way you are. I love you just as the way you are. Loving you is one of the easiest things that I can do. Loving me comes so natural to you for the fact that your love is real and unconditional with a lot of more loyalty that goes way back to the day when I was born. I'm more than grateful for the things you did. I might cause you pain and know what difference is. However, this made us born. I love you to death. I know you feel the same. Know you are there. I also know you ain't expect me to sing you this song. No, I will later put a smile on your face, and I will also later put your problems away for a while. Like mother, like son, this anything for you, my APG baby. You made me a warrior, such a soldier, such a soldier free, just like mama raised me to be. Big shout out to my queen, things that you did for your kids.
All right, that was Fix, Real Mama.
So you can't even hate on that. No. It's like real mama. It's almost like dear mama. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean.
Yeah, it's just a song, like you said. It's a nice song.
Yeah.
But it's not hip hop though.
Nah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Oh, so so you say you gonna throw it out to the whip?
Nah, it's
I
not.
You gotta put that in, huh?
Nah, it's not in the whip.
Yeah, it's not in the whip.
It's not in the whip.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you. Hey, it's a song to me.
It's a song.
Yeah.
It's nice, you know.
Yeah, somebody said Bone Thugs.
Kinda. Yeah, but not. It's not rap though.
Yeah, it's not rap. Not a rap. That's a straight song. Yeah. Kid Cudi. When I kill myself. Sometimes it's depressing, but this one was kind of good.
All right, next one is by Lil 4D. It's called Inappropriate Volume.
Once you build your box, you're gonna want to make sure the 16 is flush, tight, with no gaps or holes. That's gonna decrease overall performance.
Chat room, you gotta stop.
Next, you need to run your lines, connect them security. Keep in mind, yo, the goal is just to create a sustained, suitably equalized sound and then feed to the ear.
We aiming to blow this whole bitch up.
They told me turn the record down, son, the pound of the beat. Rumbles echo through the neighborhood, awaken the street. Seismic shift when the kick hit, vibrating the flow. Plus the growling and the grooving got 'em shook to the core. What you listening for? What's the draw and the rhyme? What you know with the struggle, you're what you wrote in the crime. Don't tell me Papa never warned, stick it close to your kind. That jungle drum and vocal sing for an inferior mind. Have you forgot what color is your mother's mother's skin? Watch you rock 'em like a block, mine, you white as my grit. Won't you loosen now, around your neck, hang with your kin. Trying to profit up productions of original sins. So stick that twist out your brim, kick that imp out your shrub. Respecting color, a culture, antique ancestral cups. The irony at the crux, like homie roll with the rock. I place my hand on the wax, fading and scratch on the spot. I'm not static and objective, plastic and prosthetic, cultural synthetic, natural organic, organic and totem, systemic and phonetic, aesthetics and poetics, mathematics and poetics, eugenics and obstetrics, science, no God said it. We dividing on you every plot point on the map. Organic be on Pangea to win his Maxine rap. It said that history began back about 79. The garden seeds breed the curious rhymes. The Big Bang was the DJ's grind to design the contours and the lines that define space and time. Out the dust of the crates, the waste of the vine. Emerged a fresh verse to rattle the battle lines. Gang signs and sermonized edible crimes that transverse the serpentine curse of our kind. Like a microphone, this whole bone passed down line. There were drives when I cast the shorty to eye. Uncle Ricky give these bedtime rhymes when I was 9. Colored in the sketch of my unconscious mind. I was rap before existence, cognition, and otherness. For religion or ism and no system of government. Leviticus got you dead, sample this and that.
I feel like this is the song your mom putting on repeat. It's just like
with a Walkman.
It's trance, like with a Walkman, with a nice little,
or a CD, little CD man.
That was dope.
Thin padding. Somebody go with your ear aching.
It's something different.
Alright, so that was Lil 4D, Inappropriate Volume. I would just turn your vocals up, especially in the chorus. I would have brought those up a little louder.
Yeah, it was inappropriate volume.
Yeah, but you get it right when you said go to sleep with your headphones. That was it.
Yeah.
Get it right, get it tight.
I agree.
All right, last one is by Black Intelligence featuring Bang Out from Philadelphia.
Yeah. The notorious
I built my gondola
Tucker.
with the golden hearts, the medley sparks of serpents looking in my art vision. Dart and lost parts of sleep tongue. Blind to speak, to see the weak, to eat the treat in the street with venom glands and fangs slobber on the pillow and sheets. Don't never sleep the way he creep for your prosperity. Willie Lynch conspiracy theory was all military ideas that was learned from us by the Europeans. They backstabbed and the blade came out the front of the chest. I think of Akhu with the amber rule, creating the animal that'll eat the other animals. We followed the manual, false promises, the path of Moses. Torah, rust between the rings of fire, divide the wisdom and become the water. Across the border, left and right hand, Sodom and Gomorrah. Do the data, formula, Arabia, Black Asia, Savior, Hell America. A mass hysteria area, she took carry up and now she bankrupt. Too much towards my metaphor. You never met her before, so what you think metaphor? Combined to make megaphors. United States of Babylon, corruption. It's not America. Don't give away your brain power, labor, and wealth. Help self. I'm laddered to a bookshelf. I'm seeing a whole lot of selfies, no knowledge of self. The United States of Babylon, corruption. It's not America. Don't give away your brain power, labor, and wealth. Help self. I'm laddered to a bookshelf. I'm seeing a whole lot of selfies, no knowledge of self.
We the last hope. Bars getting dope. Niggas burn they bridges, expecting us to send a boat. Came from the bottom, far away from being broke. Nigga, we the new slaves, the chains is the ropes. Black men trying to hustle, but we still get choked. They killed Dr. King for the freedom that he spoke. Now we all woke, my dreams they revoke. We all staying together, House of Weps, give them smoke. Our mind got the knowledge, a diamond in the rough, now we polish. I was booked the street smart, ain't go to college. I was in the hood with 2 cooks with no mileage. push it cause we grinding. Shit go over your head with no knowledge.
United States of Babylon, corruption. It's not America. Don't give away your brain power, labor, and wealth. Help self. I'm laddered to a bookshelf. I'm seeing a whole lot of selfies, no knowledge of self. The United States of Babylon, corruption. It's not America. Don't give away your brain power, labor, and wealth. Help self. I'm laddered to a bookshelf. I'm seeing a whole lot of selfies, no knowledge of self. The United States of Babylon, corruption. It's not America. Don't give away your brain power, labor, and wealth. Help self. I'm laddered to a bookshelf. I'm seeing a whole lot of selfies, no knowledge of self. The United States of Babylon, corruption. It's not America. Don't give away your brain power, labor, and wealth. Help self. I'm laddered to a bookshelf. I'm seeing a whole lot of selfies, no knowledge of self.
Yeah, that was Black Intelligence, aka Red Sun, featuring Bang Out. Track was called The Knowledge. Fire. Boom.
That was straight fire.
Straight fire.
I could throw that in the whip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's straight
Yeah,
fire.
that goes in the whip. That goes in the whip. You know what I mean?
That was straight fire.
All right.
All right, y'all.
If you guys are interested in being a part of the song promotion segment, go ahead and go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. And there's an online form there. It's $25 to play a minute and a half. $50 will play 3 minutes. And then we'll give you a shout out, obviously, say the name of the track, and give you a little song promotion there. Cool.
I just want to thank the guests coming through. Guys, get your plug, man. Just tell them what
For
to
sure.
catch.
Shout outs to everyone out there, all the viewers and listeners, and all the people out there who just really just support this conversation. Shout out to the whole panel. I appreciate you, Tehuti, and Menkheperra, and most importantly, AD and Killer Priest and Zen. And if you guys want to get in touch with me, whether you want a personal syllabus astrologically, you can reach me at Majestic Marv on Instagram. And one thing I like to say is, much thanks to the ancestors, and may we continue to do the good work.
Nice. Tehuti?
Peace and love, everybody. Ma'at Hotep. It was a good show, great show. I enjoyed it. Look forward to coming back. And once
Monday.
Monday.
Gotta get you Monday.
Monday, coming back, dropping some more information. My information is there at the bottom for those who want to contact for lessons, knowledge, or get updates on the pod class that I have coming up, which should be coming up this week. I was waiting for one last thing to happen, and it did happen. So that information will be in the description box. Peace and love, everybody. Look out for the Tehuti pod class, and this is the best podcast
See the 7 on the hat.
on YouTube. What do we call it? Path form.
Path form.
Peace and love, everybody. Ma'at Hotep. And nice meeting you, young brother.
You too. I appreciate you. Peace.
Yes, sir. Peace.
Peace.
Peace,
Check me out.
Menkheperra.
Check me out. You know what I'm saying? Go check me out at Menkheperra. You know what I'm saying? Great. Go on YouTube, on IG. Check me out, Menkheperra. Check out my website, jewelsfromthethrone.com. You know what I'm saying? Get you some jewelry. About to have our women's line coming out, so stay tuned for that. You know what I'm saying? So, peace and blessings.
Yo, land the rocket. Word. NFT coming soon. NFT coming real soon.
Go cop that Summer Inn Cafe.
Yeah, cop the Summer Inn Cafe. All day.
Peace, everybody in the room. Tune in voltage controller. Fire.
I see Tori in the building.
And don't forget to follow Akhu. That's Cosmo, COZMO 361 on Instagram as well.
And shout out to Micah for coming through.
Nice. All right, we'll see you guys on Monday.
Peace.
Everybody check me on Shaheem's live tomorrow.
Until it was too late.
I, the black ruler that comes forth from Skye, Tyree. I, the almighty ruler. Eyes fiery, and darkness is not a color. For I was in darkness and I created light. Incubated in night, meditated in sight. And you ask why I wear all white? Alright, I'm a Neteru, also referred to as an Elohim by the Hebrews, and Vishnu to the Hindus. I'm from the temples in Eridu, call me Apsu. I'm Tiamat, the obelisk brothers, shadows 3 o'clock. Walk with us to see Enoch. The mystery key unlocks. The coffin text he speaks, we watch.
People of Thebes, ask pity of the gods. Pharaoh is dead.
Not quite open his tomb. All praise to Amun and the sun, which is Ra. Later combined, Amun-Ra. Sun, moon, and star. Your Moses knows us. Before we toyed with the cobras, we showed them our culture. The same goes for Joseph. I show you them as pharaohs, but different names in their sculptures. Olmecs, Hotep. I am Menace. My thoughts are endless. My courts are crimson. And I am Thoth, the one before Musa when the law was given. You are my children. And I am Osiris, the rider of death. And I am his brother Set. Ra, the sun rises and the sun sets. Abraham kneels before Melchizedek as the 24 elders held the text. Over Isis, Ra, El, hold the scale, hold them still while his feet and palms are nailed. Behold, the pale horse gallops along the trail. The name for gods were El, Shaddad, Nimrod, mighty hunter. His statue atop of the ziggurat steps. Me, Lamu, and Lahamu, then Anshar, then Kishar, and their offsprings was Antu, Kai, and Anu. From Chaldeans, the owl is seen during night upon the Nile. A child is floating down, streaming. But you have penalized angels and crowned demons. Come, meet Queen Hatshepsut. We are winged celestials, extraterrestrial beings seen by the Eskimos. We were here in a prehistoric Mexico. No, we're not skeletons, and no, they were never an embryo. Dynastic period, indigo. The Sahelanthropus Trigensis descendants, the species that mimic our kindreds, but we weren't monkeys.
People of Thebes, ask pity of the gods. Pharaoh is dead.
Not quite, for we came from the darkest part of the night. For within the shadows, the pharaohs gave you the apple to bite. These are the knowledge of good and evil. We also have the fruits to the tree of life. This is my key. Put it in, turn it, unlock it, and you will no longer be mummies. Around the garden, the meditating monks breathe, slow and deep, and above the garden, the stars rearrange monthly. 12 zodiacs, please don't react, but it seems like Adam and Eve had company. Come with me, see the god they call Enki or Ea. His record was kept in the forms they wrote called Cunea. And that time they were doomsayers, soothed prayers, tomb raiders. It was called a departure. The moon was split, or it was hit with ships that left moon craters. Here's the meta nature. Nature is where you get nature. Let's read the Vedas. Please, I need debaters. Do you believe in vapor or what you see on paper? The Alpha and the Omega, or the algebra creators. We are ancient, and you call us pagans.
People of Thebes, ask pity of the gods. Pharaoh is dead.
That you were required to settle our throne. Our own existence is vanity. We desire no life in the hereafter. Remember always that we blessed you before we left. But for you who came to us from the river when we were already old, were the greatest joy of our lives. May your heart be shielded from sorrow. Such is the desire of your Father.
Behold, his feet and his arms was black in the temple of Karnak. And along their walls show images of wars during Nubian combat. Above that were shapes and symbols of creatures like they had alien contact.
You are here in the house of death.
Above it all, atop of the hall, the Sumerian star maps that kept the records of when the heavens made Abraham his contract. All compact, Sargon's plaque over Akkad, Belshazzar, kings, elder gods, in and outside of the realms of ours. Images of Thutmose III and King Tut close to birds. Do not touch or disturb the Egyptian magician's words. His arm brushed, his vision blurred, his wisdom slurred.
What do you watch here in the house of death?
Men Gazeta, attend to the cedar, make them believe us. Where is thy brother, Abel? Am I my brother's keeper? Who are the other speakers? Those from the upper ethers. Wings like a raven, I am no pagan.
What do you watch here in the house of death? What do you watch here in the house of death?
I brought you the bodies of a man and a woman to be preserved by your art, so that they may enjoy eternal life.
As you say, we are artists here. What can you pay for our services?
I have nothing.
Nothing? Throw this carrion in the river.
Wait. I'm willing to work here, to pay for the embalming, for as long as you say I must.
Work here? Only condemned criminals. But the accursed of the gods seek work in the house of death.
There is no man here who is not better than I am.